Wow. Wow. We're live. We should be live. That's live. Recording's running. Okay. I see myself on Twitch. I see myself on Twitch. Hear myself on Twitch. All right. All right. Oh. Update the Discord here. All right, plug the message there on Discord. Is abusing, if you got a Discord server, is it abuse to use the @everyone a lot? It's a question I need answered. Because to me that doesn't sound like if I every time I go live or something I do @everyone, maybe that's not, I don't know, maybe that's fine. I don't know. I don't really know Discord Discord etiquette is what the word I'm looking for. All right, so we already got some people hanging out here. All right, cool. Let's see here. We've got, well, once I do my official introduction, which is probably going to be in a minute or so. Whoa, RGLA Snake Man. What's going on? What's going on? Hey, dude, it's been a while. It's been a while. Dude, are you neutralized on Discord? Is that your username on Discord? Quick FYI. Maybe. Take that as a yes. Are you streaming right now? What's going on? Because it says Neutralize was playing Apex. I got a guitar here. All right. Haha, guilty. You're not streaming right now, are you? No, you're not. All right. Yeah, but no, I don't really stream, LOL. This guitar's got this. It's got such bad intonation. As soon as I go up high, like the high. Well, it's really the bottom, that top E string there. String's looking pretty oily. Yeah. Wow. Hey, Gabriel's got that double kick. All right. Double tap. Oh, double tap. Whoops. I totally screwed that up. Double tap. All right. Okay. Well, we are officially live now. This is great. Same thing. LOL. Yeah, but it was the double tap. It was the double tap that... I don't know. Okay. Neutralized. Where is the Discord message you just posted? What are you talking about? Neutralized in that Discord message there. I just posted in the announcements section under general, I posted the Twitch. I posted like a little Twitch. Is that what you're talking about? Oh, I see it now under announcements. Yeah. I just post, I usually post when I go live in there. Wearing a new sweatshirt, by the way. And it was just washed in the laundry. That's why I'm late. That's why I'm late today. To wait for the laundry to finish. It's kind of bad timing, to be honest, but it's all right. Okay, well, I think we're ready to kind of get started here. Yeah, so welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Snake Man's already here. He's already been here. So I'm not including him in this welcome. But yes, welcome to terrible JavaScript game development. I am your host, Jared, Tyrannosaur, whatever. You can call me whatever you want. Yes, we're working on my game, Populus, today. It's pretty much what we're doing every stream. But Populus, the game's live right now. You can actually play it. Populus.gg. Got it open right there. We'll bang it down there in the chat. Yeah, so you can play Populus right now, just the single player version. So what we're working on right now today is multiplayer. We've been working on multiplayer for a while. Just a lot of details with multiplayer. So yes, so that's basically it. But we're getting there. The end is in sight, I think, with multiplayer, which is good. I've got the Trello here, kind of for tracking tasks. For those of you not familiar with Trello. So we've got, on the Trello here, basically we've got these 4 columns. What we're working on right now is in this column here. This is the doing column. And the done column, these are the tasks we finished. So these need to get kind of like cleaned up or archived at some point. But this is the stuff that's already been done. So this is what I'm working on right now at this very moment. And then this is kind of our to-dos that we need to take care of. We should be taking care of in the near future. And in fact, this list here is I'd like to get all of this stuff into the multiplayer version. So basically, most of this stuff is related to multiplayer. So there's like some color coordination and everything. So I've got some categories like green is gameplay. If this task is related to gameplay. Blue, I think, is like code cleanup. So if there's something that's just kind of messy and needs to be refactored or kind of made a little nicer, I put that little blue label on. You can put multiple labels. So I've got yellow. Yellow is UX, UI, UX. So just kind of anything that has to do with menus or buttons and button placement and whatever. It's not really gameplay because it's not part of the actual playing the game or the rules of the game, etc. But something that has to do with user experience. And obviously gameplay is user experience, when you think about it. But I like to explicitly separate something that's just kind of like getting around menus or whatever versus actually playing the game. And then orange is networking. Did I already say that? So anything that kind of relates more to like the server and testing kind of things that go between, or checking things that have to do with network stuff. And in this column here, I've got some future to-dos. So some of that is like rough sound design. And I got some other issue, some other animation, this fix animated button text rendering issue. It's not really an issue, but there'd be a way we could make that look cleaner. Yeah, so we've got some stuff here that's not super important for this next version, but this kind of stuff is. So yeah, we can go over all these things here really quickly. So we've got, the thing we're doing right now is fixing tutorial issues. Tutorial has bugs after the checkpoint system has been removed. So we actually are starting to work on, well, the latest tasks that we did this clean up duplicate nav meter code. We did this on Saturday, actually. It was a Saturday stream. The first Saturday stream in a while. So I was kind of we took care of these two tasks here. And when we did this one here, right at the end, it was kind of right before, we finished it kind of right before the end of the stream. And I realized there was kind of a bug actually that happened after this. So that's kind of what we're fixing right now. And then we'll be going on to our tutorial issues. So there was a little leaky event handler that's happening here that happened after we did this. And I really can't think of why that would happen. But nonetheless, we'll have to take care of that. So I added a new task just this morning, test multiplayer with high latency connections. Because as I'm playing and testing the multiplayer here in development, I am testing it with very low latency connections, right? I mean, my own computer is connecting just to the server that's running on my computer. So obviously there's like very, very, very minimal latency. Something that you'd never expect, you'd never get to in the real world. You'd never have in the real world. So obviously testing with varying levels of latency is going to be important, and I kind of need to figure out how exactly I want to do that. We've got a waiting for opponent screen. So that means, like, when you start, well, actually kind of before that, we need to do new main menu layout for multiplayer. Well, I guess we don't have to do this first, but I want to have kind of, because right now, populus.gg, the main menu looks like this, right? So you've got, the logo here, and we've got a play button and a tutorial button. So we've got like two options that we can do. That's pretty much it. Actually, that reminds me, is there a task for, oh, I just remembered another one. Hang on one second here. So I want to have, obviously we need to have like a button for queuing for playing a multiplayer match. Basically, I'm thinking we'll have three buttons. We'll have play. Maybe play will now become the multiplayer. And then there'll be like a practice button, and that'll be the single player that's currently on Populus right now. And then there'll still be a tutorial button. But I'm not sure if that's what I want to have yet. I guess we'll see. And I remember somebody mentioned in the chat that they thought the tutorial button was disabled because it was gray. So that's something I wanted to have had that written down on a slip of paper here, but I did not create a Trello task for that. So actually, I'm going to add that to, I'm going to make a little checklist here. We're going to have one item. So we do what right here. I'm going to add a little change color of tutorial button so it doesn't look disabled. Or I'll say gray kind of looks disabled. There we go. All right, so now I've got a little checklist there. So that's one thing you can do with Trello. You can add check boxes. So like if you've got a single task, but you got maybe some steps in the middle there or whatever, you can kind of do that, which is nice. Okay, so we've got that now. Let's see. Oops. What else do we have? Yeah, so this stuff's important because currently right now, my way of playing multiplayer is pressing the red button, the O of Populus. So that's the way that you actually queue up for multiplayer. So that's not very good. Oh, we've got some also major tasks we need to do with the UI. I need to kind of figure out what we want to do with that. Yeah, let's look at. I'm going to create another little task here. Whoa, where are we going here? There we go. All right, so we need I'm going to add another little card here on Trello. I'm doing this on, I've got my public version of this opened here, so I can't edit any of this stuff, but I've got my main one open up over here. So I'll do, we need to fix or figure out UI for scoreboard. That's what I'm calling it. So the scoreboard is just kind of a generic name for saying, scoreboard is kind of a general name that I have for basically let's load up here. Here we go. Kind of for keeping track of your score. So like I have these counters right now that show like how many bubbles you pop versus how many bubbles your opponents pop. I have this little thing that kind of shows like a line moving, like it moves this way if you're, well, in reverse. It's moving this way if you're going ahead, if you're popping more bubbles than your opponent. Otherwise, if your opponent's popping more bubbles than you, that line is kind of more to the other side. And we've got another also UI idea in there. Oh, we still have the 10-second timer on here. That's what's going on. These matches are only 10 seconds. And then we've got this other idea where there's this blue inner circle. So like as you're popping bubbles, the red circle is shrinking. But if your opponent is overtaking you, then the red bubble is like bigger than the halfway point between that. So we kind of need to figure out sort of a nice way to show that. I'm really not too sure yet exactly what we want to do. But we'll see. We'll see what we get to. I know we just started, but I already have to take a bathroom break, so throwing the toilet emote down there in the chat. Snake Man, if you're still there, we got a toilet emote now. Drana BRB, so because I take a lot of bathroom breaks, I drink a lot of coffee and water, so yes. All right, so we'll be right back. Send pics. Nice. All right. Be right back, and then Notepad has the new zoom feature now. Look at that. Excellent. All right, we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Woo! All right, we are back. Okay. So, what were we talking about? Well, we were talking a little bit about the UI stuff with our scoreboard UI, right? So that's kind of the component that would make up kind of the component that shows our score or shows our like the amount of bubbles we popped relative to the amount of our opponent's bubbles. So as of right now, there's like 3 different things going on because it was kind of an experimental thing. I was just kind of trying to look at like what kind of UI elements would work. The thing I'm actually leaning towards, I do like the oops, I didn't want to do that. Single player. There we go. There we go. So I do kind of like this circle in the middle here that as you're popping, you kind of see this, you see either if you're winning, the blue is growing, that red circle in the middle is kind of shrinking. Or if your opponent's starting to beat you, it's starting to grow the other way. So I kind of like that, but what I'm thinking I'm probably going to do is maybe have some sort of little like half circle up at the top here. That's kind of like indicating your player's position versus you. And then maybe you would see that kind of like, you'd see kind of that movement. Kind of like with maybe I didn't explain that very well. It would be kind of like, let's just take a screenshot here. Let's open GIMP. GIMP. All right, so what I'm thinking of kind of having would be something like, oh, we want a perfect circle here. And then we'd maybe have, like, maybe not, that wouldn't be that big. It'd be something maybe like that size. And then do a new layer. And then there'd be like maybe a red. I guess I'll just do full on red here. So it'd be like that. And then there would be, this is going to be really nasty here, but whoops. Basically, it would be kind of obvious, hidden. It'd be like behind. It'd be behind. This is awful. But this would be behind our like playing circle there. Whoa, 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 whoa. There we go. Okay. So it'd be like that. Obviously, that's, looks awful. But this is kind of the idea. Codico, what's going on? Nice new features. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I'm just showing an example of what I would want. Kind of the multiplayer. This looks kind of funny, actually. Maybe we'd actually make that even smaller. Maybe we'd make this even smaller. And then there would be kind of like, maybe there'd be a black one as well. So let's duplicate this. And then there, let's make it black. I mean, I guess it could be blue too. But then, you would kind of see, like your, like this would be moving around, or like the red one would be moving around. Like maybe the black is the center and you kind of see the red one. But it'd be going around like the curve of the play area here, the boundary circle, right? So that would kind of be representing, I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to be a half circle, but it could. That's maybe one idea I was thinking. Or some sort of, I mean, it could be just like a line too, or something, a line that curves around. And then there would probably be like a, let's see, there'd probably be like a thing kind of signifying the end, the two ends. I mean, if this starts to look like some weird little alien thing, then we probably wouldn't do that. But be some sort of way to show that this would kind of be like that. If your opponent's 20 bubbles ahead of you, red would be all the way up here at this line. 20 bubbles or more ahead of you. Or if you're 20 bubbles or more ahead of your opponent, the red would be all the way back here. But if you're somewhere in the middle there, the red would be kind of showing, like that's about how close I am to my opponent or whatever. Be something like that. So, but if it looks really weird or dumb, I don't know, we might scrap it. But we need something right now, so we'll see. We'll see what we end up going with. So anyway, we don't really need to look at this anymore. Yeah, so what else? We've on the Trello here, we've got a few other things, some add basic cheat detection. I'm just going to do some very, it's not even really cheat detection, just some very like general things to kind of disconnect the player if something fishy kind of goes on. Basically, stuff like that. This might not even really make it into the first public version of this because it's kind of a test version at this point. And we've got some other general things. Fix issue where player queues for a mash and closes WebSockets, and there's a couple of just kind of buggy things that need to be fixed that I never took. How are you going to do cheat detection? Basically probably some just very general, well, yeah, that's kind of a complicated question at this point. I need to look into something similar and have no idea. Well, the one thing I'm going to do, okay, so for example, part of what I've been doing with this CSV file, maybe you were around, I think you were around Codeco when I was kind of working on dumping this data. So basically, like, for example, we can see a good case. My goal with this CSV file is to really kind of log everything that happens. So this is on the server. And basically, it's logging every mouse input event from the client. So like here I say, this is player 1, and there was a movement, and then and they moved the mouse. Otherwise, there's a move or a click. There's mouse movements, and then there's clicks. Oh, or I didn't pop any bubbles in this case. So let's redo this here. So let's just play another game here to kind of show. All right, so 3, 2, 1. Let's pop a few bubbles. Oh, okay, that's good enough. There we go. So now this CSV file, so we can see like we've got a bunch of mouse movements, and then finally we have a click, right? So we had like almost 40 mouse movements before we had a click. Here we had like 39 to 52. We had a certain amount of other ones before the next click event. We had some more, a bunch here between that. So one of the things would be, but how will you use it? Okay, well, so here's the thing. Like, so I'm kind of going to do an intel gathering thing because of the CSV. So the CSV is just for me to like kind of look at what it means for a human to play. I'll have to harvest key presses. Well, I mean, the reason why I'm dumping this data into a CSV is so I can just look at it myself, like just and analyze it and kind of see, okay, there's about this many mouse movements typically between mouse clicks, for example, right? So maybe we could just do a simple detection, like if there's a click with no mouse movements and then another click, like that's kind of fishy, right? You couldn't really have that. So like if they obviously went from one click, and there should be about a 16 millisecond, where is that number? Oh, right here. So we should see about, the clients are updating the server once every, 60 times a second. So we should see times between mouse event messages here that are no more than, typically, or no less than 16 milliseconds. So like here we've got 16, 16, 14, that's just a little bit of like network latency, who knows, 16, 16, 15, 15. So there might be another check of like, well, so if we go from like one click, you know, here we had a bunch of mouse movements in between, and we go to another click, that might be, you know, instantly from one click to another click with a 16 millisecond gap between those. That's kind of fishy, right? So, I mean, a pretty simple thing you could do with that is just say, you know, just disconnect the player. But part of what I want to do before is kind of like actually gather all these stats and kind of look at average times. So like average times between clicks, you know, and the average, you know, basically get that millisecond time between clicks, and kind of also correlate. I've also got like the mouse positions over here and like the distances. So it'll be a matter of kind of looking at all that. Probably playing a few different games with different mouse settings, different screen sizes maybe. And I'll probably do just like a bunch of that and then kind of dump all the data into Excel or Google Sheets and actually like kind of look at it and just kind of get those numbers. Like, okay, so somebody who's pretty fast at the game, this is kind of what more or less we see in terms of, you know, the amount of time between mouse clicks or the amount of mouse movements between mouse clicks, that kind of thing. So, you know, and somebody who's got a higher sensitivity mouse is probably going to have less mouse movements in between there. Or if your screen's a lot bigger, the smaller your screen is, you're going to have less mouse movements in between. Because these mouse movements are going to fire once every 60 seconds on the client. So if you've got the screen really big, you're physically having to move your mouse a lot more pixel wise. Well, so yeah, so I don't know exactly what the solution will be. But another thing too, and it's not so much a cheating thing. I mean, it kind of is, but another thing, since I'm sending mouse updates once every 60 seconds, I'd like the server to kind of keep tabs on that to make sure that, you know, because technically on the client, you could just change that to one, you know, sending 120 a second or sending 1,000 a second. So there'll be another little check on the server to kind of, also won't the CSV get huge? The CSV is just for me to test myself, or it's just for me to, that'll never be used in production at all. It's just for me to play and then analyze my own playing, basically. And then from that analysis of the CSV, I will probably have some ideas of what I want to implement for cheat detection, right? So I will dump, you know, I'll play a bunch of games with different mouse settings, different screen sizes, different whatever, just to get a big wide range of different things. And then I can kind of, I'll have all that data in CSV, and I can just do all my averages and blah, 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 and look at this and look at that, get all those numbers, and then that will give me an idea of what I want to implement for anti-cheat, right? It's not really anti-cheat, you know, like you could have a bot play the game, but the thing is, if you just let the bot try to go and spam a million messages a second, I'd like to disconnect that bot. You know, I'd like to disconnect that WebSockets connection. If somebody's trying to do something that doesn't operate within the bounds that I've decided that the game should operate within, then, you know, I'd like to disconnect. So the CSV is just for my personal data collection and then analyzing kind of what it looks like. And then we'll go to actually implementing some sort of anti-cheat. So the CSV won't be used live at all. But yeah, it will get, I mean, so what, we just did a 10-second match, and, you know, we're sending 60 mouse updates a second. So that's like 600 mouse updates for the most part. If you don't move the mouse, then it doesn't send any updates. If you don't move or click the mouse, it won't send any updates. So that's why for the 10-second match, we only sent 392. And you can see here for the 10-second match, this is the timestamp of the last mouse event. So, you know, I stopped moving. I just moved the mouse outside of the screen. In fact, yeah, cursor moved out of bounds back here. So I like moved the mouse off the screen at this point, out of the play area at this point, and then moved it further, moved it, blah, 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 blah. and then actually off the screen altogether at this point. Out of the browser window probably at this point. So, so yeah, I mean, just in this testing with a 30-second match, I'll be doing probably 30-second matches. But so that, you know, if you're moving the mouse the whole time, that'll be 1800 lines in the CSV, because that'll be 30 seconds times 60 mouse updates per second. So yeah. But it's actually this format. We spent I think on Tuesday's stream, we spent kind of going through and making this nice. And it's pretty cool to look at, because I put the target bubble ID in this third column here. So like you can see what bubble the player is supposed to pop at this point. So you can see 0, so 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Then here's a click event, and then it's 1 now. So now I can see they're trying to pop bubble 1, bubble 1, bubble 1. Here's a click, and now they're trying to pop bubble 2. So here's 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. Here's a click, and then a 3. So now they're trying to pop bubble 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. Here's a click, and now it's bubble 4, 4, 4, 4, 4, and then there should be a mistake at some point. Yeah, click and 5, click and 6. Oh, here we made a mistake. So then I'm logging the type of mistake that happened. So like here we moved to 6, and then we clicked, and then our error is printed down here. Obviously this is, you know, awful format to look at, looking at just the raw CSV, but we can see, oh, the player must have made a mistake because they were trying to pop bubble 6, but they made a click, or they had a click event there, but now their new target is now 5. So this is the target bubble ID after this event that happened. So we can see down here, I print the type of mistake they made. So they popped dead space. So the mouse click happened in just blank space. So now we can see target bubbles back to 5. So just in general, the CSV is actually nice for like debugging, because I could like play a game, and if there was some sort of bug or something weird that happened, I can see exactly why. I got the log of like every mouse event on the server side, so we can see exactly what the problem is. So we can see here, target bubble 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5. During all these movements, we're still trying to get 5. Then we click, and we're still at 5 here, because we made another mistake. Popped the wrong bubble popped. So we actually just straight up popped the wrong bubble. And it doesn't go back to 4, because when you make one mistake, you have to go back to that. You have to repop the previous bubble you popped. But if you make any subsequent mistakes after that, it doesn't like force you to keep going back and popping bubbles that have already been popped. Basically, that's it. So just actually looking through this spreadsheet, this big CSV, hundreds of lines, even looking at, you know, a full 30-second match that could potentially be 1,800 lines. And this is just one player too. So if you got both players, actually the annoying thing about the way the CSV would work right now, if I was playing with both players, we're seeing just player 1 here. But if we were playing with both players, all these mouse events would be interspersed. So I don't really want that. I don't want, you know, I don't care that player 0 had something here, then player 1 had something. So I'd rather probably split these into 2 chunks. So it'd be like player 0 would have all their data in the first bunch of rows, and then player 1 would be the next bunch of rows. But okay, thanks for the review. Yeah, for sure, Kodako. Yeah, for sure. I really appreciate it, because got to do something similar. Gotcha. And what are you working on, Kodako? You working on a game too? Sorry if I've asked you before. And I know you stream, and I didn't. You were here on Saturday when I said I need to actually follow people, which I still didn't do yet, but I know I have to do it. I have to follow the people that are part of the community here. People that really support me. So I got to run. I have a meeting, but I'll check in later. Oh yeah, for sure, Kodako. No worries, no worries. Thanks for hanging out. You're asking good questions. You're asking good questions too. Yeah, speed typing game for programming. I kind of remember that now. I do remember that. Probably from back when you were Lutval and not Kodako. But cool. Cool. It's pretty similar to yours in some ways. Yeah, exactly. Matt Jax. What's going on, Matt Jax? Good to see you. Good to see you back. Yeah, see you, Kodako. Have a good one. Thanks again for hanging out. Appreciate it. All right. Okay, so yeah, so I just given a little rundown there to Kodeco about kind of how I want to approach some sort of anti-cheat. And it's not really going to be a real anti-cheat, but there's going to be some certain things where we can say if somebody's really trying to mess around with the browser, we can kind of try to detect some fishy things that the game's not supposed to work in a certain if we start seeing mouse events, input events that are happening outside of what a human player should kind of be doing, or they're kind of breaking the rules of that I have in place, like the 60 times a second mouse updates, if all of a sudden we start seeing 1,000 mouse updates a second, that would be a reason to just disconnect someone. Working on random level simulation for my game. Nice. Like very precise movement. Yes, that would be a good example, Matt Jax. Kind of like how the click where you prove you aren't a robot works. Yes, the CAPTCHA. Yeah, like the new CAPTCHAs just have you click a box or whatever, but it kind of looks at what your mouse movements were before you click the box to try to figure out if you're, and you can obviously still get around those CAPTCHAs, the second generation CAPTCHA. But yeah, this would be something similar. So for example here, like here's a mouse click, event, right? And then some time passes, but the next mouse click is down here. In between, we have all these mouse movements, right? So we moved. So like that mouse is updating, the mouse is moving, right, from this bubble to this bubble. And one thing we could do is just, obviously, if we see a click of bubble 9 and then we see a click of bubble 10, just instantly right after one another, or that 16 millisecond gap between, that's fishy, because there's no way, for one, there's no way you moved the mouse. There's no way you clicked one position, then clicked another position without moving the mouse, for example. So, and like I've got all the different data here. So like here's the time stamps in between. The time stamps since the match has been running. So like this event happened at 5,716 milliseconds. This one happened at 5,732 milliseconds. For the most part, the difference between these should be, this is the difference between those mouse inputs. It should be around 16 milliseconds because we're sending 60 updates a second. Where if you click a lot in a short period of time, it goes up, then resets to 1. I'm not exactly sure what you're saying there. I would just, if I saw something, I mean, the idea is with the CSV here is to gather all the data, assuming that's how double click works. Well, even a double click, like let's try a double click really quickly here. And this might not be the best example, but let's just see what the time, let's just see the amount of milliseconds between double clicks. And this isn't going to be quite super accurate. With our CSV. Whoops, that's not what I wanted to do. Quit. Okay, so let's play multiplayer. So I just did 2 double clicks there really fast. All right. So we'll look at what the server is kind of seeing as a double click. Okay, click, move. We had some movements, then a click and a move. Between this, okay, so the delta between this click and this, okay. This is a little weird to look at here, but basically, because I'm doing something kind of a little weird, but here's the one click. And then technically another mouse movement comes through because of that other click. So we had 144 milliseconds in between, basically, the 2 clicks there. Here we had 127 milliseconds in between the double click. Here we had 128 milliseconds between the double click. Here we had 143 milliseconds between the double click. So that's already 10 times almost the amount of updates we're sending to the server per second. We're sending 16, or the amount of time between the messages going to the server. So I was going to say, if it is clicking and moving so fast that it increases the number registering a double click, triple click, etc., you can catch a bot. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I mean, and I think I understand what you're saying. So like and I can see the times between clicks. So like one thing that might just be, and again, once we introduce like network latency into the equation, I don't know what we're going to see. Because it's possible for some reason a bunch of messages kind of got delayed from going to the client for whatever reason because of internet. And then then a bunch of messages all of a sudden hit the server. So we'll kind of have to see, we could have like a bunch of valid messages that all happened within, whatever. I kind of doubt something like that would happen where we'd have like literally hundreds of messages. I mean, I guess it's possible. You're playing on Wi-Fi. I don't know. So we're going to, because we got to make sure that we don't disconnect somebody because, because I don't know what I was going to say. All right, now I don't know exactly why there's movements firing. Maybe I accidentally moved the mouse when I clicked. Let's try doing, or I don't know if maybe it's sending a move when it sends a click from the client, because these show up at the same mouse positions. So like this movement this is the X coordinate and the Y coordinate in units. So units that the server uses. So that's negative 634, and this is the same exact number between this movement and this click. Yeah, so there must be, well, are these all the same? Negative 634, 920, negative 634. Yeah. So there is like a movement getting sent. So that's something we need to look at. But anyway. Why was config not saved? I don't know what changed there. So we want to, I'm trying to think of what we need to kind of fix. We need to kind of fix that issue that we ended with on Saturday night stream. So this is strictly just a client-side issue. We've got a leaky event listener now. After we fixed our nav meter, duplicate nav meter code issue, so we just do single player here. Oh, first of all, yeah, so this is the problem. So when we start the game, we've got a base event listener count of 30. And if we look at this, we'll see we've got, I forget what it was now, which one it was. It was window resized. So we've got one event listener listening currently to our window resized event. So that's what we see here. Now if I play just a quick 10-second game, doesn't really matter. In fact, we could probably just quit. Now we have 31 event listeners. So that's a problem. We should have 30. So here's the other client. So when you start, we should always go, if you always go back to the main menu, we should have that baseline number of event listeners. Because all those event listeners are just the, the text components here and the bubbles, the bubbly buttons here, whatever. So we've got 31 event listeners, which is bad. So we can see here now we've got a window resize. We got 2 event listeners in here, so that's our problem. We go back to the first console log here at the top. All this junk in the middle here is the game popping bubbles itself. So we've got the window resized. That was the one element there. We go here, we see 2. Now there's more events. There's more events that are showing up here, but they all have 0 event listeners, basically. So that's okay. So, Matt Jacks, oh yes, I remember. Yeah, you were here. You were here on Saturday when we were last working on this. So, yes. Okay, so yeah, so we've got this extra little thing in here, and I've got kind of this little debug thing where I can actually see now if I expand this, is this going to do that weird thing where, yeah, okay. So ignore, this is JavaScript being, whenever I click the expand here, it pulled whatever was live now, because this is weird because it says we've got an array of 1 element. And now this is showing the value here is an array of 2 elements. That's just JavaScript console logging bug issues, whatever. Because this should just show menu, basically. We should just have a menu that has an event listener for window resized. Because obviously our main menu is listening to the window resized event and resizing when we change it, right? But now we've got a nav meter. So I'll go down to this one here to make it more clear. Now we've got a nav meter, which should be completely gone after a game. Because the nav meter is just the part of our game, is this part. It's the thing here that just keeps track of what's going on. Now, for whatever reason, it is not, when we call destruct on this, it's not destructing, it's not pulling out that event listener. So the one thing I also want to do is I want to test this out in the tutorial here, because the tutorial uses the nav meter as well, right here. And to the best of my knowledge, yeah, here we go back to 30. So that's weird. The tutorial's all screwed up right now because I changed some gameplay. I changed the way the gameplay works, and the tutorial is trying to do the old style yet. So that's also one of our tasks on Trello. So we need to update the tutorial. But if we quit, we're back to 30. So it doesn't seem that this issue is affecting our tutorial at all. So maybe I want to look at how I'm destructing everything in the tutorial just to make sure everything's good. But first, I'm going to take yet another bathroom break. So that's just kind of how things are. So we're throwing the Durana BRB down there. Here's the be right back notepad. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere unless you want to. All right, we are back. I was just looking for something. Okay. So, oh, I forgot. We had another offline follow. Must have been right after the stream. Sometimes when I go right offline, people follow, and they don't follow in time for the going offline. But we've got David Aurelius 6. I'm pretty sure I got that right. David Aurelius 6. So David Aurelius, thank you very much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Sorry, my hair's kind of crazy here this morning. How's that? Maybe better. Still looks ridiculous. All right. Okay, so we're looking at this leaky event listener. So I actually want to look at what I'm doing. It seems like our tutorial code is fine. So I want to look at tutorial. Oh, I know what it is. Sweet. We're double initializing the nav meter in our match file. Okay, so here's the thing that I forgot to get rid of one thing. So let's split this. Here is the problem. In fact, I'm kind of surprised. Oh, that's not what I want. Okay, well, actually, no, that is. Okay. Here's the problem. You see here, we have this.navmeter.create. And that's it. That's all we do. We don't call .init on it. We initialize these other things, but we don't call .init on navmeter, on our navmeter here. Here, look at what I'm doing. This is for the tutorial, and this is for the actual game. So here's what's going on. I'm doing navmeter.create. We'll get our navmeter, and then I'm calling navmeter.init. So that's the problem. We're double initializing navmeter. And I kind of allow that to happen. I mean, I could have built some sort of check in my entity that doesn't let us initialize, or if you call .init more than once, then I even thought about this whole thing where I was like, oh, it'd be cool to have some warnings or something. Like if you double initialize something, I could just throw a little warning. But I didn't do that. So the thing is, why is calling init here bad? Well, actually inside of the create method, it actually calls init for you, which is may or may not be a good thing. But because before we weren't using navmeter create, and that's what we cleaned up. So basically now, that's not what I wanted. Here we go. So now we just need to get rid of this .init, because basically it's loading up all its event listeners twice, and that's the problem. And then it pulls away only one of the event listeners. Yeah, so that's a problem. So this should do the trick. And just to prove it to you, if we go to navmeter, the create method, which is right here, we got static create. We go down. At the very bottom, we should actually do, navmeter.init. So we're basically double initializing navmeter. So that's logging up its event listeners twice, which if we look up here, there's only one event listener that the navmeter itself uses. So it uses the window resize event listener, and it uses this.update size and pose, this method right here. So that's the problem. We log this, we load up that event listener. When an entity gets called, when you call entity.init, which a navmeter is an entity, it loads up this event listener, and then it loaded it up again. And then when we got rid of the navmeter, when we destructed called .entity.destruct on our navmeter, it just pulled out like what it probably was the most recent of this, and that was the problem. Then we had one left. We had one left over. So that should do it for that issue. Let's try it out. So we're gonna just do a single player match. Oh wait, actually, quickly before we do that, so I'm printing all the events right away, right when the application actually once all the initial events get set up, we print them, and then we print them again at the end of the match. That's how I've been kind of or once a match actually ends. So now let's play. Oh. Yeah, so this made it perfect that our tutorial was not experiencing this issue. which is great. Okay, so then we go here, we expand, and again, we have a bunch of extra new events, but they don't have any listeners. You can see these are all arrays, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. But now our window resize is 1. If we quit, we're back to 30 at the main menu. So that is great. So that was our issue. So we have window resize, array 1, because there should be 1 always there for the main menu when we go back to the main menu. But there we go. That was it. All right, so that's excellent. Okay, so what is next now? Let's look at the Trello. We already have that in the to-do. Fix tutorial issues. Ah, yes. Okay. So that's, yeah. Yes. All right, so our game mode changed. The tutorial is set up under the old checkpoint-based system. So if you play normal Populus right now, the live populus.gg, it's using the tutorial system or the checkpoint system. So basically, there's like a certain amount of bubbles that could come back when you make a mistake until you make it to a new checkpoint. But we got rid of that. I didn't really like it. It was kind of confusing. It kind of whatever. Like while this is still, yes, a skill-based game, it just felt like it was a little too punishing. Not to mention slightly randomly punishing, because as you're playing the game, you're not concerned about making it to a new checkpoint. So it's kind of like a transparent feature to the player. And then when you do make a mistake, like sometimes one bubble comes back, sometimes no bubbles come back, sometimes I don't have to pop any bubbles over because I was right on a new checkpoint. Sometimes one comes back, sometimes two, sometimes three. I think in the worst case, 3 would come back. 3 could come back. It's 4 bubbles per checkpoint is what this is set up as. So like in the worst case here, 3 come back and I have to start all the way over from those 3 again. So we got rid of that now, and it's just the one bubble. The one bubble comes back if you make a mistake, and then if you make any subsequent mistakes, nothing happens. It's just you get that one upfront punishment of making a mistake, basically, that you have to go back and repop a bubble. And obviously, when you start the game from the beginning and you make a mistake, there's no real penalty other than your mistake counts are ticking up. One thing I don't like is I'd like to fix is this the time that it detects our errors, because it goes way outside. That doesn't happen it's not as visible on this because we're doing 1,000 with the console open. My mouse is doing 1,000 updates a second, so the little red marker there sticks right on the edge for the most part. But that's something I kind of wanted to fix at some point. But it's really not that big a deal. Because if I close, if we play here, like for the most part, when I make an error, when I have an error there, you can see the red little error indicator is kind of on the kind of right up on the edge of our circle. Like sometimes it's a little bit outside, but if we close the console, that becomes much worse. Where these go way outside, and that just has to do with the amount of updates we're receiving per second. Mouse updates we're receiving per second. So I don't know what I was going to say. Yeah, so basically the tutorial's all screwed up right now. In my development version here. On the live site, tutorial works exactly as it should. But if we do tutorial, the first step is fine. Move your mouse over the red bubble. We do that. Pop the red bubble by pressing the spacebar or clicking. Do that. It's great. But then we've got some issues. Pop the bubble that matches the color by the arrow above. So you do that and keep popping, and then you do that, and it kind of works, but then it kind of breaks at the end there just because of... Actually, I'm not exactly sure why that breaks there. But then, I make a mistake and some bubbles come back. But basically, like the game itself is kind of battling itself a little bit, which is kind of our issue. So we don't have any errors or anything, but yeah, we've got some problems for sure. So let's first get rid of the console logs here, the event listener console. Actually, yeah, we're gonna go back and clean up all of that event emitter debugging stuff really quick here. So let's go on application. I print the events twice, so we've got another console log somewhere that's printing the events. Event emitter, emit. There's the other one. So that's good. What else do we have here? So event emitter. Yeah, I need to basically go back and swap all these lines out. Do that, and we get rid of this. You know what? Maybe we should make like some nice... Yeah, it'd be nice to have like a... Get total listener count. We're keeping this for now. All right, so that should be fine if we go back and play the game. Great. Everything is back to normal. Okay. Excellent. Yeah, so basically all this event emitter stuff that I commented in and out is just to enable the just gives us that more. It lets us drill down to the exact object that has an event listener, because we don't need that normally for the functionality of this, but it's there just for the debugging purposes, basically. It'd be nice to kind of make that a little more of a... Actually, I'm going to get rid of this. I don't need this. So I've been leaving these lines like commented out when I don't need them, but it's kind of annoying because every time I want to enable them, I have to like toggle between them, and it'd be nice to maybe just have like a little configuration variable where I can just say debug events, true, false, and then, you know, kind of have if statements in there. But that's kind of annoying in JavaScript to do that because, you know, those... If I was doing something like in C, I could be doing macros for that, and that would be awesome. But, you know, and we could just do a build of it with, you know, the debug flag, you know, the debug macros defined, and then you have all that stuff just kind of easy built in and everything. But JavaScript can't really do that. Like that code, those if statements you do, those are going to be in the live code. So anyway, yeah, I think, okay, so we cleaned all that up. That's good. Event emitter, we can probably close this out. We can close out entity. Pretty much just need tutorial and match open, maybe nav meter. Actually, nav meter, probably not. Index.html, I don't need that. Canvas wrapper, don't need that. Keep some of this stuff open. Okay, so we need to fix whatever this issue is that's going on with the tutorial. So again, what is that issue? Well, you click the tutorial, and this part's fine. Move your mouse over the red bubble. We do that. We pop the red bubble. Then we get some random bubbles here, some 3 random bubbles, and then pop the bubble that matches the color by the arrow above. So we do that, and then it kind of moves. And so far, so good. Pop another one. Those ones go away. There we go. Pop another one. Not so good. And when we make mistakes, everything comes back. So basically, like, the tutorial is still set up to behave the way the old game mode worked with the checkpoint system and everything. So we can get rid of that. So what I actually think we want to do is maybe just split the window. So typically the way I've been developing, or the way I've been kind of handling the development here in Visual Studio Code is, or handling kind of how I see the code, is I keep all the server code in the left pane here, and then I've kept all the client code in the right pane. Because there's a lot of like classes and files here that are the same on both, but obviously they're different because one's on the server, one's on the client. So I've just been kind of keeping that for the most part, but basically I'm going to keep that server pane open, but we're just going to kind of expand our client pane here a bunch. And then what I want to do is actually want to split. I want to have 2 panes for 2 panes for the client here. So I can look at our match code, which is the normal in-game code that runs. And I want to also have the tutorial code here, which is obviously the code that runs for running the tutorial. So basically the tutorial has kind of its own special little gameplay stuff. Keeps track of the gameplay on its own because it's doing a bunch of other things like having little messages and whatever. So I like the way the tutorial works. For the most part, it's just, yeah, we got to update it to be properly handling like the game state now with the way we have it working. So for whatever reason, it doesn't actually complete the tutorial in its current state even. So we can't even, like, if we do the tutorial, pop this bubble, you're supposed to pop these 3 bubbles, and then when you're done, it's supposed to go to now pop 30 bubbles, see how many bubbles you can pop in 30 seconds. It jumps right into like a practice single player mode. And for whatever reason, we popped all the bubbles, but it doesn't do that. And then when you do this, these come back and it's all screwed up. So basically, I want to kind of compare what we've changed in the match gameplay here, and then basically mimic that on the tutorial code here. So, and the part of that, I think, because the nav meter code has been updated. The nav meter code's been updated to work with the new game mode, so that's why I think we're kind of screwed up. Everything's kind of screwed up here. So theoretically, we shouldn't need to touch our nav meter code at all. That is this thing here. We shouldn't need to touch that. And then just fixing the tutorial gameplay and how it's interfacing with the nav meter, that should be all we really need to do. So, all right, so it's a little confusing looking at the tutorial because we've got everything split into like different steps. So we've got, step 0, step 1, or step 1, $1, step $2, step $3, and those are kind of not super organized the best anyway, but it's simple enough that it's not really that big of a deal. We've basically got a bunch of animations and everything, and arrow text and arrow animation and all that stuff for like this thing here and the text going here and that, those messages kind of fly in and out. So what we want to do is just kind of look at I think step 2. So step 2 is where you actually start playing the game, I believe. So I believe step 1 kind of encompasses this full part of the game, or the first. It's not like this is step 1, then now I'm on step 2 because it says pop the red bubble. I'm pretty sure both of these technical steps are both step 1 or both step 1. I know that's kind of weird, but move your mouse over the red bubble. Pop the red bubble by pressing spacebar or clicking. Yeah, so I think these are both step 1. Then when we go here, that's step 2. And I believe there actually shouldn't be a step 3. Is there? Yeah. There isn't. So, yeah, so step 2 is, what do we have? Okay, so actually, one thing that'll help us here is if we actually look at the config file here. So let's do that. The config file, which I have open in the server pane here, that's going to have the text for all these steps. So yeah, we only have 2 steps basically, even though technically it's kind of 3 steps. So we've got Step 2 start text is pop the bubble that matches the color by the arrow above, right? So that gives us step 2 right here. So this is step 1. This is still technically step 1. We do that. Now we're on step 2 of the tutorial, step 2. These steps are kind of transparent to the user. Blue Exabyte, what's up, Joanna? Blue Exabyte, it's good to see you, man. What's going on? What is going on? I've got some issues with the tutorial, with my tutorial now, because with the Populus tutorial, because I've changed kind of how the gameplay works. Because before there was kind of a checkpoint system for when you made mistakes. So you went back, you go back to a certain amount of bubbles that were in that checkpoint, at the beginning of that checkpoint. And that was annoying. That was kind of annoying, so I got rid of that. So now it's really only one bubble. You go back. If you make a mistake, you just go back and have to pop the previous bubble again. So basically, the tutorial just needs to be updated to kind of reflect that new game mode, I guess, for lack of a better word there. Blue Exabyte NM just working. Nice. Blue Exabyte, you're in. Are you in Vegas area? Is that what you? If I recall correctly. Matt Jax, I finally understand your issue. Haha. Yeah, I'm sorry if I kind of explain things fast, but yeah, ask any questions if I'm whatever. Nah, I'm in Texas. Gotcha. Okay. Somebody was from Las Vegas, but I thought it was maybe you, but yeah, so as I was saying, we kind of have steps in the tutorial that it's really just part of the code. Like it's just for the code for my own, to separate the parts of the tutorial into steps from just on the code side. So that we can kind of have, move your mouse over the red bubble. Then you got this next step. Technically, both of these are both step 1 as far as the code goes. So like I'm on step 1, I'm still on step 1, but once I do that, now I'm on step 2. So there's really only 2 steps. And kind of the reason for that is like technically you can't go back to step 1 now. Like you're on step 2 and you're on step 2 for good. Whereas like here, I'm on step 1. And if I move to step 2, then I'd have to have this thing to go back to step 1. So that was kind of the reason for that. It's kind of stupid. I should probably get rid of the numbers and just call it, well, I don't know. The code is fine. I don't really need to worry about it. But now we know that this is step 2 for sure because we confirmed the text and everything. So this is the part where we're having problems. So we actually need to kind of look at game state. So for example, that was a perfect example right there. Now I'm stuck. Like I can't do the tutorial at all because that bubble does not come back. So if I pop green and then make a mistake, it doesn't come back at all. Like the nav meter, it came back on the nav meter, but the game itself didn't come back. So like now I'm just kind of stuck infinitely in the tutorial. So basically the tutorial's got its own little set of game logic here. So here's our match object here that kind of represents the normal game. So this has all the game logic. Make sure if you pop the bubble, is it the right bubble? Do you have to go back to a bubble? If you make a mistake, is it a mistake? Is it that? Is it this? This is kind of the match object is kind of the management of all of that. The tutorial basically has its own little version of its own little mini version of that kind of wrapped up. So basically, it's doing a much simpler version because like right now you just pop the 3 bubbles, so it doesn't need to be this sort of just continuous game. So it doesn't justify having like its own whole match object. And plus with the text and everything, it just kind of makes sense to just have its own little logic thing built in. But that means that now we changed how the game mode works. We kind of have to do it in both places now. So that's just kind of the way it goes. So, so we've got event listeners here, and we can actually kind of match those up 1-to-1 on the client and the server. Oh, we have start step 3. We do actually have a function that does that. Oh yeah, I guess step 3 is technically... Step 3 is technically now the real game that you play. Yeah. All right. So that's, well, that's annoying, but whatever. Okay. So I'm looking at the cursor down event handler or event listener now for the tutorial, and we've got the cursor down event listener for the match. So obviously there's some different things in here right up front. Well, there should be some similar things. So there's a for loop where we loop over all the bubbles, for loop where we loop over all the bubbles in the tutorial. So that part is fine. This next line, this next if statement is the same if bubbles I traversed and not popped. So if the bubble that was, you're supposed to, no, whatever. Same thing here. Then if I is the target bubble ID. So if we're popping the current bubble that we were supposed to be popping, then we do bubbles, this dot bubbles dot pop. Where do I actually start? Oh, okay. So we call pop on that, the bubble. We call the pop method on the bubble, which is kicks off the animation to actually have the bubble fade out or whatever. We've got basically it's the same to do copied because some of this was just copied and pasted. This dot cursor effect manager destruct effects. That's fine. That's fine for now. It's kind of a future to do. So we've got we've got some extra logic in the tutorial here. And we also have basically the rest from this point on, there's a pop bubble method, in our match normal game mode. So then there's some extra, basically some logic that happens in this part here is kind of handled separately in this separate pop bubble method. That's because technically we use the pop bubble method. I'm not going to explain that, the difference for that right now. But basically we've got a check. We've got a little if statement here. If we're in step 1, so we don't care about step 1 now because everything in step 1 is working. We care about step 2 here. So if current step is step 2. So everything in this if statement we need to kind of look at and see what exactly is going on. So if the player popped the last bubble, okay, so that's our top if here. Yeah, so that's kind of the special case where you pop the last bubble in the array, and then that's when we trigger start step 3. So for whatever reason, we're not actually getting to this point. We can't be getting inside. We can't this if statement, whatever's the expression inside of here is not becoming true ever. So that's already kind of interesting because I can't really think of why that would not be happening. So let's just a little test there. Let's print something here. Oh, actually, I think I know why now. Last bubble, we'll just print last bubble popped. So I think we are getting to this stage. But here we've got the set target bubble ID part of our nav meter, and we're passing a callback. And I think I got rid of the callback option for set target bubble ID. I think that's the problem. So last bubble popped. I believe we should be logging this message just fine. So we do this. So now when I pop the pink bubble here at the end, finally, we should see that last bubble popped message there. So we pop this one, then pop this one, then pop pink. Moment of truth, last bubble popped. Okay, so we're good. So that part is good. We are hitting this if statement. Everything thus far should be fine in the code. The problem is the nav meter is supposed to be executing a callback. Calling a callback? It's supposed to be calling a callback. It's supposed to be calling a back? Whatever. You get what I'm saying. We're supposed to be calling our callback. So the nav meter, so for the reason why there's a little callback option I could pass here is when you call nav meter.set target bubble ID, basically what that's doing is stepping that's telling the nav meter to move a certain place. So that's what tells like the nav meter to advance and move pink, you know, shrink pink down and then move brown up into this position. So there's kind of like a little, basically there's a little, that one method on the nav meter. I can either, you know, kind of step it forward or backwards. And, you know, that way, the match object itself just kind of has to tell the nav meter, oh, this is the new target bubble ID. And then the nav meter will then, oh, yeah, okay, so I'll just move to that and slide to that. And the nav meter just keeps track of itself, its own logic, and what bubbles are supposed to be, what size, and everything. And that's a much more complicated system than I would have liked. Like, that system is more complicated than the gameplay itself. But that's how it is. It's a simple, that's what you get. You get a simple game, but you've got kind of nice fancy UI here. And it turns out the logic just for handling this UI is more complicated than just the gameplay logic itself. Actually, that might not be true, because now that we got rid of the checkpoint system, I think it's a little more simplified. But it's still pretty complicated. So basically, I just made it really easy for myself to have one method that the game calls on the nav meter and says, nav meter, you're moving here. Here's the new target bubble ID. And the nav meter goes, okay. And then I move, and then the nav meter adjusts all the bubbles and slides them whichever way, whichever direction. Because it can go forward a bubble or it can go back, right? Can go forward some bubbles or back, and then it needs to like slide those bubbles off to the top that are going to be destructed, so it does all of that, yada yada, bunch of stuff. So it ends up being more complicated than the game itself. I don't like UI, user interface stuff. Man, it's always more complicated than just having the game, just having a game. So, yeah, so then again here, if I've got my comment here, if the player popped the last bubble, so that's what's happening in this if statement here. And then we're checking if, you know, the I of our for loop of looping over every bubble matches the ID of the last bubble in the bubbles array. And then, so then if that's the case, we were logging that message, we can get rid of that. And then we are sending this nav meter set target bubble ID +1. And then true. I don't think this true thing matters anymore. Basically, I think the set target bubble method, the bubble ID method on nav meter has been reduced down to just this one argument that you pass. You pass just the new thing. I don't think there's a callback anymore that you can even pass. So we need to open up the nav meter code and take a look. So we might actually end up needing to modify our nav meter code after all. So now, do we have a callback? Nah, yeah, look at this. Set target bubble ID just has the ID. That's all there is now. So this is kind of annoying. It's kind of annoying. So we're either going, I guess technically what's going on is we're either going the amount to do, if the amount of bubbles that can come back can only be one, then get rid of this outer loop. Oh, okay. That will be nice. Yeah, that's a kind of a future-ish to do there. This.nav bubble props offset, nav offset inc. Yeah, a bunch of stuff here. Loop for each nav bubble prop. So the nav bubble props are those properties of the sizes of the bubbles for the nav meter, the different sizes, whatever. So we do all of that. Const bubble, this.nav bubbles. If bubble const props, this.nav bubble props. If bubble isn't initialized and isn't a previous popped bubble. Man, this is kind of annoying. Yeah, we got rid of all of that, the callback and everything, because we don't need that for the normal game, but now we need it for the If bubbles should be destructed, does some stuff. Yeah, basically, animate the bubble out. Maybe I could do like a, maybe we could add like a tutorial, a property on the nav meter that's like tutorial ending callback or something, tutorial step 2 callback. And then like we could do like a check in this set on elapsed. Okay, so basically what's going on here is we animate the bubbles out of the so like that blue bubble went and then got destructed. That's why it never came back. So we got this, then the green bubble went flying. The blue one went flying. Somehow the blue one comes back. That's really bizarre. Oh, actually, okay, I do know part of what's going on there. So basically, it's the little, there's a sub kind of component of our nav meter. So this is the nav meter, right? And then each of these little bubbles is called a nav bubble object. So it's separate of these bubble objects that are in the game. There's just these little nav bubble objects. So we actually destruct the nav bubble objects once they swipe off the screen there, if that kind of makes sense. So you see green, and then it's small, and then if I make a mistake, green comes back, and now we got the problem because this green doesn't reappear. But once you popped the next bubble, and then there's no chance that green comes back, the little green bubble here swipes up off to the edge of the screen, and then it destructs itself when its animation completes for that. So that is kind of what's going on here. So this .nav bubble is destructing bubble ID, move destruct anim, set on elapsed, and then it's got this callback when the animation finishes, when that little swipe up animation finishes, then it destructs itself. Which is great. But what I'm thinking is maybe we have like a little pseudocode thing here. We have this dot tutorial. So again, I'm in the nav meter code here. The code that the object that resembles this entire thing. So there's nav bubbles is an array of our nav meter. So what we'll have is this dot. We'll have like a property like tutorial end callback or something like that. We'll have a property that's a method. And then this could be set. Like, so maybe this will be null to start. Not at this point. Maybe I'll like have this up in the constructor, and this will be null. And then when you play a normal game, when you just play the normal game, this will always be null. But when you're doing a tutorial, at the end, so basically once we hit this end step, so once, where is that? Where's the, what happened? Oh, here it is. Okay, so we have if the player popped the last bubble. So if you pop the last bubble in the tutorial, because again, in the normal game, there's no last bubble. You're trying to pop as many bubbles as you can in 30 seconds. But in the tutorial, it has you, the step 2 of the tutorial has you pop 3 bubbles. And then once you pop the 3rd bubble, then it goes to the next part of the tutorial. So I'm keeping track then of if you pop the last bubble. So we've got that if to see if we pop the last bubble in the bubbles array. And that part is all working fine. We logged in there. We did a little console log in that, and we're hitting that, and that's great. The problem is we've modified this set target bubble ID method of the nav meter, and it no longer even takes any of these extra parameters here, so it no longer takes this Boolean. I don't even remember what that was used for originally, and it no longer takes this callback. So this callback was the thing we were able to pass to the set target bubble ID method, which was great. And then what this would do is if you pass it a callback, it would let that animation of that last bubble finish, and then it would run your callback. So like when that last little bubble faded off, you could then start the next step. So when that animation completed, do that, blah, 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 blah. It was great. But now what I think we want to do is we want to actually maybe have like maybe another, like here we would actually do this dot nav meter dot tutorial end callback or something. We set that here. We set that to this thing. And we set that to basically whatever this is. We start step 3. So we could try that. Actually, this would work. This, in theory, would work. So I'm going to get rid of this stuff. Actually, let's duplicate this, and I'm going to comment out this just for reference for right now. So we're get rid of all this because technically all that stuff's gone. So we could set, basically I've got a property here now in our nav meter that will be called like tutorial end callback, and then we set it. At this point it would be undefined otherwise. Sorry, that was a little weird breathe in there. So then whenever we destruct a nav bubble, so whenever that little animation of the nav bubble slides off screen, it's like in the normal game, we destruct the nav bubble so that yellow, okay, so the yellow one's there, it shrinks, right? Because it's kind of like resembling that it could come back if you make a mistake like it does here. Not enough time. But when I pop purple and then we pop magenta here, or maroon, then the purple one slides off and then gets destructed. Actually, I just noticed a little bit of a weird glitch there. Not a glitch. Maybe a little weird bug. A little side bug here. No, actually, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, okay. That is fine. So when that little bubble swipes up to the top, once it reaches that spot up there, then it destructs itself. So that is what we have happening right down here. But now what I'm thinking is maybe we do a check, we just do an if on our tutorial end callback. So if that's something, like normally it'll be null, but we could do just an if this dot tutorial end callback is something, then we just execute it here. This dot tutorial end callback, we call it. So we destruct the bubble itself, and call this callback. I guess maybe we do that here, maybe first. Okay, so if this dot tutorial end callback, call the callback. So let's go up here, and we're going to blah, 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 blah. I guess right here we'll do this dot tutorial end callback equals null. So we'll set it to null initially. This will be called, this will be set and called you know what, and we can do, okay, so then let's do this as a one-liner here. Start step 3. And let's move it right down here. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay. What happened? What in the world is going on here? Okay. Okay, so we set the callback here, then call set target bubble ID, and then the callback will be something, and then it will end. It was that should in theory work. So that's part of our problem with the tutorial. We're not quite done with the tutorial issues yet. There's going to be another one we need to fix. But in theory, if you don't make any mistakes, the tutorial should work fine now at this point. In theory, we'll see. We'll see if my theories are correct here. This will be set. Okay, so I want to just comment this better. This will be set and called on the last bubble pop of step 2, bubble pop of step 2 in the tutorial. Yeah, okay. This will be called, this will be set and called in the last bubble pop of, okay. Yeah, I get, that's good enough for now, that comment. It's kind of a weird little thing, little side note thing, so that's why I wanted to just write a little comment so that I could remember. All right, so that's not what we want. Okay, so then basically every time we're destructing a bubble, we're going to be doing this check if this thing is there, and it's going to be, you know, 99% of the time, even in the main game, that's going to be happening, which is kind of annoying, but that's kind of whatever. I mean, we could maybe, I mean, it's a little if statement, and it runs, you know, every time you're going to pop a bubble, or every time the bubble in the nav meter gets destructed, but no big deal. No big deal. It's fine. There are a lot of other if statements that are going on, and this one little if statement is not really going to make a difference. So let's see if it works. This should, in theory, work now, hopefully. So we go tutorial. We go here. We do that. Now we pop these 3 bubbles, and we should be good. So we pop, pop, and then pop. Pop as many bubbles as you can in 10 seconds. There we go. Normally it's 30 seconds, but I have the time set to 10 seconds, so it actually updates that message on the fly. That's cool. All right, I am going to take a quick bathroom break, and then we will be right back. So throwing in the Jorana BRBs down there in the chat, and I'll be back. Don't worry. We're back. Okay. So the tutorial, okay, so the tutorial ends, but we still have a little bit of a graphical glitch there with the nav meter. So like this bubble goes, that's good. Oh. Ah. Okay, actually this is fine. So there is, yes, there is a little bit of the problem because technically the way the game works now is like there's always one bubble that could come back. So like the tutorial is fine now because this is kind of behaving the way the game's supposed to work, right? So I pop yellow and then the yellow bubble doesn't go away and destruct. But are we destructing? Yeah, the bubble gets, yes, okay. So I think this is fine. I think this is fine now. So we added that little tutorial end callback thing that, you know, whatever. Maybe not the most elegant thing, but it works. Okay, so next thing is going to be, well, for one, we can get rid of this Boolean because we don't have any more Booleans that we pass to set target bubble ID. And I think most of this is fine. Yeah, all of this stuff should be fine. This is just the updating of that instruction text, which works just fine, right? You go here, you go tutorial, move your mouse over the red bubble, there you go. Done. Pop the bubble that matches the color by the arrow above, then you do that, and it says keep popping. And that's what we want. And instead it stays there as keep popping. Beautiful. And then pop as many bubbles as you can in 10 seconds, and then the start. So that is pretty good, I think. If the player popped the last bubble, that's fine. This is all fine. So now the only problem is we have to handle cursor drag stops. Yeah, this is the problem. So yeah, because we're doing a set target bubble ID right to 0. So there's again a false there. Let me just make sure we got a set target bubble ID. Yeah, we only got 3 calls there. That's good. We already handled these 2. So now the cursor drag stop. This is if you make a mistake, basically. But we need to do just like a little check. I think we need to do just a check in here to say if we're on step 1 or 2, I guess. Or maybe we'll do like if. So we'll do if this dot cur step. I can't type. Equals tutorial step dot $1. So if we're on step 1, if we're on step 1, do this. If this dot nav. Oh, that's not bad. Okay, never mind. I guess we don't need this. Okay, actually, yeah, I think we could get rid of this because we don't set up the nav meter until step 2. So we can do if this dot nav meter. We basically just need to split this into 2 lines. So we can't. We don't want to do set target bubble ID 0. So that's kind of faking the old checkpoint system. Is what was going on. So in theory, actually, that should be fine if I do this. So if we do this and then make a mistake. Oh, no, that's not fine because that bubble needs to come back. Okay, so let's do this here. So this is always going to be going, well, okay, now we need to actually look at the current match code and see what happens. So if we should have a cursor drag stopped, okay. So we don't care about keeping track of mistakes in the tutorial. That's not a thing. But probably, okay, so the shared bubble mode thing for not in shared bubble mode. Oh, we do need to do this mistake already made thing. We do need to do that now. So I'm going to copy what I do here for this. If config.mesh as shared bubble mode. Okay, so we're going to do mistake already made. Or I guess maybe I'll clarify this. We're going to say step 2, mistake already made. We're going to have that. We're going to call this dot step 2, mistake already made. Equals false. Okay, so that's in our constructor. Then in the cursor drag stopped, we're just going to be doing a check for if not this dot step 2 mistake already made. So if a mistake hasn't already been made, then we set this dot step 2 mistake already made to true, and then we adjust our nav meter. And we also need to, I guess, do this if this dot target bubble ID does not equal 0, Just kind of copying what I've already got over here. Then, so if it doesn't already equal 0, then we decrement this dot target bubble ID. I guess I'll do this. I guess I'll copy. This is probably just going to end up being 1 exclusively now, but whatever. Target bubble ID minus this, because basically this is 1. We go back 1 bubble. And then, okay, so we decrement. Then if we do another if, this should be moved up. We do an if this dot target bubble ID is less than 0. So if we went back, then this dot target bubble ID equals 0. And then we do the unpop, this dot bubbles, this dot, yeah, we weren't doing the unpop before now, so that's where we're fixing this now. So we unpop the bubble when we make a mistake, that's good. Then we go back to this dot target, target bubble ID. So unfortunately, this is getting more complicated, but this mistake logic is kind of ends up being more complicated. And then the rest of this is scoreboard, which we don't care about. Nav meter set target bubble ID. Okay. So that should be all well and good. And then there's one more thing we need to do. We need to make sure we're setting the mistake already made to false if we pop a bubble and it's good. Mistake already made needs to be false. Oh. If the timer is expired. Oh, this should say if the fade anim. If the bubble. Okay, so I feel like I got some sleep in my eyes there. All right. Let's see. Sorry, my hair is just going crazy today. I guess technically I should have this other part of the code. Do we really need it for the... Maybe we don't need it. Actually... No, we don't need it, actually. I guess down here, where am I incrementing the target bubble ID? Target, where is it? Cursor down. Oops. Oh, there it is. Plus equals 1. So I guess we could just do that right here. We could use this dot mistake. Step 2 mistake already made equals false. Okay. So that just clears out our mistake thing there, or resets that. All right, so let's try a tutorial now. So if I do this, then we do this, then we do this. Didn't come back. Okay, so we got something that failed there. Okay, so the game state like updated, but the bubble did not come back. That's very weird. Oh. Okay, let's go back up to the cursor. Drag stopped. If the target bubble ID does not equal 0, that's... Let's log the word mistake in there when we make that first mistake. So let's pop this, then make a mistake. Okay, so we got that mistake. That's good. But what is our target bubble ID? So then, okay, so then this becomes true. But then, are we not? Let's log the target bubble ID here. Matt Jax, just saw you had a Discord. I added it. Nice. Thanks, Matt Jax. Yes, there is a Discord. I'm trying to be better at updating it and trying to do some more updatey kinds of things with it. And you know, there's not a lot of people on there right now, but it's growing. But thank you for joining it, Matt Jax. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'll throw it down there in the chat. There we go. So I'm trying to do a little more. It's not really. It's the Discord's not strictly for Populus at all. It's kind of just for me streaming and whatever. So there is a section on the Discord for Populus, and like there's a section there for feedback too, where you know if you've got any feedback on Populus or sort of bugs or something that you find, you can drop that in there. Otherwise, there's a changelog section there on the Discord for under the Populus category there for, you know, whatever version we are on the live version, and whatever notes and everything, patch notes, etc. It's been a while since I've done a new version on the server. Now it's been like a month probably, but that's because we've been working on multiplayer, and basically we can't just incrementally add things to that. All right, so yeah, so there's something wrong with this target bubble ID is not. We must be failing this if statement here. This. If it's already 0, basically none of this stuff should happen. But maybe it's not 0. Like that's the only thing I can think. So let's try. We're just going to log what the target bubble ID is at that point when we make a mistake. So it's 0. That's wrong. Where are we decrementing? Here we're decrementing. Okay, so why did the target bubble ID not increment? Tutorial step 2. What? Target bubble ID. Where are all those? Oh, Oh, this is the problem here. Okay. All right. I think I know what we need to do for this. So we need to have $step. We need to modify this if statement. So this is the problem. We're just moving the target bubble ID back to 0 right up at the top here. So that is obviously our issue. So what I need to do in the case of step 1, this is fine. So I think our if statement should say if this dot cur step. How do we do that? Equals tutorial step dot $1. And then we do, so that would be if we're on step 1, then we can do an else if we're on step 2. So that's kind of what we need. And then this target bubble set to 0 thing can be just for step 1. I think this should be what we want. All right, so now tutorial, let's go. Because if we make, well, actually, we don't need this. We don't need this top thing at all. We just need to know if we're on step 2. Yeah. If we're on step 2, that's the only time we actually care about that. So tutorial, got this, click, there we go. Got this, now let's make a mistake. Boom, everything comes back, boom. Beautiful. So let's try another one. There we go. Blue comes back. Looks good. There we go. I think that's it. I think the tutorial is complete. Whoa! That was a lot of bubbles there. 3.4 pops per second. I couldn't keep up that speed for the full 30 seconds, though. Just for that 10-second. For that 10-second match there. All right. That kind of looks a little weird for some reason. All right. Let's do the tutorial again. Just make sure everything is squared away. All right. So move your mouse over the red bubble. Done. Pop the red bubble by pressing spacebar or clicking. Absolutely. Pop the bubble that matches the color by the arrow. So I'm just going to make a bunch of mistakes. Let's pop the wrong bubble. Nope, that's a mistake. That's a mistake. That's a mistake. Mistake. Let's pop the pink one. There we go. We're good. We go back. We screwed up. We're back at pink. We still keep screwing up. Nothing changes. So we make that one mistake, but you only go back to pink. So now let's go to this one. There you go. You keep screwing up, but we're still just on brown. So that is perfect. Pink is gone for good now. Try to pop this one. Mistake. Pop brown. There we go. That's good. Brown comes back on mistake. There we go. Done. Pop as many bubbles as you can in 10 seconds. Okay. Starting in 3, 2, 1. Okay. And technically, this part here is not part of the tutorial at all. I actually just start a practice match after that part of the tutorial. So there's like a little timer on the tutorial. And at that point, the tutorial's gone. And it just spits you into a practice match right away. Because it'd be better to do that and make that part of the tutorial rather than like it just being like, okay, you're done with the tutorial. Now back to the main menu. Instead, it throws you that little message. Now pop as many bubbles as you can in 30 seconds. You know, so then at this point, we're just right into a normal practice match. And that's basically it. Okay, so that's good. I think we're done with the tutorial stuff. I think we are done. So let's we're gonna update the old Trello there. So fix tutorial issues, done. So that's good. That's moved. And I'm gonna do a commit right now. So I am going to do git status. I already committed or staged some things here. Git add, and then we're gonna do git commit -am which I think that dash A, I've always done to dash AM, but I think dash A is the automatic add files for staging. So I'm kind of duplicating that. Okay, so git commit, what do? We fix those three things now. We'll say, what do? We did the tutorial issues, cleaned up duplicate nav meter code, and don't destruct bubble, a popped bubble until animation is completed. So those are the three things we fixed. Okay, so we did fixed pop bubble destruction animation, fixed pop bubble destruction animation, or destructing before animation is completed. Before animation completes. Fixed pop the bubble destructing before animation completed. That's good enough. Kind of shorthand text there. Removed duplicate nav meter code. And what's the one we fixed? Fixed tutorial to work with with new bubble pop mistake gameplay. I guess got rid of checkpoint support. Got rid of checkpoint support in tutorial, basically, is what that means. Git commit, that's great. Don't need to do a push right now. We'll do that later. Okay. So we're done with that. We can close that terminal. Great. We can move this over so people can see the chat. Chat's still a little too small. I kind of want that chat to be bigger, but I kind of have to refactor my whole little area down here, this whole little thing. I'd like to get, stop just throwing these little sub labels or labels all over the place and kind of have something a little nicer looking. We'll get to that at some point. Not on stream, of course, but yeah, at some point here. Okay, so yeah, what's next? What is next? I'm thinking, so a lot of this network stuff. So we did the CSV file stuff on last Tuesday's stream. And then I kind of organized tasks for the Saturday stream we just had. And I kind of, created these, this is kind of like what's left for the stuff that's left for, before we can go live with multiplayer, basically. So we've got those, I kind of added these things. So now I'm just kind of like, I was starting the CSV file stuff, kind of logging all the gameplay events on the server. And all the mouse input events from the client on the server. And there was still more I wanted to do with that, but I kind of thought, wait, it might be better if we just focus on, well, for the Saturday stream, I didn't really want to think about that. I just thought, let's take care of some of these low-hanging fruit-ish bugs. So we did that. We took care of those three that I wanted to take care of. And now we've got kind of some more I don't know. Some of these are a little dependent upon each other. So like this one is kind of like a bug that I could probably fix individually. But like the cheat detection kind of ties in with this test multiplayer with high latency connections, which kind of also factors into that. Part of the cheat detection thing is supposed to be the parsing and testing the CSV data and everything that the server's generating. So kind of going through that, playing a bunch of games, doing a bunch of that. Probably won't do that on stream. I'll probably just some night off stream, just do a bunch of that testing, test different mouse settings, all this stuff, and just kind of gather all the data and kind of parse through it in Excel. Just to kind of get a baseline of what it looks like for a human to play Populus kind of thing. That's kind of my goal. So I can kind of set up some parameters of like, okay, a human playing the game kind of looks like this. And that way we can kind of add some cheat detection things. But part of that needs to factor in with this high latency connection stuff, because that might alter the way the mouse events and everything look on the server. Obviously it will. So it's going to be a matter of kind of looking at that and trying to figure out a way how I can really kind of test with high latency before we go live. Because obviously right now I'm testing everything at very probably sub-millisecond, latency from as far as network stuff goes, which is not, not anywhere close to what we're going to be experiencing in reality. People are probably going to be playing with 100 milliseconds, 200 milliseconds of ping in some cases, of ping time. Because the server's in New York and, people in other countries, who knows. So we'll see what happens with that. Okay, so fix issue. Yeah, so I'm trying to think do we just want to kind of take care of some more low-hanging fruit. Like this is I'm pretty sure that's just a simple bug we could have. Fix issue where player queues for match then closes WebSockets. Yeah, there's no handling. There's no handling. No, the server's not removing that player from like the waiting queue kind of thing at this point. So that's something that could be pretty easy to fix. Add reset match key, add reset practice match key / button. We started working kind of on that a little bit because somebody requested that, and I was kind of like, oh, let's see how fast we can actually add that in. And I would like to add that in for the practice mode. Just kind of a quick reset, restart the game button, basically. Just for practice. This would apply just to practice mode, basically. So these here, this one, these are kind of the big dogs. This one is like a bigger dog. This one is maybe not so much of a bigger dog. This one I need to like make some decisions about how I want the layout and everything to be. This one would be relatively simple. Although part of this is going to also be the practice while waiting. And these can kind of happen individually, although this one kind of is dependent upon this one a little. Not necessarily. Not actually. This is kind of a whole separate thing. This is just how you would trigger that game. Okay, test multiplayer with high latency connections. Oh, yeah, that's sorry, I was thinking about other ones here. So figure out UI for scoreboard. This one's a kind of a trickier one, like a longer one to figure out that I need to also kind of think long and hard about, So I think maybe we could, this one's not really that important for right now. In fact, I might even not do this one. I started to already kind of add the logic for it. It's basically there's like where's our config file here? Oh, we can close this now. All right, so we're back to our normal text editor config here. Our client code is here on the right, and our server code is here on the left pane. So that's kind of what I typically like to roll with. So I should have a keybinds thing here somewhere. Key, there we go. So I have this reset. I added this basically. I have an action reset key down, and then there's a DOM event, or it's listening to the DOM key down event, and then basically fires off something like that. Oh, you know what? Well, okay, so yeah, let's just look at what I did. What did I actually do for the reset key down? So we want to look at the player input on the client, the player input file here. So we should parse through cursor down, cursor up, event emitter, blah, 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 blah. There should be like a come on, did I not? Oh, here it is down here. Case, reset key down, and then there's an event emitter, reset key pressed. So basically a practice game would be listening to that event, but otherwise. There's one thing that I didn't think about. We're going to console log reset key pressed. Oh. Reset pressed. So if I look at this, basically anywhere in the game, we're going to start logging those events. If I hold it down, see the key just keeps firing off as per our... I don't really want that because I don't really want... Kind of if you do the same thing with the space bar, popping bubbles, you can kind of just hold it down and do this same thing and it just fires off a bunch of mistakes, right? And this isn't actually that bad of a thing, I don't think. Because it looks kind of crazy, which is kind of cool. We pop the bubble correctly and then make a mistake right away. So that's kind of okay, but I kind of don't want the reset to kind of refire over. Yeah, see, look at this. We broke everything here. So yeah, if I hit play, and then I guess if we hit R, it almost works. Reset, it ends the match. Okay, so I do have something listening to that. But now if I play 3, 2, 1, and then I hold R down, it just does a bunch, and then all this stuff screwed up, right? So that's bad. I don't really want that. I don't really want it to be easy for somebody to really screw up the client quickly like that. They can do other things and whatever. And that's kind of okay, but whatever. Yeah, this reset thing is not good right now. So I'm trying to think. I might actually I don't know if I really want to spend time making this work. I mean, it's a nice thing to have. It'd be nice in practice for people who, so now, yeah, the whole thing's broken there. So it'd be nice for people to just like try to start off playing really quick, then they make a mistake, they hit R, and then maybe instead of showing stats, like maybe it could skip all of that and just kick you right back into a new game right away. So like you'd play 3, 2, 1, R, and then it just would kick you back into the 3, 2, 1 again. So it'd be like 3, 2, 1, playing, R, 3, 2, 1, next match starts. So basically just like a really quick just for people who are practicing, you know, like they want to kind of dial in right away what they're getting. So if they make some mistakes right away, that gives them the ability to just reset right away. That's kind of the thing about that. Because otherwise, the X button, you can click the X button, but that just kicks you right back to the main menu right away. And I guess supposedly this could like maybe kick you to the stats screen or something, kind of like the way the R works. So if I hit the R, the R does times up right away, which is wrong. Like it's not supposed to do that. And then here our total time is 10 seconds still. So obviously all of that's not correct because we didn't play for 10 seconds. I like how we don't show any stats actually. If you click X, kicks you back to the main menu, just doesn't show you any stats. Because whereas you hit R, times up, puts us here at the stats screen, but we don't want that really either. Yeah, I'm trying to think about what might be. Do I really want to spend time on that R key thing right now? Probably not. Because like to just get rid of it, I kind of just need to come in here and go comment this out and kind of not worry about it. And then, you know, we could come in here and comment out this case, I guess. Just keep that there. Then event emitter, reset key pressed. I guess that's in the application here where we're handling reset key pressed. We could just comment out this event handler for right now. Yeah, that's probably fine. Yeah, so basically in the event handler for the reset key being pressed, we'll have to do some special things. But I'd like to do, so So again, like if you hold the spacebar down, like that's just part of the keyboard, right? Sending repeated keys. So that's kind of what's happening right now. I'm just holding the spacebar and it's doing tons of clicks, right? Because otherwise, if I just, click as fast as I can like that, that's kind of as many events as I whatever, but if I hold the space down, it's firing off events way more than I could click, way faster than I could click, which I think is fine, but I might just have something like a little bit in our player input side, the player input handling side. I might just do like a Boolean that gets set. So if you press the spacebar once, if you press and hold the spacebar, there's a Boolean that would get set, like spacebar pressed or cursor down or something. And then that's set to true. And then until I receive the up command from this keyboard, from the spacebar, then I'll set that back to false. Like so, spacebar pressed, true or false. You press it down, the down event sets that to true. You release it, the up event sets it to false. So that way we're not, if it's already true, if it's already down, any subsequent down events that would fire wouldn't do anything. Because I think that's just like a normal browser thing. If we do document.on key down, we do a little callback here, and let's just console.log. I'm just in a normal browser, Chrome browser console here. Key down. And then let's do, oh, wait a minute. So that's not right. This is supposed to be equals. Document.on key down equals that callback. And then let's do document.on key up equals console.log key up. There we go. Okay. So now if I'm here with focus in the window and I press the spacebar down and up, down, up. But if I hold down, down, it just keeps going. See, key down, key down, key down, key down, key down, a bunch of repeated key downs. And then when I release it finally, key up. Key down, key up, key down, key up, key down, key up. And it's really any key, not just the spacebar. I'm not parsing which type of key is being pressed here. But if that makes sense. So, like with the mouse doesn't send repeated presses. So if you do this same exact thing, but for the mouse stuff, if you hold the mouse down, the mouse click down, it doesn't just keep sending down, mouse down events. Because this is just a keyboard, the functionality of, the way keyboards work, whoever came up with that way back in the day, where, if you have Notepad open and I hold a key down, keep sending repeated key presses, right? Everybody knows that. So that's basically the thing that we're experiencing here. But my whole thing is like I would have basically the same thing. We could have, let's just do, whoops. We would, have a Boolean called let or key down equals false. And then we'd have another Boolean let key up. Or sorry, no, we'd have key down equals false, right? And then that would be if the key down, that's the state of the key, right? If the key's pressed or not. And I'm just generically talking about any key here. So we do that, then we have document.on key, on key down equals a callback. We don't care which key at all. We're just going to do key. Is this going to be a multi-line here? Yeah, then I'll do, so here's what I'll do for this callback. We'll do if key down, we're not going to do anything. If the key's already down, or no, sorry, hang on. If not key down, if the key is not down, now the key is down. So we're going to do key down equals true. And then we'll do a console log. Key is down, right? So we're basically going to solve this problem now, and then we'll do document.on key up, equals this, that, there, next thing, this, there. If we'll do kind of the opposite. If key down, then we'll do key down equals false, right? Because we just released the key. And then we'll console log key is up. So we do that. And in theory, if I got everything right, we can now press spacebar, key is down, we release it, key is up. If we press and hold, if we press and hold spacebar, nothing. There's a bunch of events firing right now, currently, but our if statement is skipping them because we have this one Boolean we're keeping track of whether or not that key is down or not. So basically my player input thing would have something very similar. But instead of key down, it would be like cursor down, spacebar down or something. Or reset key down. It wouldn't be a specific key because you can rebind keys, technically. So I shouldn't use like spacebar down. I should use cursor press down, true false, basically. And in turn, then we need to start listening to the key up events, you know, whatever, etc. Yeah. So that's pretty much what we would need to do. Does that make sense? I don't know if that makes sense or not. Anyway, my coffee's cold now. So I'm starting to get cranky. Actually, it's not that bad when it's cold. Or I should say it's room temperature, you know. Which room temperature is pretty cold down here in my basement. I'm not sure what it is, but I'm wearing a sweatshirt, you know. Make a new one. New coffee, Codico. How was that meeting, Codico? Oh, some thick grounds at the bottom of this here. I might make some more coffee. It was nice. A nice meeting. Just hanging out with some friends. Oh, nice. That's cool. That's cool. So not a work meeting is what you're saying. Oh, you're not. Yeah, that's right. You wouldn't be at work right now. You're done with work for the day. In fact, it's getting late. It's getting late where you are. Appointment would have been a more accurate statement. Yeah, that's kind of proper too. Appointment. I mean, I guess it depends. I don't know. Like, I would say I'm hanging out with friends or something, right? Be very, very informal, I guess. Fair enough. Yeah, so we scratched off some of those bugs. I don't know if you've been lurking for a bit, Codico, or not, but we scratched off those bugs that we had, and I'm trying to just look a little bit at what we want to do next. And I was looking a little bit at our reset key thing. That we started doing a reset. Being able to have it so a player can press like the R key or something. So the player could press like the R key and then do, oh, that's weird. Sorry, I keep trying to say what I'm trying to say, but I'm reading my phone there, looking at my phone there. Having it so during a practice match, the player could just easily click the R key or something, or some key or something like that, and reset the game right over again. So like if they start off and they start off bad, instead of having to play through the whole 30 seconds, or like going, you know, having to go quit to go back to the main menu, then have to hit play again, then starting in, it'd be like you just hit the R key And then, which it actually, I kind of have it partially working now. Now I don't. I've removed it for right now. But now you press the R key, nothing happens. But basically, you press the R key, and then that would maybe kick you back to the countdown again and just start over again. So 3, 2, 1, go. So that'd be kind of just like a little hidden feature kind of thing. Not really, I don't know. That wouldn't be a feature in the multiplayer because I don't. It doesn't really make sense to have in the multiplayer because it's kind of like you need to. Yeah. Anyway. So I'm kind of thinking of not working on this feature right now. Add, reset, practice, match, key button. So we've got this one here that's kind of catching my eye right now. Fix issue where player queues for match, then closes WebSockets. So if they queue up for a match, but then close the browser or something, I'm not actually removing that player. So the server is not removing the player, whatever I'm trying to say. So like if we do this, and then let's get another browser up here. We do this. We got 2 browsers ready to go. This guy queues for a match, but then in the server I have it logged player requested match. But then let's just say we refresh the page or whatever. It says player closed connection, but technically the player is still waiting. So like if this guy goes and queues for a match, we crash because it's trying to talk to the WebSocket of the player who is waiting. But the player who was waiting refreshed the page, so that WebSocket got disconnected. So then that's what we end up with there. I'm actually going to take a quick bathroom break, and I actually might make another pot of coffee. Maybe. I'm taking Codeco's advice. I'm talking too fast. Ugh. The words are not coming out. All right, so we are going to hit the bathroom here. Jorana BRB, dropping them in the chat there. All right, we'll be right back. All right, we are back. Whoa, I forgot to put the be right back message up. Sorry. All right, and I grabbed an apple. So, yes, I'll be crunching loudly on my apple. But we want to figure out what do we really want to work on next? I'm starting to think maybe we should work on this issue where player quits. If the player quits, or not quit, but if the player does something to kill their WebSockets connection, aka they close the tab, close the whole window, reset, refresh the page, that will kill the WebSocket connection. And then oh, by the way, Honeycrisp, delicious. They were on sale. $2 a pound, I think. Normally they're like $3.25 a pound. So that's a good savings. So the problem is the server is not, when that player quits, the server is not removing them from the waiting players list array. So again, I'll demonstrate this issue. There we go. So let's open these guys back up. So if this player starts a match, whoops, we have to refresh. So if this player starts going for a match, but then we refresh the page. So the player closed connection, and then player reconnected, but they're reconnecting under a whole new WebSocket connection. Then this player tries to play. The server crashes. WebSocket is not open because basically the first time this player was here, that player object is still the waiting player. Then this guy wanted to play a match. Server said, "Oh yeah, there's a waiting player right here. Then let's send the data to both of these players." And then we took a hard dump there because yeah, there's no more waiting player. So the way I'm doing the waiting players things, I actually have an array called waiting players, which I kind of did that preemptively or prematurely. Because you're never really going to have more than one waiting player. Because if there's one waiting player and then another player is going to play, then we match them up and they play together. I mean, so the waiting players things assume some sort of like matchmaking thing or something, but we're not going to have that. At least not anytime soon. We're just going to have pretty much just a single waiting player. So I might as well actually just change this from an array to actually just a player object. So just do like null right away. Again, sorry for the apple crunching. But I'm getting hungry. It's already 1 p.m. Central Standard Time, so I missed lunch. Okay. So, yeah, let's see. The only spot we're using waiting players should just be in this application file. So on the server and the client, I have an application object class, and then I kind of do a singleton thing. So I export the application as I export a new application object. So instead of exporting the class itself and then instantiating that later, I do an instance and then export it. And that kind of treats it as a singleton. Love it or hate it. That's JavaScript for you. Same exact thing on the client. Obviously, though, I'm on the server. We're on Node.js with the server, so you have to do the require JS, common JS modules or whatever. Module.exports equals this. Whereas on the client, we're using ES6 modules. So we end up with export default new application. But same exact thing, basically. Module.exports equals a new application versus export default new application. And then that application kind of just represents the whole game as a whole throughout the lifetime of the time that the browser's up, or the time that the server's running. So, yeah, so I want to do a search for waiting players. Oh, and by the way, I made more coffee. So, all right, so we've got these 3 references, waiting players. So the setting up the property itself in the constructor. Then we've got waiting players.shift. Yeah, we're shifting the waiting player out. Remember here, we're pushing a new waiting player on. So, yeah, I'm thinking I'm gonna get rid of this as an array. I'm gonna get rid of this as an array. So we're gonna do change this to this dot waiting player. We're gonna make it waiting player. We're gonna make it null. So then we don't need to do this anymore. We're just going to do if this dot waiting player. So in other words, if it's not null, then all of this should be fine. Oh, wait a minute. This needs to be all of this dot waiting player now. Control F. Sorry, I'm doing this one-handed now because I have an apple in the other hand. Whoa. Did I type that right? Player. Waiting player, we're going to replace with... Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Find in selection. My selection's gone now. That's stupid. All right, so we need to do this. And we need to do... I don't care. I'm not doing it. We're just going to type this. This dot waiting player. So if we have if the waiting player is something, then we're going to set the waiting for match to false. That's just a little state thing. Actually, I don't remember what that's for exactly. Oh, that's just to make sure you don't like duplicate. That prevents you from starting a match with yourself by clicking the button more than once. Okay, so this is good. Then we have match create waiting player. So that would be this dot waiting player. And I guess we could do, yeah, then at the end here, we could do this dot waiting player equals null. We'd nullify that again, so that way it's ready for use again later. And then else, okay, so this is if there's no player ready to match up with, then we would just set, we would do this dot waiting player equals player, player that comes in. That in theory should do exactly what we want. So let's all right, now there's no results for waiting players. There's a bunch of results for waiting player. Beautiful, beautiful. Okay. So now let's fire up some clients. Let's see what happens here. So let's just do a normal game before we get all fancy here. There we go. Player requested match. And then another player here. Yep, we found a match. We got him going. There we go. Beautiful. Excellent. This guy quits. Kicks this guy out. Awesome. Let's have this guy queue up for a match here. Quit. This guy queues up now. There we go. That is looking pretty good. Opponent quit. Oh. What? What is this? Hang on, I have some notes here. Tutorial. Quitting match won't let you start a new match. That's done. I fixed that already. I had a little to-do written down on a piece of paper here. But I think I fixed that. Okay. So we didn't do, yeah, in this case here, I refreshed hard. That kicked out. If this guy quits, close the tab, close the window, whatever, you know, his side's fine. But that quit, that showed a opponent quit for the other player, which is great. So I think we're good. And then we also want to make sure that you can't queue up again against yourself. So yeah, we get a message on the server. Player requests a match, but is already in a match or waiting for a match. So there we go. Bunch of that. So that's good. That way you can't just, you know, spam the queue. And because the first time, it was kind of funny. The first time I was testing the multiplayer out with my wife, and she like clicked the button once. And since I don't have any like waiting screen or whatever, right, for the multiplayer as of right now, you click, oh, what happened? Oh, yeah, okay. The very issue we're trying to fix right now just happened, so that's okay. Oh, so we need to kill the server here. Sterlingster, what's going on? What's going on, Sterlingster? So your wife is quality assurance. Yes. Okay, so wait, I didn't finish what I was saying here about when I had my wife try this. So she basically, I wanted to play just a one-on-one with her, right? So I was like, all right, let's try it. Let's try this. So she clicks the button, and since nothing happens, because I don't have like a screen right now that says waiting for match or whatever, she's like, why isn't it working? So she just kept clicking, right? But as soon as she clicked it a second time, the server just started a match against herself. So like it treated the player as two different players when they played. So I fixed that now, because now the server is logging this message, player requested match, but it's already in a match or waiting for a match. So that was kind of funny, because she like clicked the button a second time, and then it just started a game, a match against herself, a one-on-one match. You know, obviously that doesn't make sense. So that was kind of funny. Okay, so I got an idea here. So here's the WebSocket on close event. So I think all we need to do to handle this, I'm logging a message here just for player close connection, right? So that would throw if we, refresh a connection here. Oh, that threw there. Player close connection, player connected. If I refresh the tab or the page, it closes and then obviously reconnects, so that WebSocket connection goes away and then comes back. So that's great. And the browser actually does all that for you, which is nice. When you open up a WebSocket and you do something like close the window or close whatever, it does all the closing of the WebSocket connection for you, which I guess is pretty nice. So the one case we need to handle is like if you were to pull your network connection out, like pull your Ethernet cable out or whatever, disconnect from Wi-Fi. The browser doesn't know, right? The browser still thinks everything's fine and dandy, doesn't know to close the WebSocket connection. So there's like a little ping thing I'm going to do, and that's what this commented stuff out is, because I kind of had that working a little bit, but then I took that out. So there'll be like a ping. This is like I was doing like a 5-second ping. Every 5 seconds it would ping, and if it didn't receive a response from the server within a reasonable amount of time, or a response from the client within the reasonable amount of time, then we can disconnect the player and forcefully terminate the WebSocket to kind of clean everything up. Yeah, so there's actually some stuff. There's actually some stuff built into the WS library that lets you do that. I'm using the Node.js WS package, the NPM package. Sorry, still crunching on the Honeycrisp here. Don't worry, it'll be gone soon. This is delicious, by the way. I don't think there's a better apple than Honeycrisp. I really don't think. Pink Lady. I don't know about Pink Lady, Sterlingster. I don't know. You like Pink Lady? You like Pink Lady better than Honeycrisp is what you're saying? Can't remember the last time I had a Pink Lady, but I don't know. I think I'm on the Honeycrisp hype train. Honeycrisp is it's not genetically modified, is it? I gotta Google that quick. Is Honeycrisp GMO? Is that what I'm supposed to say? It's Honeycrisp apple GMO. Both conventional and organic Honeycrisps are non-GMO. It's a natural hybrid. Oh, a natural hybrid. Speaking of organic. Okay. Nice. Wow. Because I feel like most of the good apples are genetically modified. I mean, to each their own, to be honest. Like all apples are selectively bred. They use tree grafting to produce them. Interesting. Sterling, sir. We got a little apple enthusiast here. All right. Awesome. Yeah, thanks for hanging out, Sterling, sir. I appreciate it. Did I say that already? Maybe I did. Since you're here, Sterling, sir, and I believe you're new, I'm working on my game here. I'll just plug it right now. The game's called Populus. You can actually play it right now. Populus.gg. You can go there. I threw the link in the chat there. Yeah, it's a little stupid, simple little game where you pop bubbles and stuff. So go to populus.gg, hit play. Basically trying to pop the bubbles here in order that they appear over here. So like this big green one we're supposed to pop first. So you match up the color, you hover your mouse over it, you click it or press the space bar, and that will pop the bubble. And then you keep going. So you're constantly kind of looking whatever bubble's in this position, and you're just kind of going, popping, and you just kind of see how fast you can go. I can't go super fast because I'm hitting the space bar with my pinky right now because I'm holding the apple. But yeah. How many Bitcoin are you mining on that site? Nice. I like it. You can look at the code if you want and see how many the Bitcoin mining rate. That's funny. Yeah, so right now I'm working on multiplayer actually for Populus. I'm just hanging out while I do my own coding, to be honest. Nice. That's cool. Good deal. You're a web developer? Sterlingster? Negative. All right. I like it. SDET? I don't know what that is. SDET. Software developer in test. Gotcha. So you're doing testing basically? Like QA kind of stuff? Is that kind of what it is? So I write tests for all the developers. Gotcha. And it's not for web, so it's not the software you're doing this for is not for web development. It's like native or something like that, or both front end. Oh, okay. Okay. Both front end and back end. Gotcha. Nice. Nice. That's pretty cool. Good deal. Specifically, I'm currently working on load testing. So like kind of sending a bunch of requests or something like that. Seeing how many you can cram down the pipe. Yep, hitting an API service and seeing if Kubernetes scales the service. How do you say Kubernetes? Kubernetes? Gotcha. Cool. That's cool. Nice. Okay, so I think to solve this problem that we have right now, I think what we need to do is when we do ws.onClose, we have this method here, this lambda function, have this little anonymous function here. We need to check if the player who's quitting, which is just here in this player object, because by closures, we have the player object up here. So this WS object is the WS object that's part of the player. Yep. So basically, and that's kind of confusing and annoying to look at, but basically, so when this player has closed their connection, so either by closing the tab, closing the whole browser window, refreshing the browser, the window, whatever, we'll get this event here. So we could just do a little check and say if player, so this is what we're already doing, one little check here where we're saying if player is in a match, so that if the player has some match state, we know they're in a match. And then we do player.matchstate.match.endMatch. I know that's kind of annoying, but basically we can pull out the match object itself for that player. We can call the end match right away. So that's nice. So that way we have this nice little thing. So if we've got player 1 and player 2, so player 1 here, player 2 here. Oh, something broke. What? Oh, I'm on populus.gg here. I'm on the live site. There we go. Okay, so we refresh this. There we go. We got two players playing each other. And then if this guy quits, if I quit or if I refresh the tab, let's refresh the page here. Then this guy sees opponent quit, and then it spits him to the stats screen right away. So this guy obviously refreshed the page. He's back at the home screen. But this guy saw that the opponent quit, and then he can at least see his stats at the end after his opponent quit, right? Which is great. So we were doing that thing here that, so basically this thing here, the player that quit had some match state, was in a match, so we went and ended the match, right? So we basically need to do the same kind of thing, but we'll do it like another if, probably just another little one-liner if. One-liner ifs, love them or hate them. We'll do player, if player equals the waiting player. I'm doing this one-handed because I'm still got some little schnibblies of my apple that I'm trying to eat. So, come on. One-handed is awful. Waiting player. If player equals waiting player, then I guess we just do this dot waiting player equals null. Whoops. This dot waiting player equals null. There we go. That should be all we really need to do. One line. That was all we needed to do to fix this issue, I think. Well, technically, it used to be a waiting players array, and we changed that to just be a single object. But whatever. Who's keeping track? All right, so let's refresh. That's not what I wanted to do. Not what I wanted to do at all. Quit. Okay. All right, so let's have this guy queue for a match. And then Let's refresh the page. That's good. Then this guy queues for a match. Nice. Okay, because before, if we did that, it would crash because it was keeping track of this, the old original website connection from this browser. That was still the waiting player. And then when this guy would queue, it would match them up. But then, since this WebSocket, you can't talk, this WebSocket's been closed, it was trying to talk over that WebSocket back to the player. So that was bad, obviously. So this is going pretty well now, I think. And I should make a little task. I'm going to add to the Trello another little task here for the ping thing. So that way, if we like really lose internet connection or something, if one browser were to lose internet connection, then there'd be basically like a ping going to every client, and then once a client connects, and then this way we can keep track. And if they like lost network or something, then we would see that they're not connected anymore because we wouldn't get a ping back. And because if you lost that, then there's no way that this ws.onClose could happen. Like if you pulled the network cable out, there's no way we could fire this event, right? Because the browser is the one that really fires this on connection close for you. Unless we forcibly close the WebSocket ourselves too. We could do that on the client side, in JavaScript on the client side. We don't have any reason to do that. As long as the browser's running, keep the connection alive. But this would handle the cases where if we lost the player, whatever, we could forcefully terminate the WebSocket if somebody like pulled their network cable. Basically, is what's going on here, or whatever, Wi-Fi, blah blah blah, blah, all that stuff. Okay, so I want to make a little task to remind myself to come back and do this. So let's add that to the Trello, shall we? Oh, I forgot. But we pretty much just finished. Okay, so we were doing that. Nope, not that one. Not that one. We were doing this. Fix issue where player queues for the match, then closes WebSockets. So we pretty much just did this one. So this one's done. And I'm going to add another card. That would be, what would this be? Player, or it would be disconnect, terminate WS on ping. Okay, so we've got a new little card there. Terminate WS on ping when ping fails. Okay, so that's just kind of just a little shorthand. We'll get to that at some point. Okay, so just kind of organize those a little bit there. Yeah, a reset button. I think I'm going to put that in the future to do for now. So I just put this the reset key thing. I put that off into our future to do. So now we kind of need to figure out what we want to do here, and I'm thinking we're going to look at these UI things now. Not this one. This one's going to take a little while to do, the new scoreboard UI. But probably the waiting for opponent screen, I'm thinking we'll maybe work on that right now. But first, I'm going to go throw out my apple core and rinse my hand because apples are sticky, So we'll throw a be right back there. And we'll be right back in a second here. Don't go anywhere, unless you want to. All right, we are back. And what are we working on now? I would like to do the new waiting for match screen. So basically we've got kind of our fake button. Hang on a second here. Yeah, that's old. Where's my pencil? Okay, so basically I have, as of right now, I don't have a start a multiplayer match button on the main menu, right? Because I still have just basically the same main menu as the live site right now. So this is my development tab here. And then here is the live populus.gg site. So so I made that basically for the logo here, there's the little O for pop, which this is actually a button, basically. I just used one of my button objects here for this, just to kind of have that cool little effect. So what I ended up doing was actually just making this the Q for multiplayer button. Whoops. We were already waiting. Okay, so if we're at the main menu here and we click, I queued for multiplayer, but nothing happened on the client side to tell me that that actually happened, right? So that's not good. We need to actually have something happen. So if we look at that button, so I guess, yeah, for anyone new hanging out, I keep all my server code here in this pane and then all my client code here. So we want to look at menu, the menu object on the client here, which is kind of the main menu. Okay, so we've got the title button is what I'm calling that little red button. And this is going to be like that currently. Like even on live site, technically this is a button. It just doesn't fire anything when you click it. So basically when you click the title button, or somewhere we set up the on click for the title button. Okay, we do title button, new button. And again, this button is not a HTML button or anything like that, or HTML input or anything. This is a button class of my own. It's all just drawn on canvas with JavaScript. So this button is completely kind of from scratch. So, but I have an on-click method that I pass to the button just because, you know, that's kind of the thing. So we emit the event match wait started. So there's a match started event and then there's match wait started. So match wait started is what fires, and our WebSockets wrapper is listening to match wait started. Yes, right up here, it's listening to match wait started. And then when it's the listener function for match wait started, basically fires off a find match command to the server. It says, oh, I'm a client. I want to wait for a match. I want to find a match. I'm ready to play one-on-one with somebody, basically. And then the server, if there's no other players available, like we have that waiting, the waiting player object. So on our application object on the server, we have a waiting player object, which will be null to start. So if waiting player is not something, is null. Well, say if waiting player is null, then the player that's trying to connect is going to become the waiting player, right? So then they're waiting. So basically, if that happens, it would be nice for the client to, like, you click and whoops, that's already okay. So you click and then it would be nice to just kick you right immediately into like waiting for match or something, and maybe have some little graphical thing kind of showing, kind of indicating that it's that you're waiting for a match. Time for loading animation time. Yes, exactly. Kind of like a little, just something moving to kind of indicate that, yeah, you're still waiting. So we need to have kind of, well, okay, so that's part one. And also part two, because nobody's going to play this game. It would be nice to offer the option that, so in other words, somebody's going to click play a competitive one-on-one match and they're going to be waiting forever. So until we have some sort of friendly bot thing, friendly bot meaning an actual good bot that would play, you know, maybe if no human players connected in some reasonable amount of time. So I don't want the player to just have to sit there on screen and wait for a long time for someone else to play. So it'd be nice to maybe have a little practice, have like a button that says practice while you wait for the match. So you have the ability to just jump right into a normal single player practice game while you're still waiting for a match. And then, you know, you'd still have that thing on the waiting for match thing on screen. And then there'd be some sort of like match found thing that pops up. Once you finally do have a match, and then there'd be the countdown, and then you'd start the game. Yeah, so, because currently right now, there is it's like if this player queued for a match already, so this player, oh no, this player, the server restarted since that player was there. Oh, maybe not. Nope. Okay, never mind, everything. So there we go. So immediately, as soon as a match is found, it kicks into the countdown. So we also would need to add like maybe something that says match found. So that way you like get booted out of your practice match or something. And maybe it would say like the other player's name, right? So, oh, match found with this player or something like that. Yeah. And speaking of like match name things, usernames, there's not going to be any sort of user accounts for this game. It's not going to be that. I feel like it's not really worth it to have something like that. I want this game to just be super simple. You go in, you start playing, you can play online, you can whatever, like you can just do stuff without having to do any work, basically. And I was thinking of like having a space where you could type in a username or whatever. But I'm kind of even thinking of not doing that and just doing like a randomly generated username. Like that'd be a fun part to actually add. Like, so kind of have some funny possible combinations of names, and then, you know, generate like a little random username for that player. I think that would be cute, you know. So Um, but anyway, we don't need to think about the username thing right now. That's something that might not go into the first version of multiplayer anyway. It might just be kind of a secret multiplayer for right now. Because people really only play this game like when I'm streaming anyway. They might try it out, whatever. So it would be nice to have, have that, whatever, available. People can play. And they'll kind of know, like, yeah, I'm playing one-on-one, and we don't really need to have usernames or have that be super clear immediately. And eventually, then we could probably then start working on usernames or something like that, the randomly generated usernames. Yeah. So let's I guess let's okay, for one thing to start, we have this object called post game screen. And the reason why we have that is because it's basically the difference between, because there's two kinds of cases right now where you would have like a post game screen. Basically, if you play a game, a normal game, and then the timer runs out, it says time's up. Time's up. That's a post game screen there, object that gets fired up. But then there's also one for if we play if this player then quits. This one says opponent quit, right? So I'm kind of thinking of like, we just need something, some sort of generic screen thing that maybe we can fire up at any time that we want. We can kind of initialize it whenever we want and destruct it whenever we want, which is kind of what we already have with this post-game screen. Like, this is a pretty simple post-game screen's an entity. It doesn't have any event listeners, but it just has a destruct where it destructs these things, these message, text, and timers. Wait a minute. Why is there a timer? Oh. Ah, yes. Okay. So the post-game screen, when you create it, so there's a static create method for the post-game screen object. So when you call that, this will create the post-game screen instance here, new post-game screen, initialize it, whatever, get all its whatever, that sort of thing, and then return that object. So what happens is one of the things you pass into the post-game screen is an on-elapsed callback. Rainy Dash, what's going on, Rainy? Good to see you. Thanks for hanging out. Dropping the Johns in there. The can. I keep missing dropping this, so here it is. Oh, nice, nice. Been lurking and working. Nice. That's cool. I caught your stream for maybe a few minutes on Saturday, I think that was. So I saw a little bit of I just lurked for like a few minutes. Rainy. And yeah, I saw a little bit of 1 hour, 1 life. Looks pretty cool. I like the art for sure. It looks like a pretty interesting game. Sterling Sir, can you just use the post end screens and manipulate the message based on the condition you are waiting for or how you entered it? Not sure how web devs handle these events. Sterling Sir, you're pretty much exactly right. That's kind of what I'm thinking of doing. I might just change it so that it's not called post game screen anymore, because it was kind of like I might just make it like message screen or something, like just to kind of say, okay, there's some sort of message on screen, and I could use it wherever I wanted to use it. Nice, well, thanks. It's unique look and concept. Yeah, it sounds like it. Pretty cool. But yeah, Sterlingster, you got the right idea. That's why I'm looking at this post game screen class, because I'm pretty sure I'm going to end up just using it. So basically, I've got like the create method. So the method I call to create a post game screen instance, object, whatever. I pass an on-elapsed callback, and then a post game screen has its own timer, which, okay, so yeah, this is a little different. So there's like a certain amount of time, milliseconds, that I have set up, configured for a post game screen to last on screen. So it's like 1,500 milliseconds or something. So then the on elapsed, so when that timer expires, basically it fires off this callback that you passed. And then there's a Boolean opponent quit that you pass in. So that's what toggles between the message, basically. So it'd be cool if maybe we just did we could pass a string in here, just any string, instead of like an opponent quit Boolean that's toggling between the two different possible things. We could have just like a generic message screen object where we fire up some stuff. Yeah, the one thing, oh no, actually, in this case, this object is different than the countdown object. So like this thing, starting in 3, 2, 1, that's different. That's a different object. That's countdown timer, I think, which is an awful name. But I'm pretty good. I'm pretty good at coming up with awful names. Naming stuff is one of the hardest parts of dev. Yes, absolutely, Sterlingster. You got it right. Yeah, there's that quote that I don't remember. Somebody in the chat threw that quote down at some point in time. Some famous computer scientist said, there's only two parts. There's only two hard things in computer science: cache invalidation and naming things. I don't remember whose quote that was, but or not computer science, but in computers, I think, or in computing or something like that is the. I'm just gonna stop talking. So, so actually, yeah, this post game screen class could really be, we could use it wherever we wanted, because it gives us this ability to kind of like, our application. Oh, I have this open. Okay, I try to keep my server code here in the left pane and my client code on the right pane, so I should be doing this instead, because this is client code. So the cool thing about this post game screen is it lets you, it's kind of just generic. Like right now it's not quite so generic, but we could make it generic, just have this be a string that we pass in here. And then we could say, basically it lets you delay or run this message for some certain amount of time on screen, and then have a callback that fires. So like you can do all your setup and stuff. You can like clean out all the objects on screen, and then, for example, like if I play a game here, once the timer runs out for the match, the code will run to clear out the game, and then it will set up the time's up screen there. It'll set up one of these post game screens, fire that up there. And then it just has a callback, and then you pass in a callback for what you want to happen when the time's up screen is done, right? So it's just like this nice little way to inject do some stuff on screen for a little bit while whatever, and then I'll do some stuff later. So from that point, it's pretty cool. So it's really, yeah, at this point we could make this just a string that we pass in, and then yeah, like the text component here for the message is now just some sort of string that you use, and then yeah, it's really just generic now at this point. So let's actually start. We might as well just start trying that. So I want to open. I'm going to split this. VS Code. There we go. Okay. So we go application. We're going to just start renaming everything. So I'm going to change post game screen to like message screen. We'll just call it message screen. Rename to message screen. So we're going to actually just rename the file message screen. And then our imports, do we want those updated? Yes, we do. Yes, please. So now we've got the imports updated. So now I'm going to just go through the class here, just change all these things over. So instead of post game screen, we're just going to call this, oh my goodness, what just happened there? We're going to change this to message screen. That's good. That's good. This is going to technically change. Let's make this opponent quit. Let's make this a string now. Well, okay, hang on. I'm going to do this kind of in two parts here. So let's just take care of the low-hanging fruit. We've got config post-game screen duration. That's fine. We're going to make this new message screen, and then we're going to say const message screen. Wow, my fingers are not responding quick enough here. You ever have that where your fingers just start typing and it's like they just don't want to move? Your brain's like ahead. Your brain's ahead of your fingers. What am I talking about? That happens to me all the time. All right, so we got that message screen, message screen, message screen. That's great. The only thing okay, so now on the application file, this is the only thing that uses the message screen object. I guess we want to do, okay, so up at the top here, we're going to have post game screen. So now that is now pointing to the right file because we said, yes, we want to update imports when we renamed the JavaScript file itself. That's great. So we're going to change this to message screen. Brilliant. I'm just going to copy paste from now on. How about that? So let's find that post game screen. Yeah, there we go. So we're going to change this to message screen.create. And we can rename this to, oh yeah, we've got, okay, so up here, create that opponent quit. Okay, so here we'll do post game screen. We're going to change this to message screen. And then we're going to change this to message screen, this to message screen, this to message screen. Sterling, sir. Just changing the name there. Isn't that going to mess up all the references to the class? Use refactor Monka S. NVM, guess that gets handled. For the file name, Monka S, that's a tool, I guess, a program or something. Changing the name there, isn't that just going to mess up all the references to the class? Well, yeah, and I'm just going and renaming all of them one by one because it's not really, I mean, if I change the file name, I'm using Visual Studio Code here for this. If I just change the file name, it asks me if I want to update all the imported references to that file, which just like automatically went in and changed this file path thing already. But it didn't update this, so I had to go in and manually change that. Monka's is a better Twitch TV emote. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm an idiot. I don't know anything. All right, I'm gonna go through these. I'm looking at the, no. All right. Nice. You said use refactor. Not, is that, I don't know what you mean by that. Just ignore it. I mean, no, I don't have to ignore you, Sterlingster. So if you right click the file in the Explore window, there should be a refactor option. This will allow you to change the name through the whole project and its references. Well, since I'm using vanilla JavaScript, I don't think... Oh, it's rename in VS Code. I gotcha. Yeah, I would probably do something. I would probably do... Does that not work that way? Well, I was going to say since I don't have a refactor option in there, if that's what you're kind of talking about there. I mean, I could just use the, the normal find replace for the whole thing. But it was just simple enough. I knew there were only like, a few actual references to that. But, well, I don't think VS Code, because with JavaScript, like VS Code can't know, like you just can't know what the name of that variable is, or that variable is that thing kind of. I mean, I guess you could kind of figure that out, but like this dot message screen equals here, we're actually setting it to a message screen. But like, since it's just JavaScript, this message screen thing is just nothing. I set it to null at first. So it's like, I don't know that that's this. I don't know that this dot message screen is going to be an instance of a message screen. I mean, I can kind of infer that it will be at this point, but there's some point in time in the code where I could make this something totally different. So it's just kind of like, you can't, JavaScript's just a total mess. So, but yeah. So, shakes fist at JS. Yep, you got it. So, I mean, yeah, whatever. Okay, so now, yes, we have message screen. And we do all this, and it looks good, I think. The one thing is, so here's where we're actually creating. Yeah, so this is kind of just wonky looking. But here's the callback we pass that we want to fire when the end screen. We want to fire this when the message screen ends. Or the message screen has its own timer built in. And I might want to change maybe how that works, because if we use this message screen thing, this is where I'm also starting to think maybe I don't want to use this. Maybe I did just want to leave post-game screen as its own object, its own separate thing, because now technically the behavior of this is going to be completely different. The wait screen, the waiting for match screen is just going to be like infinitely running until the server finds a match, basically, or unless you quit, you could quit. But the waiting for match screen is just going to be match wait screen, maybe. Well, yeah, I'm trying to think, what does that make sense? Did it really make sense to name it message screen? Or should I have like a... Let's just look back at the file here and see. Okay, so the message screen object now is pretty simple. Nothing fancy. It's an entity. Which, not that we're even really using anything that entities offer, except we're just taking advantage of the destruct method that's in a entity. So we have super.destruct, and then when you call destruct on the message screen, then you can destroy the timer and the message text, which are also entities. So basically it's got a text component and a timer component property, and not component. I'm using component in the most ambiguous sense possible. It's got a message text property and a timer property, and those come in through the constructor. Basically, that's all there is. And then there's the destruct method, right? So the magic of the setup is really happening inside of this create method. It's a static method, right? So there's not really anything going on too much here. The message screen itself is really just a wrapper around this timer and message text. Because basically what's happening is, like, if we're in match wait, if we were waiting for match, let's just say waiting for match, timer would be nothing. There is no timer. I don't know why I'm typing this. I really don't need to. But basically there is no timer when you're waiting for a match because it's infinite. You could wait infinitely for a match, technically. Because what this timer is used to show the post-game screen on screen for 1.5 seconds and then kill it. And then continue running the rest of the code that you want the game to keep doing, right? So like if you do a match right now, you hit play, 3, 2, 1. We pop some bubbles, then the timer runs out. Timer runs out, time's up. Then that goes away, and then we see the stats screen at the end, right? So it's like that gives you that little bit of time to show a message on screen for a certain amount of time, then kill it, and then continue on our execution of our code, right? The execution of what we actually want to show. So that's kind of that's kind of how this post game screen behaves. Whether or not the time runs out. And the other instance where it gets used is if you're playing one-on-one and your opponent quits, then it kind of does the same thing. It shows opponent quit for a second, and then it goes away and then goes to the stats screen. So basically it behaves the exact same way. And I feel like this object itself, this class message screen, kind of just that's kind of all we really need for that. And then this create method here does like the setup and lines the text up on screen and does all of that and gets the pixels and calculates the width and the height and the blah, 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 blah. Kind of lines everything up. Ooh, speaking of which, this canvas wrapper, CTX canvas with half width, that's not a thing. We have another variable. We do half width. We can do this one, third height. We can do that one where we want to do a third of the height. But we got a variable that's already computed for this, so let's use that. So that's basically it. I mean, I'm a fan of how this works, but now I'm kind of thinking, like, is it gonna be more annoying to set up to like use this class to kind of do the same thing, but to because again, we're also going to need another component where we're going to have like there's going to be some sort of like icon for the waiting for match. So it's like kind of signifying that you're loading or waiting, right? It's not just going to be flat text on the screen. Be some sort of loading icon thing, and then there will also be a button to jump into a practice mode, practice match. Because if you start a competitive match and you're waiting for another opponent to play one-on-one, you're waiting. You could be waiting for a long time because nobody's going to play this game. So you'll be sitting there waiting for a while, and it would be terrible if you just had to sit there and wait and just stare at this loading thing for a while when a new player might not connect until tomorrow. So it'd be nice if we have the ability to jump into a practice game. So you could have a button that pops up while you're waiting for match. So you're waiting for match, and then there's a button to say practice while you're waiting. And you click that, and then it'll jump you just into a little single-player practice mode. And then once you finally get matched up with an opponent, then it would like kick you out of that, and you would see right away, that sort of So I kind of want to have all that running because I don't want there to be like a bad experience of like, I want to play a one-on-one match. And you click and you wait and you're just waiting forever. Like that would be kind of it, right? So, yeah. Anyway, I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. And we'll be right back. Whoops. Stupid Windows shake there. All right. Don't go anywhere unless you want to. All right, we are back. Rainy Dash covered us there. Sterling, sir, or you do what all the IO games do and make people play against AI and make them think they're playing a popular game by showing them the username of the other person. Well, actually, I do want to have bots for this case. I do want to do that because actually a bot would be not very complicated to have play. It'd be very simple. So I do want to do that, but at the same time, I want to be fair about it and tell you that it's a bot or whatever. So transparent. Yeah, there you go. Transparent. That's the word. So whatever that means, signifying to the player that they're playing a bot in this case. And then my goal is to have like some rankings, some ELO rankings kind of thing, and there'd be like a little leaderboard. And I'd probably, a bot would have a ranking too, right? So if you beat a bot, you would rank up a certain amount based upon that bot's rank. And that would actually be a really interesting little experiment to see how that would work and everything. But I'd probably have like some sort of little threshold thing, like, okay, if a player's waiting for 10 seconds, maybe have the bot come in or something like that. Something like, yeah. So I haven't thought too hard about that, but that won't be for a little bit yet before we go. That won't be before we go live with multiplayer. Start. All right. Well, I'm back. Why does it still say be right back? Okay. So yeah, okay. So I guess we could keep this message screen. You know what? I really shouldn't have renamed it to message screen because I kind of do want to keep this just as post game screen. Because it is going to behave differently. It is going to behave differently. The new screen that we're working on, because it's really like it's not just going to have text. It's going to have like a little loading thing, and it's not going to have a timer at all. And there's going to be a button. So it's really going to be a whole different animal, and it doesn't really make sense for me to kind of just genericize this message screen thing and try to reuse components of it, because in reality, like one of the components is going to be reused. One of the child entities is going to be reused, and that's pretty much it. Otherwise, there's going to be a bunch of if statements in here to like say, oh, if this is a match waiting thing, then just use a timer or something, just like something dumb like that. I kind of like just having this post game screen thing kind of be its own thing, and then I can just pass this Boolean. Yeah, so I'm going to undo everything that I did. So we're going to rename this first post game screen. Yes, update the imports, please. And we're going to make this post game screen. And we are going to export new post game or whatever. This will be post game screen. Whoops. There we go. And there we go. That's great. Yeah, none of that needs to change. Because otherwise, I would have to like refactor all of how this stuff works anyway. Like to make the old stuff continue to work. And it would just be more like kind of weird stuff to do. So it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense to use just this shared class. Like, because there's really nothing shared between those two things. I want to use this for reference, but otherwise, yeah, there's not going to be something reusable, really. Okay, so then I need to change these back to, so up here we got post game screen, and this is going to be post game screen. Use that, and we're going to go down. Oh, so we're going to call this post game screen with a little p. And we're going to have post game screen up here. Message screen. This will be post game screen. And then this will be post game screen, but with a little p. Great. And this will be post game screen, but with a little p. Guess I could have did a multi-cursor there, but who cares? Wow, I would have saved half a second if I'd used the multi-cursor. Okay, so post-game screen, everything should be fine. Let's actually test the game. See if I did everything correctly there. Want to become famous? Yes. Yes, I do. Okay. So everything's good there. Let's get rid of that. VXASDF. There we go. Okay. Wait, I didn't. Just want to make sure everything's working properly here. Time's up. Beautiful. Okay, and then let's change quickly while we're here. Let's just change the. Whoops. I'm going to change the match time to 5 seconds. 10 seconds is just too 10 seconds is too long. Just for testing. Okay, so let's do a competitive game then real quick. Just make sure I didn't screw something up with the whatever. There we go. 3, 2, 1. Then I need to quit. Opponent quit. Looks good. Rainy Dash, still need to get them auto mod settings tweaked, I see. Yeah, you got me. I feel that took me months. Yes. Yeah, because I always, while I'm on stream, I'm like, yeah, I got to do that. I got to do that thing. And then I never do. So, yeah, got to love it. All right. Okay. So, oh yeah, I forgot about this little get units thing. That's cool. I like it. Anyway, that's not what we're talking about. We don't care about the server right now. So what I want to do is I'm going to create a new file. We're going to create a whole new file. We've got post game screen. We're going to create a new, we're just going to create a match weight screen. Yeah, we're going to call it match weight screen. So we're going to do new file. We're doing this one. We're doing it from scratch here. Match weight screen.js. It's that simple. Okay, so the match weight screen is going to be an entity. So we're going to import entity from entity.js. Just kind of like we have here for our post game screen so far. And then we're going to have a text component to it. We're going to have a font. We're going to need a font. We're going to need config. So we might as well just copy and paste each of these over here. We're probably going to need canvas wrapper. Yeah, we are going to need canvas wrapper. Default, because we need to get the width of the screen and the height of the screen. And class, cals. So we're going to do export default class. Match weight screen extends entity. Whoa, oh my goodness. Okay. Constructor. Hopefully nobody's watching me type because that is embarrassing. Destruct. Yeah, so what are we going to need for this match weight screen? Well, I said it already. We're going to have the message itself, like waiting for match. So that would be probably, we call that this.message. And we'll probably pass those in through the constructor. So we're going to have a message text. Oh, we'll call it message text to be more clear that it's a text object. Or a text drawable entity is technically what that is. So this.message text equals message text. We're going to have, like in this case, so, we need to call super. Don't forget to call super. This.message text equals message text. I really can't talk today. This.timer equals timer. We're not going to have a timer in this case. This is going to run infinitely. We're going to have like a loading thing. This.loading icon. I don't know. We're just kind of doing pseudocode at this point. We'll pass that in through the constructor. Loading icon. It's not really going to be an icon, but that's just kind of the name of what it would be. Loading icon. What else are we going to have? A button. There's going to be a button to practice. So I guess we call practice. Maybe just call this practice button. And that would be this dot practice button equals practice button probably. And I guess that means we could then we could import a button probably is what we're going to need to do too, because we're going to have that in the create static method there. So we're going to import button.js. We got to destruct. So then we can destruct all of those things. So we can do this dot message text dot destruct. Oh, first we got to call super dot destruct. Got to use super. We got this dot loading icon dot destruct. This dot practice button dot destruct. Brilliant. And we've got static create. And this is where we're actually going to set up the thing. So then down at the bottom of static create, we're going to do const match weight screen equals new match weight screen. Ooh, that don't look at what I was typing. That's embarrassing. I guess, and then we'll have probably some things we pass. We're probably going to have a const message text. We're going to have const loading icon, whatever that is. And we're going to have const practice button. And obviously this is not valid JavaScript. You can't do const variable with nothing. But we'll get to that. So then we would pass in message text. We'd pass in loading icon. And we'd pass in practice button. Okay. Okay. So see, this is one thing that I thought would have been cool, and I played around with this in the beginning, because I had entity for my entity class. Basically, if you have like child entities, so that's what happens a lot of the time. So like match weight screen, for example, match weight screen isn't anything other than like a wrapping entity to wrap up the actual message text object, the actual loading icon object, the actual practice button object. So like match weight screen itself isn't anything. There's no logic, no anything. That it doesn't have any event listeners. It doesn't do squat, right? It's basically just like a little grouping or wrapping entity to go around these other components. And then by then you just have to call, you can call dot destruct on a match weight screen object, which is entity dot destruct. So we can call, we would call super dot destruct, which technically doesn't even do anything. And then in this case, because match weight screen doesn't have any event listeners, whatever, it doesn't have anything that super.destruct would use. But then we destruct each of these individual components, right? And I have to like make sure that I call destruct every time on these to actually get rid of them and make sure they go away. But I had like the idea of like, what if entity had like this dot children or something, and that would be an array of like array of other entities that were, part of that. And then inside of destruct, we'd call inside of the entity.destruct, then you would just loop over all the children and destruct all of those together, right? So you'd kind of set up this like nice recursive, you could have this nice recursive thing, because like an entity that has some children would destruct some other entities that each of those might have children. So you just kind of have this nice little cascading destruction of all entities, this whole tree of entities, whatever. Which would be really nice. And I don't know why I really didn't end up going with that at first. Uh-oh. The cat's down here. So I was kind of thinking of like, maybe having like that children entity array, whatever. And then you could still do something like this. Or maybe you put each of these things in a children array when we create it. And then you do this dot children, you just pass the children array equals children, and then you just do that. That'd be pretty cool. That'd be pretty cool to have. But whatever. I don't have that, so it's really not that big of a deal. The one thing that I think is kind of tricky about that is, there's like sometimes where you want to destruct a child entity before something else happens. So like you don't necessarily just want to destruct all of them at the end. I mean, you kind of do, but then there's times where like you initialize. I don't know. I'm gonna stop talking about this now. It's not really important. It's me just kind of thinking out loud. All right, so yeah, let's look a little bit more here at what we have for the post game screen. So our post game screen code is here, and then this is our new match wait screen code. So actually, I think I could probably just copy this exact thing here. There's some differences. Yeah, see, I've got config.postgame screen message text font ratio. Yeah, maybe we want to change that because that's part of this. Whatever. We would change this to waiting for match for right now. Waiting for match. Or waiting for opponent. Waiting for opponent, I guess, maybe is more clear. Yeah, I mean, waiting for match, waiting for opponent, kind of it could go either way, I think. So we'd want to say, LOL, turning into a Terry Davis stream with that rant. Nice. You looking for Rudy? Nope. Yeah. Yeah, Terry Davis. The whole Terry Davis thing's the whole story with that's pretty interesting with Temple OS. Very, very interesting. And all I was doing is ranting about my own system too. Like, I should have been smarter. Terry Davis didn't have that problem. He knew everything. He was ranting about other people's stuff. Actually, I don't know. Maybe I haven't watched enough of him to be able to say whether or not he ever ranted about his own bad decisions or something. Okay, so okay, so this should be good. We've got some. I don't like this because I'm using like some. So my config file is like where we store all like pixels and stuff like that, and where stuff's supposed to be laid out and everything, and all these like magic numbers. So that's what I'm doing is I have this post game screen section of the config where it's the size of the text that the text should be on screen. So we might actually change that. We might actually use a different size, and in which case I could have like config.matchWaitScreen.message text font ratio. We could do something different, whatever. For right now, it's good. I don't really care. We can leave it in Arials for everything. Pose 0. Actually, this is kind of interesting. Oh, we initialize to just 0x0y position for the text, and then we actually go to size it up like right here. So let's just copy this same couple of lines here. IDK, honestly, it's hard to watch. I just watched the documentary on it and showed some bits of his streams. It was a wild ride. Super tragic in the end. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Yeah, I forget the name of that guy that did the documentary or whatever, that channel. Down the rabbit hole? Or is that not the right? Is that a different channel that did a documentary on? I watched Down the Rabbit. Okay, yeah, gotcha. That is what I think I was thinking of. That's the really good one. There might be other ones. For sure, there's other people that have done little videos here and there or whatever. But okay, so we're kind of good here. I think this stuff's all good. This just This stuff just centers the text up on screen, basically. Or it does it like up in the top third line of the screen. So now we got the 5-second match here. Maybe I should make this shorter. Yeah, so that's like that Y position. It's like right centered 1/3 down on the screen. So that's what we want. We don't, what we just saw was not that, but that's, I was just showing, for example, that that's what that is. So here we set up like the timer for the post-game screen, which we don't have. So for right now, we don't have any sort of loading icon, so we don't really need that. And we're not going to do a practice button yet. Let's just see if we can actually start using the match weight screen now. Okay, so this is, yeah, all right. So this is going to be a little bit of interesting kind of navigating through the app here. Naris, what's going on? Good to see you, Naris. Not a whole lot's going on here. We're just kind of tackling some things, some little, well, they're kind of bigger things, important things. So we can finally have multiplayer live. We are getting there. Trying to build a waiting for match screen. So like when you queue up for a multiplayer game, if there's no player immediately available to play, it'll say waiting for match or something and kind of have like a little icon or something spinning. So we're kind of defining that, what's going to be on that screen and kind of how the app needs to route you around. So let's see. Match. Okay, that's not the right one. Stats screen quit. Tutorial started. Tutorial. Gemuhi is now following. Gemuhi, thank you very much for the follow. I really appreciate it. All right. I can't. Okay, match. No, that's not it. Match started. Match wait. I thought there was a match wait started event. Ooh, you know what? I think there is here to test that. Well, I'll give a little Gamuhi's new follower. Maybe there's some new people here hanging out. Give a little rundown on the game there. So I'm working on my game right now. It's called Populus. You can play it right now. I just put it down there in the chat. Populus.gg. Here we go. Oh no, I've got it here. I've got it here on this in this window here. So it's a little game where you pop bubbles. You can go in, you can play. You see some bubbles on screen, and your goal is to really just pop them in the order that they appear here. So you'd start with this green one, and then as we pop green, like the bubbles are going to be kind of sliding up. So to pop a bubble, you hover over it with your mouse, and you either click it or you press the space bar. I prefer the space bar because it's just more tactile and satisfying. So you just kind of keep going. You're just seeing how many bubbles you can pop, and whoops, if you make a mistake, you kind of have to go back and refix whatever you were doing, and you just kind of see how fast you can go, and then you got 30 seconds to pop as many bubbles as you can, and then there'll be some stats at the end, and kind of tell you how many bubbles you popped and how many mistakes you made. So that's pretty much it right now. There is a tutorial, so I mean the tutorial is kind of what I just explained there. Just kind of tells you what to do and that sort of thing. Ooh, actually, that makes me think. Did I? I've probably already tested this. Yeah. Sorry, thinking out loud there. So yeah, that's pretty much the game. That's it. That's pretty much all there is. Oh, I've also got a Discord, which there's a little feedback section there for Populus, and there's some other stuff, and I'm trying to get better at updating it, and it's somewhat new. I created it a couple months ago. But yeah, the Discord's there for anyone to join if they so desire. Of course, you don't have to. I won't be offended if you don't. Maybe slightly offended, but. So one of the things I just thought about, if you wanted feedback, let me know, Sterlingster. Yeah, let me know. Yes, you're right, Sterlingster. A lot of people have actually mentioned that. Because, yeah, a lot of people are colorblind. So, yes. That's on, actually, I don't have anything for that on the Trello. I don't think, but it's definitely, it's something I'm probably not going to look at right now for our multiplayer update, but I would like to get to it eventually. Maybe like shapes inside the circles. Yes, potentially that, or potentially some sort of textures or something instead of just solid colors. So yeah. But yeah, thanks for bringing that up. Call us out like that. Well, I'm sorry, Rainey. I'm not following what you meant. Did I do that, or did Sterlingster do that? Calling out the colorblind and clearly lesser people. Did I say that? Those people? Those colorblinded people? Is that what I said? Rainey, are you colorblind? All right. Oh yeah, I was gonna say, I think we've got an event called Match Weight Started, and I could look it up really quick, but I'm gonna try it just right here. So Match Weight Started is what the WebSockets wrapper checks, listens for. But now our application object actually should have a listener for it. So we're gonna do a CLG, and we're gonna do match weight started. Okay, so we're gonna log that here. If we click this, we're gonna see if this logs, and we know we're good. Match weight started. Application.js line 30. Application.js line 30. Console.log. Match weight started. Beautiful. Oh, about joining the Discord, that would be offended if we don't. Oh, nice. Yeah. Yeah. I was gonna say, yeah, being. Yeah, I'll be slightly perturbed if you don't join the Discord. Perturbed? No, actually, I don't blame you if you don't join the Discord, because I need to get better at actually using it. So technically nobody should join it. Perturbed. Is it perturbed or perturbed? Perturbed. Feeling anxiety or concern, unsettled. That's not even the right word to use. I thought maybe it was perturbed with an F instead of P, but or a PH maybe. All right. Okay, so we know there's a match weight started event now, and we can listen for it. So this is the thing that. All right. Okay, this is the thing that's going to be slightly tricky, kind of navigating our way through this. So actually, what we could do just for, we're going to do post games here. We're going to have this dot match weight screen equals null. So if we come up here and we do right here, I guess we'll do import match weight screen from match weight screen.js. Got match weight screen here. And then we do, okay, so when we have a match weight started, we'll do sorry. This dot match weight screen equals match weight screen dot create. And am I passing anything to the create? No. Okay, good. All right, so in theory, ooh, wait a minute. I didn't do it there. There. Okay, so we need to do const match weight screen, then we need to match weight screen dot init, and then we need to do. Oh, yeah, we need to do message text dot init. Do that. We initialize it, and then we return match weight screen. Okay. So now, in theory, this should work, and we need to do something. Well, okay, technically that's not correct yet. We need to do something where. Okay, we've got match weight screen dot create, but we need to do kind of what we do when we start a match. Yes, we need to do this thing. Show in game. Countdown timer dot destruct. Well, we do show in game. We have hide. We do hide main and okay. Hang on a sec. All right. There's kind of there's this tricky little thing you have to do with the main menu to make sure that it goes away. So that's what I'm looking at right now. Oh yeah. Okay, so you show the in-game menu and then you hide the main menu. That's all we really need to do. All right, and this is not quite the proper way we need to do this thing here, but this will at least work, and we have the proof of concept. So now, if in theory, if I did this correctly, we click the red little button here, we'll go to a screen that just says match weight started, and there'll be a little X button, which will be nice, but yeah, that'll be pretty much it. So let's see if it works. Nope. Canvas wrapper is not defined. Okay. Everything broke there. I knew it. I've even said it before. I was like, yeah, I need to import canvas wrapper, but I didn't. So pox on me. All right, so there we go. So now if we click this, let's see if it works. Nope. Well, it says waiting for opponent, but it broke everything else. Loading icon is not defined. Come on. Okay, I guess I need to do this and then do let for right now, just for temporary use. Ooh, actually, is calling a knit on those going to break? Okay, never mind. Yeah, so this is exactly what we wanted here. Waiting for opponent. And then we're going to have some sort of little loading icon, right? And I still want to have this X button so that you could quit and back out if you wanted to stop waiting. But then we also want like a play button, play while you wait kind of thing or something. Practice while you wait or some, that's going to be too ridiculous for a button to have for a button. But yeah, so we did answer some complicated UI questions. All right, I'm going to refill my coffee super quick. Don't go anywhere. I'm coming. Okay. All right. We are back. Okay. Yeah, don't worry about the stupid little debug things here. Those are never supposed to go away. I mean, while I have them enabled. Okay, so if I click this actually isn't going to get rid of this. In fact, if I click this, it doesn't do anything right now. I think maybe I think maybe I'm supposed to set some sort of callback for this. forget how that works. Yeah, let's take a look. So application, how do we oh, wait a minute. Where's our menu? Okay. Where's the quit button? Wait a minute. Oh, no, wait. That's fine. Quit button. Oh, in-game quit button clicked. That's right. That's right. That's right. Cool. Okay. So in-game quit button clicked is an event that fires if you click the quit button, in-game quit button. Maybe it shouldn't be called in-game quit button. It should just be called quit button. Because it's kind of reused for a bunch of different things. Because you use that in the tutorial, you use that in a normal match, in a practice match, and a blah, blah, blah. But now we've got an event called in-game quit button clicked. So we'd have if this dot match. Okay, so event emitter match ended. But otherwise we'd have else. I guess we'd do an else if, maybe. Else if this dot match wait screen. Ooh, we need to come up with like a new, event we tell the server. If this dot match wait screen. Then we do event emitter dot emit no, we don't want that. We want, oh yeah, I guess we do. Event emitter player, it would be like player canceled, wait canceled or something, match wait canceled. I guess we would call this maybe an event like that. Match wait canceled. And then, okay, so this is if we click the in-game quit button. And if our, yeah, so there's if this is a match, else if this is a tutorial, else if this dot match wait screen is something, then we would do emit match wait canceled. We would do this dot match wait screen dot destruct, and then we would do this dot match wait screen equals null. We reset it, and we need, so when we emit this event, we need to like do something that tells the server then. So like our WebSockets wrapper is going to need to listen to this event, match wait canceled, and then tell the server that there's been a cancellation. Piece of paper is like blowing around. Can you? Oh, you can't quite see it. The air is blowing down from right here onto the, and I've got a little piece of paper on this card table, and it was just kind of, it was swaying in the wind. Okay. Yeah, my chair's real squeaky. Not too sure what to do about it, actually. Okay. Match wait canceled. This is kind of okay. So question for you. Is this just a fun side project, or do you do development for work? Sterling Stir, this, well, this, a little bit of both. I went part-time with my day job to work on this. So I do development for my day job, web development kind of stuff. That's kind of part of my job, at least. But yeah, I'm trying to do a little bit, trying to kind of get into game development a little bit. I'm at a point in life where I can kind of work part-time and try to work on that a little bit, because it'd be cool to do game development as kind of a full-time job. And yeah, Angry Kitten is down here in the basement with me now. Don't worry, he's just mad that my wife put him in the basement. Locked him down here, so. Okay, so let's see. We've got I just thought of something kind of interesting that because like what were to happen if like we were to cancel the match, or the match wait, like you back out, I don't want to play anymore. But let's say that another player, like just in that split second of time, the server said, okay, we got a match. Somebody else connected, right? So, and in other words, let's just say the player clicked the quit button before the match started event came from the server, if that makes sense. Not that that's probably really a thing that could happen. I mean, technically, yeah, it could. But what I think would happen right now is, like, you would quit. Because the client would start working on this quit here first. Whoops, wait a minute. It would do this thing here first. So like match would not be an object. It would not be something yet. So we would get down to this else if. You'd click in-game quit. You would do this. Event emitter match wait canceled. This dot match wait screen dot destruct. This dot match wait screen equals null. Where's the web? There's a WebSockets wrapper thing. Player quit game. Actually, let's look at WebSockets wrapper here real quick. Okay, we've got in socket, the outgoing input timer. We've got a function that's called player quit game, right? Where we do mash.ended, this.send to server. WS client commands.quit match. Okay. Naris throwing the cool cat there. Yeah, oh, there he is. He's just chilling there now. So yeah, I'm just trying to think if if that were to happen, that one little thing were to well, we could totally test that out, but I want to write it down to remember to do that later. All right, I'm just writing this little note down for me to remember this for later. Player cancels wait. So I don't want to actually create a Trello task for this yet. I don't know if you guys heard that, but he just let out a really angry meow there. Okay, player cancels wait before right as match starts, basically, is what I'm trying to say there. Okay. All right. So we'll focus on that later. There should actually be a nice, easy way to test that. But let's go back to the application. And so we've got match weight started. We start our match weight screen. We show in game. We hide the main menu. So we're showing the in-game menu. It gives you that little in-game X quit button. We've got, okay, so for now we've got another case for in-game quit button where if the match weight screen is something, then we emit match weight canceled. So that'll let the WebSockets wrapper to do something. To do, just so I remember, WebSockets wrapper will cancel. We'll send new command to server. My cats are trying to find your cat. More like grumpy cat. Meow, meow, meow. Nice. I have 2 of those furry little bastards here. Nice, nice. That's funny. That's funny, Neris. Yeah, it's funny when they hear like another cat on a screen or something. They're always like, what's going on? Yeah, he just let out like a really angry, for whatever reason, if he knows somebody's upstairs. Like if my wife and I were both down in the basement and we shut the door, he'd be fine. You know, he'd just be hanging out down here, playing around, whatever, exploring. But then if my wife's upstairs and shuts the door and I'm down here, like it doesn't matter. It's like he knows she's still up there and like he'll just want to go back up, like no matter what. So, yeah. All right. Okay. What are we doing here? So the match weight screen struct, match weight screen null. Did we not test this out yet? Because now in theory this should work just fine. Let's see what we got here. All right, so if we do this, waiting for opponent, right? Now if we click X. Oh. Can I read property? Okay, maybe I match weight screen. This dot match weight screen. Did I spell it wrong down here? Match weight screen dot create. So obviously that's initializing fine, but maybe am I not returning it? New match weight screen, match weight, const match weight. No, that should be fine. Create. So we do that. It says undefined. It doesn't say null. Cannot read property destruct of undefined. Yeah, it doesn't say null. So it's not null. It's just saying not. It's not. It's undefined. Match weight canceled doesn't do anything. That's kind of dumb. Hang on. Let's. All right. Let's. Yeah, cannot read property destruct of undefined. How is it undefined? Match weight screen JS. Oh, I didn't read the. It helps if you read what the error message actually is pointing to, doesn't it? That's not what it was. Okay, match weight screen JS 19. Match weight screen JS 19. Yeah, it's trying to destruct the loading icon, which actually isn't something yet. Because we don't have a loading icon. We didn't create what that is yet. All right. Quick bathroom break. We'll be right back. Drana, BRB. BRB. There we go. All right, we're back. There's a toilet emote. Yes, it's the only emote I have because it's the only thing I could think of. So I take bathroom breaks a lot. So what can I say? I like to stay hydrated, and I usually am always drinking water with coffee. Because if you have just coffee and you're talking, it's like kind of dries your throat out, you know. So if I'm not talking, I can just drink coffee and I'm usually okay. But if I'm like trying to talk, like my throat just really gets all crispy. Okay, so yeah, we figured out what this destructive undefined thing is because loading icon is undefined. Because we're just doing a loading icon nothing. You know what? I should probably do this. Equals new entity. And I should do that for this one too. Equals new entity. This doesn't really do anything, but it will at least make sure that destruct is something, and then I can. Because if I comment this out, I'm probably going to forget to uncomment it, basically. We're going to have a little memory leak. And I'm going to spend like 20 minutes trying to figure out what it is and realize, oh yeah, it's just because I forgot to comment those lines back in. So let's do this. Waiting for an opponent. And then if we click X. Oh, we didn't go back to the main menu yet. Okay, so we're there. We at least destructed the match weight screen, which is good. But we want to go right back to the main menu. So let's do this dot, or this dot menu dot hide in game, and then we'll do this dot menu dot show main. So we're gonna bring the main menu back. So we click this, waiting for an opponent, click X. There we go. So we need to clean up. Okay, so let's look at WebSockets wrapper real quick. So what happens if we've got, so we do match weight started, we send the command to the server that we want to find a match, and then if the server responds with, WebSockets wrapper match start. If the server comes back with some sort of Wait, where? Oh, here we are. Here we are. Okay, draw finished. Match countdown. Oh. Yeah, we need to go to... Well, I guess we'll just do it this way for right now. We go to match countdown started. So we need to kill on match countdown started. We need to do if I guess we need to do if this dot wait match screen. Then we need to do this dot wait match or match wait screen dot destruct. We need to kill it, and then we need to do this dot match wait screen equals null. Okay, so then that would allow us to, if we do, let's go here, and we're gonna do this. So we're waiting for opponent, but now if we click here, this is gonna instantly match us up, and we should go into the countdown on this one. So we go like this. There we go. Countdown. We're in. Great. So we're getting there. We're getting there. I don't. What I'm also thinking of having is maybe like a. Maybe having like, well, okay, maybe we could do it on the server side. Like it'd be cool if it didn't just go right into the countdown. So track with me here for a moment. So we do this. We have waiting for opponent, right? And then if the opponent comes here and clicks to join a match right away, this will just snap right into the countdown for the match. So like if I click here, boom, starting in 3, 2, 1. I don't really want that. I'd rather have, oh, this doesn't work. X button doesn't work on the stats screen. I forgot about that because we refactored this thing. So it doesn't do the same thing as quit anymore. Where's my pencil? I'm writing this down. Okay. Just a little side note. Hang on. Just got to get this little side note out of the way. Okay, so we've got that. We've got X. Quit button doesn't work at stat screen. Quit. No, not that quit. No, there is a quit button, but not that. This quit button works, but the in-game quit. The in-game quit button. In-game quit button doesn't work. Work in stats screen. In stats, I'll just say. That's good enough for now. All right. Yeah, because I think on populus.gg, the live site right now, if you go to play, oh, we have to do a whole 30-second match, but oh boy. Oh boy. Anyway, I'll let that time expire. And then we'll test the X button. Okay, so what were we just talking about before I got derailed there? Okay, so this is waiting for opponent. Oh, what I was saying was instead of just going from waiting for opponent and snapping into the countdown right away, it'd be nice if it said match found and like maybe said the opponent's name or something, and then went into like 3, 2, 1 countdown. So it'd be cool if that was like kind of that was like the same thing. So, you know, it wasn't just like, boom, why all of a sudden is the game counting down? Like, why is all, you know, you kind of would know why, but it would be nicer to like let you know, hey, a match is found. Game is starting now, kind of thing. Yeah, that would be nice. That would be nicer to have. And honestly, it'd be nice if we had nice animations for all this stuff. Like for, you know, waiting for opponent, if that like swiped in off the screen. And I wanted to have like the main menu like swipe out, you know, like maybe you click play and then instead of just snapping to starting in, like maybe you hit play and that main menu swipes down and then the countdown thing swipes in. Match found, wait for players to both ready up. Just in the juice, can I play against you right now? Justin the Juice. What's going on? No, the multiplayer's not live yet. Justin the Juice. Justin the Juice is my brother. So if I talk demeaning to him, that's why. Sterling, sir. Match found. Wait for players to both ready up. That could be, I don't want to have a ready up thing. Like you have to click a button to say, I'm ready. You know, I don't want to have that. That would just be a little more work than I'd really want to have right now. But I understand. I mean, maybe at some point we'd want to have something like that. But I would like it to be okay. So there's the 3-2-1 countdown, like, and that goes anytime you play the game or whatever, right? You just hit play, starting in 3-2-1, and it's 1500 milliseconds, so it's 500 milliseconds per tick. 3, 2, 1. Each of those are 500 milliseconds. And I was thinking like maybe we make the whole countdown like 3. Maybe we make, instead of like 1500 milliseconds, we make it like 3,000 seconds, 3,000 milliseconds. So we make it 3 seconds long. And then you hit, you know, it would say, match found. Match found. Our opponent is blah, blah, blah. Say some their ridiculous randomly generated username. And then just say, and then just have like the 3-2-1 come in like later. Like, so maybe the first 1500 milliseconds of we'd have this full countdown timer that's 3,000 milliseconds. But the first 1,500 milliseconds just say, match found with the opponent. Great. And then the next 1,500 milliseconds show the 3, 2, 1, kind of like to give you that, like, hey, the match is about to start. I'm just backseat PMing with no market research for this project. No worries, Sterlingster. Sterlingster. Is this your first time chatting in the stream, Sterlingster, or have you been around before? Because now that I think about it, like I feel like I've heard your name before, but I think I do that whenever somebody new hops in the chat and I see their name for the first time. Like I think it's new at first, but then after like an hour or so, if they're still hanging out, I'm like, you know what? Maybe I have seen them here before. Nah, I'm new. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, because I guess it's just somehow I trick myself into thinking, wait, no, I do know that username. Is Justin the Juice there still? Did you pick up Cyberpunk? Justin the Juice? Justin the Juice. Just trolling through science and tech while I work. Makes it almost feel like I'm back in the office. Nice. Yeah, there you go. Sterlingster's been playing Cyberpunk. Nice. Justin the Juice. Yep, still here. Cyberpunk's good, but it's really glitchy. Yeah, I've been watching the videos. And like PS4 and PS and Xbox One are like it's just like hysterical how bad it is. But I saw a thing that like that CD Projekt Red announced like an apology thing or something. It's really a shame that they like really let the game go at that. Like, I mean, seriously, this game's been so hyped. And I know they made so many people mad. So many people were mad when they, did the first delay or whatever, the second delay. But it's like, people have been stoked for this for like 8 years. Justin the Juice should have hired you. Nice. There'd be a bunch of toilet emotes in there. Oh yes, speaking of which, Justin the Juice, I have an emote now. Durana BRB. It's a little pixel art toilet because I take a lot of bathroom breaks. So the hype was going to kill this game. I've not been following it, and I'm happy so far. Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, and there's some people saying like, yeah, I've never really seen anything like that hyped that I know of. Wow, Rainy Dash following up the toilet there. Badger. Badger. It's been a while. What's going on, Badger? So, yeah, oh, Kodako's back. I want to play it, but maybe I should wait until they fix the bugs. That's kind of what I was thinking, maybe. I don't know if I'll get it maybe at some point, but Sterling, so yeah, there are visual glitches, but nothing that stopped me from playing through the missions. Patches will come out. Things will get better, optimized. Yep. And pretty much any game, yeah, any game now they launch and there's bugs. It's you know, bad. That's pretty much that's pretty much just like the way they do it now. It's kind of sad, but it seems pretty cool. Otherwise, for the most part. It is SAZD. It is sad. Oh. I didn't know if you were throwing another acronym at me there, Sterlingster. Like, yeah, I don't know. My biggest issues would be crouching, trying to sneak, and your character will randomly stand up. Like you push the crouch button and then it just uncrouches. It's like a toggle crouch or something. What happened to my windows here? There we go. Yeah, it uncrouches. Gotcha. What settings are you playing it on, Justin? Justin the Juice. The Juice. I should just say the Juice. Juice or just Juice. Yeah, how's that 980 holding up? Medium quality. Okay, and it runs all right. Medium. I'm not surprised. I watched some of the PC quality specs, breakdowns and everything. And it's pretty insane, especially if you're doing the ray tracing. They're leaning too much on 0-day patches when games had to ship on physical media. Yeah, for sure, Sterlingster. I was thinking the exact same thing. Yeah, it's just because of nice internet things, you can push patches whenever. When games had to ship on physical media, they didn't have the luxury. They could be polished and finished. Now they're under these timelines, and it's good enough. They screw it up, they screw it and ship and fix post-launch. Yeah, exactly. Justin the Juice. Yeah, high was a little too much. Sterlingster 1060, medium, average 50 to 70 FPS. Gotcha. What resolution are you playing, Sterlingster? Juice is playing 1080p. $1080. Gotcha. That's not. I mean, that's crazy. I mean, it should hopefully get better. Like it. Well, I don't know. But yeah, as long as you're around 60, I guess that's fine and dandy. Oh, 1080. Oh yeah, I was gonna say 1060. That'd be pretty. Wow. Okay, no, you're playing on 1080p. I got it right the first time, and then I like saw the 1080 again, and I thought you meant you were correcting you from saying you're on a GTX 1080. But no, you're on a GTX 1060, but you were, yes, 1080p. Gotcha. Yep. Yes, exactly. Yeah. But man, I'm bad at reading the chat. I'll say that. Okay. Well, this guy here has been waiting for an opponent for a long time, and that opponent's not coming. It's just not coming. So, oh yeah, that's right. Our stat screen button doesn't work now. Our stat screen, if we click this, doesn't work. It works on the live site though. Time's up. Oh. There is no, look at that. On populus.gg right now, there is no in-game quit button anymore. Okay, so I have to fix that on. So it's fine on the live site right now, but Yeah, and there's kind of the other thing I need to think about where our request animation frame pauses when you switch tabs. So I need to kind of test that with multiplayer. I don't think it's really going to make a difference, but nonetheless, I still kind of want to test it. Time's up. Actually, let's test that right now. So let's do this. Let's go here. Let's do a live game. 3, 2, 1. There we go. Okay, so now on this guy, I'm going to switch tabs. So this guy times out, time's up, back here. What happens here? We click. Oh, we're back on the screen, right? Okay. Perfect. Yeah, so that should be fine. I don't think we need to do anything with that. We might have to, but if people are switching tabs mid-game, they deserve to have things break on them. I mean, I don't know why you would switch tabs mid-game. That doesn't make sense. Mid-match. I mean, you play a 30-second match. You're trying to pop as many bubbles as you can as quickly as possible. You're not going to switch tabs. And it seems to be no issue with that. So definitely don't care too much about that. Okay, so I wrote down a note. What was that note again? I just want to remind myself. Player cancels. In-game quit doesn't work in stats. Actually, I'm going to add these to Trello now just so, because otherwise I might lose this piece of paper or the cat will come down and run off with it. That's always a possibility. Okay. Okay, Trello. There we go. All right, so we want to add another card. All right, so we're going to add some more to-dos here. All right, so what was the first one? Player cancels. Okay, so test if player cancels match wait. Right as a match starts. So that's kind of a weird one. I'm going to put the networking label on that. Then we're going to add another card. We're going to say in-game quit doesn't work in stats. In-game quit button doesn't work on stats screen. And this is a UI UX thing. There we go. All right, so we just added a couple more tasks. Oops, can't do that. There we go. Okay. So our UI UX tasks are these yellow ones, and the orange ones are the network ones. And they're too closely related in color there. All right, so okay. All right, I don't need. All right, so okay. What do we need now? Everything works, I think. We just need, okay, if we start waiting for a match and we quit, we're good. We go back. But the problem is, yeah, look at that. So it doesn't, there's nothing on the server to say, hey, cancel my match waiting. So that's what we need. Oh, look at that. We've got an in-game quit button here, but we don't here. That's really interesting. All right, so let's look at what caused that. Maybe that's the problem. 3, 2, 1. Maybe there's not supposed to be an in-game. Oh, there really isn't. So I found something else that was like a bug. I caused like some other bug that caused that. So let's waiting for opponent. Maybe we want to do like our own separate. Maybe we don't want to have this little X button. Okay, it's gone now. Hang on. All right, let's check this again here. Uh-oh. Rudy's locked down in the basement again. Time's up. Oh, and they both. Okay, so they. All right. Oh, that is okay, so maybe this was a problem. Yeah, that's bad. Okay, maybe this was always a problem. I just never noticed it before. Because there's nothing. Yeah, okay, that's bad. And then we're creating. Ooh, that's really bad. All right. Yeah, that's. Yes, extremely. We've got like a leak here. Like if I do this, then quit. Well, no, if I do this. Actually, at this point, this should go back. The single player seems to be fine. So we go back. Time's up. But if we do another competitive match. Yes, that's bad. All right. So we've got a bunch of buttons here. Bunch of in-game quit buttons that aren't supposed to be here at the main menu. All right, so what is the event? And maybe that's always been there. I just have, I want to fix this right now. So I was saying it's possible it's always been there. Match ended. Okay, so match ended comes from the server. Okay. Okay, so where are we emitting the match? Okay, here we go. We got emit match ended. So this is when the server says, hey, the match is over. Then we do match ended. We call this dot match ended, which does. Okay, stops listening to. Yeah, okay, that's good. Event emitter dot emit match ended. Okay, so we emit that. We do that. We grab the stats from the server. All right, so match ended, or what do we have? We have opponent quit, and we have server stats. Okay, so we go to match, or sorry, application. We do match ended, and somehow, yeah, we're calling hide in game. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I think I know what it is now. All right, so let's do this. If we get match, if we do match wait started. If we do, okay, so let's get rid of this. This is the problem. I think I know what it is now. So it is a new bug. It's not something. This is a new issue. So now we got rid of the match wait started thing. We start up the match. Looking for Rudy? I don't know where he went. All right. Okay, time's up. We're back. Yes, now there's no X button. So that X button was actually the problem. So if we have this yeah, because what happens is if player 1 does a yeah, well, okay, it's taking too much brain power to think, and that's what's causing me to not be able to actually say what I'm wanting to say here. Okay, so match started. So what we want to do is in the match started event, we want to check if we've already had a match waiting screen going. So yeah, so this is what. Wait a minute. How are we getting rid of the match wait screen? Yeah, how does the match wait screen go away? How does the match wait screen go away? Oh, it goes away when match countdown started. Okay. Oh, yes. Okay, so we need to, I know what we need to do. So during the match countdown, we don't show any in-game quit button. That's the thing, right? So if we do a competitive mode, yeah, the problem is, wait, hang on. Oh yeah, I uncommented those. All right. So what we need to do is we need to hide in-game when match countdown started. That's what we need to do. So match wait screen, we need to do this .menu.hide in-game. That's all we needed to do, I think. So let's do this, and then, so now we've got waiting for opponent, and now if the opponent quit, so, or if the opponent connects, so what's going to happen is this, when the countdown's going, which will happen as soon as I click this, the other player starts, then this button should disappear, because while the countdown's going, we don't want to have the X button showing. Okay, it flickered for a second on this player, which is maybe fine. Maybe that's annoying. All right, but this at least puts us in the right spot. We don't have any leaks now. No memory leaks, no anything. Event handler leaks, I should say. There we go. Great. We retry. We're on a single player game. We do the tutorial. We do a bunch of stuff. We do a bunch of whatever. There we go. Fantastic. We quit. We do a bunch of stuff. We are back. Back to 30 event listeners. Beautiful. Okay. Okay. All right. So I just forgot to hide the in-game menu when we go into the countdown, the match countdown. So that is fine. So here's the thing. The thing that makes me a little nervous is I'm getting to a point where this is all getting kind of complex, and I might need to actually like kind of start like this kind of like, I might need to like kind of systematize this a little bit. Like instead of just a lot of these, like some event fires and then it checks if something's there. If not, get rid of it. If it's there, get rid of that. I mean, this is kind of not bad because it works, but as it gets more complex, it's like match started, match didn't start, you know, like all match ended, like all these different things are getting toggled or set or do whatever. And like it's not quite out of hand, but I honestly think this is fine, but like this is, you know, just having this issue I had right now where I didn't hide the in-game menu when the countdown started. Like I'm starting to think like maybe there needs to be some sort of like stepping stone process of like, okay, first step, this thing's gonna you're like at the main menu, right? You do something, and then this puts you here. But like we could have like just this easy thing, like these easy methods to say, okay, do this other thing, and then you go back to the main menu, or like and then it'd be like just maybe one method call to like go to the main menu, and like I could be at any point in the game and then say go to the main menu, and like it would clean up whatever that method would clean up like everything. Because rather than everything's kind of piecemeal handled right now, like if we go to the main menu wherever we call show main, we've got like 4 cases here where we show the main menu, but like all the setup around that is kind of, you know what? The piecemeal approach is gonna kind of have to work like for now. It's like here's when the match ends. We show the main menu at some point, and we kill the match object here. If you quit from the stat screen, we show the main menu. We go back to the main menu. We in-game quit button click. So if you click the in-game button, you might show the main menu here if you were on the tutorial. Yeah, it's just like there's some kind of complicated kind of routing around screens and stuff, but I don't know. I think for the most part, this is actually relatively clear. It's actually surprisingly clear. All right, what is all this commented out junk? This is just old. I'm gonna get rid of this because we definitely don't need this anymore. Right? Yeah. If we do need it, I'll just rewrite it. Okay. So, all right, what are we at right now? I keep kind of getting derailed on like all these other little side things to do. So waiting for opponent, we quit, and that works. But the problem is the server doesn't know. Yeah, that's what we're on now. Because like, so the server doesn't know that this player wanted to stop waiting for the match. So like as soon as I click the button here, it's going to queue us both up, and we're both going to be in a match. 3, 2, 1, boom. So that's a problem. So we need to add like an actual new request on the client from client to server to say, hey, I'm canceling my match. I don't want to wait for a match anymore. So yeah, so we need to do I guess, so this would be a client side thing. Let's see. So this would be what did we say? We had like a new event we started. Match wait canceled or something. And we already are emitting it. So if you click that button, or if you click the in-game quit button so here's where you click that. Yeah, we've got match wait. All right, so we're clearing out this to-do right now. So if you click the in-game quit button while you're at the match wait screen, it's going to emit the event match wait canceled. So we go to WebSockets wrapper. We have match wait started. Let's just create another one up here. We're going to call this event match wait canceled. And we've got a listener here. And that's great. And we need to do this dot send to server. And we're going to send something. We're going to have a new command. Oh, now we're really flexing the muscles of our little enumeration thing here that we've got. Because watch this. We just go to the config file and we do... Here we go. We got client commands. We got find match. Cancel match find. Cancel match find. It's going to equal 2. Maybe. And 3. And then 4, and then 5. That's all we need to do. That's it. That's it. Okay, so find match. We need to send to server config. Oh boy. Config.ws.clientcommands.cancel match find. Okay, so we're sending cancel match find. And then in the send to server, ooh, yeah, that's bad. What? Did I really? Okay, split function into two. It's supposed to be a comma here. Split function into 2. 1 for mouse commands. 1 for find match quit match. Maybe we can take care of this right now. Okay, so this should totally not be if command equals 3 or command equals 4. That's bad. So let's fix this right now. I just totally broke my own rule here. Config.ws.clientcommands.cursor moved. Or cursor down, which is 5. These now got moved. So this will be or cursor down. Beautiful. All right, but let's maybe. Actually, this is probably good for now. I don't want to think about all of this. Oh, yeah. I wanted to split the send to server into 2 different methods. So there'd be one that would be like send mouse input to server. And then the other, and everything else would be like just send to server that thing. Okay, so out command 0, fill out command with zeros, and then out command 0 is command. Okay, all right, so that's good. That actually, I don't think we need to do anything else on the client. Now on the server, we need to actually do something. We need to parse that message. So in our switch case, we've got case config ws client commands find match, and we've got another. We're gonna insert the new case here. We've got case config.ws.clientcommands.cancel match find, and we are going to have. We'll just do the console log player canceled. Fine, waiting player canceled. So we're going to do just a little check here quick. We're going to say if player equals this dot waiting player. Now, wait a minute. Player is that player, right? So I can do, yeah. Ooh, that's right. We need to change that. Okay, so if player equals this dot waiting player, then we need to do, first of all, player dot waiting for match equals player dot waiting for match equals false, and then we need to do this dot waiting player equals null. think. That's all we need to do. All right, let's try this and this. So we're going to do waiting for opponent, and then we're going to quit the wait. Waiting player canceled, and then it says player quit match. So then if we click here, waiting for opponent, 3, 2, 1, good. Time's up. There we go. Quit, quit. Waiting for opponent, quit, waiting for opponent. Why is it throwing player quit match? It's throwing player quit match. Oh, which I guess is okay. All right, I'm going to get rid of this commented out thing. That's old. We don't need that. Sterlingster, rip my testing. Auth services are borked. GG, nice try. Getting work done today. Isn't that what you're, oh, you mean just like, so you can't like log in to test what you're trying to do? Is that what you're saying? Or you actually broke something? Because isn't that good if you broke something? Oh, okay. Google was down today. Did you all notice? Really? I can't generate auth tokens for the services I need to test. Oh, gotcha. Basically, their auth service. Interesting. I did not notice at all, though, Kodako. Couldn't log into any Google service. Wow. And I guess that would mean probably any, like, would it, if you, you guys were sleeping probably. Gotcha. Like even if you like refreshed a page or something, like refreshed your Gmail page or something, like it wouldn't, that would still break too, or just like a login from scratch. Wow. YouTube, Gmail, photos, everything. Wow, crazy. The actual account service was down like down 500. Oh, 500's what happened. 500 the error. Like a 500 response, yeah. Yeah. Yes. HTTP code 500. Yep. Yeah, I got you guys. Okay, so player requested match was already in match waiting. Yep, that's good. Okay, so we want to do, I want to not send the quit match. I want to not send the quit match event from the client, or the quit match command from the client if we, because we were just waiting, but we fired off the cancel match find and the quit match in one. So we want to not do that on the client. So let's go to, all right, so what are we listening for? What are we listening for when we actually send that to, where are, okay, match wait started, match wait canceled, find match, canceled match, find. Where are we doing send to server here? Match started. Six times we say send to server, where player quit game. Player quit clicked the in-game quit button. Okay, well then where are we calling this? Player quit game. Okay, that must be getting called in the application then. Player quit game. Player quit game. Yeah, there it is. Okay. Not fun to be the guy that pushed that code. If it was a code change, how did they not catch that in testing environment? IDK, I just assumed it was a code error. Things slip through testing even for the best. No. I mean, you're right. I never make mistakes. What are you doing there, buddy? The cat's back down in the basement. He's just kind of sitting patiently right next to me here. Outgoing, okay, outgoing input timer ID. What is this? Oh, wait, okay, wait a minute. Outgoing input timer ID. What's going on, buddy? Stick your tail in my face. All right. Outgoing input timer ID. That's, I can't, for some reason, I can't think of what that actually is. Oh, that's for the mouse input. Right. Which, so that would be, let's see, outgoing input timer. That gets set when we do play or okay, that gets set when we do match started. But match started doesn't. Match started wouldn't get fired. You're being pretty good there, buddy. Not jumping on my keyboard. Okay, so this is where the outgoing input timer gets set when we fire match started, when we call match started. But that doesn't really make much sense. Okay, so let me just make sure I'm not going crazy. Because what's really happening is if I do this, waiting for opponent. So down here in the server console, if I click X, it said so we have waiting player canceled. That's good, but then it says player quit match, which is weird. Because we have, so in other words, it logs player quit match on the server if the client sent it the quit match request there. So the client is the one screwing up and sending the quit match. Need to get a decoy keyboard for the cat. That would be cute. Yes, for sure. And you need a cat camera for that as well. Yeah. Yeah, the little off to the side there. He could, I don't know. You guys saw him sitting on the table there before. I didn't even realize at first he was sitting on this little card table right here. That was kind of funny. But yeah, he should have his own. You could have your own camera there, buddy. He's just purring. Probably Probably starting to fall asleep here. Yeah, I need like a little decoy keyboard that like makes the click sounds. Actually, I don't think I've touched the keyboard in a while, so once I actually start clicking, he might get all interested, decide he's all interested all of a sudden. Okay, so the only way we send that message to the server, yeah, send to server, quit match. So this is the only spot where we're sending quit match, right? Oh, no, wait, there's another spot. Oh, no, that's just for that. Okay. Okay, so config ws client commands quit match. So we call player quit game. The only spot we can call player quit game is in application. And that's if the outgoing input timer ID is something. But the outgoing input timer, I keep wanting to say output input. The outgoing input timer is only something if a match is actually started. Where do we ever call this dot match started? No, we don't call that within WebSockets wrapper itself. We probably call it in here. So we would say, we say it here. So event match started, bubbles. Okay, hang on a second here. WebSockets. There's like a little loop here. So like I think WebSockets wrapper emits the match started. This isn't a practice game. This is a practice match here. But otherwise, the match started comes from WebSockets wrapper. WebSockets wrapper. So the server says, where do we emit match started? Match started right here. And we pass bubbles. Why do we do that? That seems kind of stupid. Why do we go config server command match started? We do that, then we emit match started event, and then we wait for the server. Then we do the match create. WebSockets wrapper match started. Yeah, why do we have to do this? Let's find WebSockets. Maybe I made a mistake just doing this. Okay, so there's only one match started call there. Matt Jacks. Off-topic question for the chat. If anyone here is decent at pixel art, I would love to pay someone to make the 8-bit graphics for my game. Nice. Well, I can make a pixel art toilet, Matt Jacks. There it is. I'm just kidding. I'm not that good at it. All toilets. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. If you want a toilet for the game, you can have that. Yeah, actually that'd be not bad for testing. If you want the 16 by 16, I'll give it to you, or 32 by 32 pixel thing, I'll give it to you. Sorry, buddy, I got it. Here you go. Justin the Juice, you need a toilet as your gamer chair. Matt Jacks, much appreciated. Oh, you want it? You actually want it? I'm gonna add it to my final product somehow. Nice. Do I have an export of the 32 by 32. I should. Let's see here. Stream. No, maybe not. Maybe I need to. All right, we got to open up the GIMP here. All good if it's too much work. No. No. We'll do it. Stream emote 2856. I've got. Where's the original one here? Okay. 56. Where is 112? There it is. Oh, it's a 32 by 32. It's got 1 pixel of like padding on either side of the thing itself. So this is what my 32 by 32 looked like. So it's got a pixel of padding on either side there, which maybe that's not a good thing for the game. But should work. All right. All right. So let's see about all right, PNG. Whoops, pixel toilet. There it is. Obviously that looks nasty there, zoomed in with scaling. All right, pixel art toilet 32 by 32. All right, it's in there. Nice. All right. Oh, we got some new people in the Discord there. Nice, nice. I'll have to send a little greeting there. Been coding with your stream in the background for so much of this project will be fitting to add the toilet. Haha. Nice, nice. What are you working on, Matt Jax? Sorry, maybe I asked you that. Was that on Saturday when you hung out? When you were hanging out? And all right. Anyway, we got that. Sterling Sir is now following. Hey, thank you, Sterling Sir. I appreciate it. All right, can't do stuff for work for right now. Thanks for hanging out while I work. GG's and good luck. Hey, thanks, Sterling Sir. Yeah, thanks for hanging out. I really appreciate it. You were hanging out for a while. Yeah, and have some have fun working out. Ah, the game of Hunt the Wumpus. Yes, that's right. Which is like a roguelite, you were saying, right? Okay. How you doing there, buddy? Oh, he's out cold. Out cold. All right. The cat, that is. I'm talking about my cat. Okay, so this I realize I think is kind of stupid that we're doing this. Because what happens is we've got this like little kind of loop that happens right here. Basically, the WebSockets wrapper is the thing that fires off, emits this match started event. Otherwise, the only other match started event is right here. In fact, let's do a full sweeping check in all of our VS Code. We're going to look for emit and then match started. We're going to look for that string. So we've got, stupid VS Code bug. All right. Oh man, I hate that. Okay, for whatever reason, VS Code likes to rename the first uppercase letter in my file names to lowercase for something that happens when you do a search. I don't know. I don't get it. I can't remember how to replicate the issue. Okay, so we've got. Okay, so that's menu temp old. Wait a minute. No. Start over. There we go. Okay. So we've got. Yeah, application does. Don't worry about menu temp old. That doesn't need to be there. What's going on, buddy? So event emitter emit match started, and then we've got WebSockets wrapper doing the emit match started. So in this case here, hang on, sorry, buddy. So the dumb thing is that we've got match started, which is triggered by WebSockets wrapper. And then we have bubbles. And then you're falling off. Here you go. So the WebSockets wrapper emits match started and passes the bubbles, and then I set up the match object passing in those bubbles from the server. Ouch. Come on, we just trimmed your claws, man. What's going on? So then we do this if bubbles, then we do WebSockets wrapper.match started, which is just kind of silly because it's like WebSockets wrapper is the one emitting this. So why am I calling this if there's bubbles? All right, I got to take a bathroom break. We'll be right back. And Rudy the cat, he's got to go somewhere because he's on my lap. All right, we're back. This is why you need the toilet as a gamer chair. Yeah, you got it, Juice. All right. Rudy. All right, hang on. All right. So yeah, so this whole thing is kind of silly, and I'm thinking like there's no problem with maybe just commenting this out because I can't there. Yeah, there can't be anything. Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes I do weird things, and there's stuff makes sense why we do those weird things, but okay, in this case we emit match started, and then let's see what happens when. Okay, so if we do match started, we start listening to those events, set up the outgoing timer, and that's pretty much it. So I guess we could emit the thing. Let's try that. Let's put this first. We're gonna do this dot match started, right? Is that what it was? Match started. Yeah. Codico, I want to make an overlay with floating toilets. Nice, nice. There you go. If I do, I'll send it over to you. Nice. All right. Yeah. If you do it, I'll check it out. Check it out for sure. Oh, hang on. Got a missed call here. Oh, it was from a while ago. Okay. So this let's try this and just see if everything's okay, because I feel like I maybe just wasn't thinking super clear or something. Waiting for opponent. Let's do that. Match started. Okay. Uh-oh. Oh, no, wait a minute. 31. Rudy, come on. 31 event listeners. No, you don't need to be back there. All right. Buddy, come on. All right, he's finally decided he's going to go for the keyboard now. Why don't you just sit? Why don't you just lay down back here? There you go. Look at that. All right, that might not work. You can add the Jarab Durana BRB. You say what are you exactly saying there, Codico? All right, so we have 31 event listeners now. This is kind of weird. I'm not exactly sure why. Why would we have 31 now? Floating BRB to it. Oh, you're saying like then that the overlay could be like that, and then I could just, that would be the BRB then, and then it's just a bunch of, then it would show just the floating toilets while that's like the BRB screen kind of. If that's what you're saying, I got you now. Exactly. Gotcha. Well, I was working on this little program in C to do like a little command line thing, so I could have like whenever I'd be right back or whatever, I could just open up a console and do brb.exe. And then it was going to have like some kind of animated ASCII art that would just kind of animate around nicely. We could incorporate the toilet in there for sure now in that. That'd be really easy because it's just pixel art. So it could just come up with a cool ASCII art version. All right, I saw that. Looked cool. I started to mentioned it the other day. Yep, cool with an ASCII toilet. Yeah, like because I could basically just take the pixel art that I've already done and then just come up with a slightly interesting looking ASCII version of it. Yeah, I never ended up. I was trying to make. I had to learn like some command learn. Now I lost all my tabs, but I had to use some special. I was gonna have it just run in like plain Windows command prompt, and there's like some special whatever things you can do to manipulate that. So I have to kind of look that up. Like I couldn't just get by with using like the normal standard out, std out things that you would otherwise use. I could like get stuff animating, but it would kind of flicker basically by using just the normal standard out stuff. So I have to look into the actual Windows documentation for it. Okay, so now that this is commented out, I'm pretty sure everything's fine. Well, hang on. Let's go back and just change this again here. Match, okay. Yeah, at some point we hit 31 event listeners now because it used to be 30. So what is the 31st event listener that we're getting? Let me look through the match started function here real quick. Console log, WebSockets wrapper match started. Event emitter.on, cursor moved, cursor move, event emitter on, cursor down, cursor down. This dot outgoing input timer, we do that. If this dot latest cursor move dot sent, if it's not true, then we send to server the latest position. All right. So in theory, I think everything's fine with me switching this stuff around. I don't really know. Well, and where else is this match? Why did I put this match started in a function? There had to be a reason. I mean, where else is that? Where else match started? Okay, that's not that. That's not that. That's not that. That's commented out now. That's an event. That's an event. That's an event. That's an event. That's the website. That's the definition. Or that's this right here. Then there's this right here. That's this. Then there's this, which is the actual method definition. Then that's part. That's on the server side. Okay, so that's all server code. We don't care. Yeah, so I don't. Maybe match started. Yeah, because maybe we don't even need this as a method now. Like, let's just do all of this. I'm just going to Control C, and then I'm going to comment out this. Oh, that's all we lost there, right? Yeah. All right, I think this is all we needed to do. And in theory, so I just got rid of a method there that we didn't, I don't know why we had that. Maybe I, okay, 4 to 4. Let's just make sure stuff works. I'm just going to play some games and stuff and just see that everything is working fine. We do have 31 event listeners now, which is interesting. 31, 31, tutorial. Oh. Okay. Three, two, one. Okay. Everything seems to be fine. Beautiful. Okay. So now let's see here. So all right, so I think we cleaned that up and that was fine. Let's get rid of this actually. I'm going to keep this in here for right now. Seconds right per match. Started, ended. Okay. All right, so now I can't even remember what we've been chasing so many rabbit trails here. I can't even remember what we were trying to do. 3, 2, 1. Oh, the one thing we were trying to fix was this. If I click this, waiting for opponent, then I click X, it says waiting player canceled, but then it says player quit match. And that's not good. So waiting player canceled is right, because we canceled our waiting for a match, right? We did this, waiting for opponent, clicked X, player quit match. Or maybe waiting for opponent, maybe that's not a good... Maybe that isn't a good thing, because that kind of sounds like there's an opponent ready, but we're just kind of waiting for him or her. But it would be better to just say waiting for match, maybe. I don't know. Or maybe like finding opponent or something. Maybe something like that. Finding opponent. ... Something like that. Ooh, that gives me an idea for animation, maybe. Maybe. Okay, so okay. Preparing to match. Yeah, I like the idea of finding, I think. I like finding, I think. Even though it's more like waiting. Because what am I doing now? What am I saying? Waiting? Waiting for opponent. I mean, that's fine. But it's just kind of like, it makes it sound like there's an opponent matched up with you, but you're just like waiting for them or something. But like finding opponent... That's maybe more clear. Where's finding opponent? Where do we actually have that? Is that in this in match wait screen? Yeah, because what if we had like finding opponent dot dot dot. But it'd be cool to maybe have, I'm thinking maybe having some animated dots. Maybe that's going to be our animation. Like they grow or something. Truvu is now following. Hey, Truvu, thanks for the follow. I really appreciate it. I really do. That was really loud. In my room. Oh, yeah, that's why. Okay, there we go. All right, so we're still trying to figure out why the server says player quit match. Because I don't want the client to send that message to the server. There's no reason to do that. So again, on WebSockets wrapper, we have player quit match somewhere. Player quit game, there it is. Okay, so player clicked the in-game quit button. Okay, player quit game. So that would be from the application. We have in-game quit button clicked. Player, we have WebSockets wrapper dot player quit, right? Where is that? If this dot match ended. Oh, match wait. Okay, emit match wait canceled. Okay, match wait canceled is listened to up here. So we do, yeah, we say cancel match find. But then how do we get to, that's really weird. How do we get to calling player quit game? Maybe it isn't. All right, let's blah, blah, blah. Just see if we print blah, blah, blah. So we do this there. No, we didn't do blah, blah, blah. So it is an issue on the server. Okay. So the client side is good, believe it or not. Okay, so where are we actually logging that message? Player, what was it? Player quit match. Okay, so this is if maybe there is another player quit match string somewhere. Let's search for the full this string here. No, there's only one spot. Look at that. Okay, so maybe I'm. Oh. This is why you don't use switch case. Because if you don't put a break on the end of the switch case, it's just going to keep going down through all the cases. Wow. All of that? Seriously, I spent like 2 hours tracking that down. Not really. Not exactly 2 hours. Okay. That was stupid. Such a stupid thing. Finding opponent, click X, waiting player canceled, and now we no longer have the player quit match. Sheesh, Jared. You should learn how to program before programming a game. I'm all out of water. All right. Okay. So. What's next? I think that's it. I think in theory we've got it. Like what we've got is working 100% now. Like we still have a couple obviously we want to have, we're not done with the match finding opponent screen at all. All right, I do want to see where this extra event listener came from because we had 30 before and now we're at 31. But that does seem to be our new baseline. So, I mean, we added our new match wait screen, but the match wait screen doesn't do anything until... Yeah, that's weird. Did I save a screenshot? No, I didn't. What was that? Let's just print the event listeners. Let's just do that on the application here real quick. Console log. Oh, that'd be down in the init here. I want to do that. All right, so we got 14 events still. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. We really do have 31. Okay, window resized. That one was fine. Cursor moved. If this dot drawable dot check it, that's our 3 bubbles, or 3 buttons, I mean. Those cursor moves, those cursor ups, those cursor downs. Match wait. Oh, we have match wait canceled. Oh, the application now listens to match wait canceled. Or wait, WebSockets wrapper now it listens to match wait canceled. Yes, that's what it is. Match wait canceled. We added a new event and listener. Yes. Okay. That's good. That's great. I'm glad we confirmed that. Okay. Where do I... Oh, down here. Console. Yes. Okay. Okay. So... All right, okay, so we don't need to, the animation, that's going to be simple. All right, not simple because we're going to have to come up with some kind of cool animation, animating something, but we've been going for 6 hours, 16 minutes. Let's just see how feasible it would be to add like another button here. And we want to have the play, practice while waiting button or something like that. So we'd want to have a button here that would kick us into a practice. And I want to see kind of how feasible that would be, or like how complicated the routing for that would be. So in our match wait screen, we're going to create a new button object. And I think I imported button. Yes. So we're going to have practice button equal new button. Oops. And what does a normal button constructor look like? I'm going to make this a const. I guess this loading icon can be const too. This just needs to be something. So we've got message, text, loading icon, practice button. Message text.init. All right, yeah, what does it look like to make a button? We don't need that anymore. What has a button here? Menu has a button. Okay, so it's got a bunch of junk like this. So it's got a position. Yeah, let's just copy paste this. Or let's copy this one here. We'll copy the play button. Okay, so match wait screen. We're going to do our new button. All right, hit Control Z. Come on. There we go. There we go. Beautiful. All right, so we're going to do just an X. We're just going to do a hard-coded position right now. X equals 500. Y equals 400. Maybe, or maybe just 500, 500. Size is just going to be 100 pixels. Color, we'll just keep that color as blue. And on click, we're not really going to have anything yet. So we'll leave that, and the text will be play while you wait. Play while you wait. That's not going to fit on that size of a button, but that's okay. So then we can do practice button.init. And we should have a practice button now when we do a wait. Nope, color is not defined. We got to import color. Import color from color.js. And did I miss anything else? I don't think so. There we go. Play while you wait. So yeah, obviously the play and the wait don't really fit on there. It just kind of says while you. So I guess that's kind of good enough for now. Maybe let's just make it less kind of annoying like that and just put a P on there, I guess. Whoops. There we go, P, and we maybe make it smaller. Yeah, it looks a little better for right now. All right, so this is, maybe let's move it over like let's move it over like 750 pixels maybe. Yeah, that's slightly better here. All right, so we want this button to start a practice match, but we still need to be waiting for our opponent, waiting for so what would happen? Well, okay, let's look at what happens when you click. So right now, if I click the play button, we start a practice game, right? So what is the method that we call when we click that play button? So we do event emitter, we fire off the event match countdown started. That's all we do. Let's look at what actually happens when we call that event, when we fire that event. Match countdown started. The listener function has one parameter, is practice. It's a Boolean. If we don't pass it, we assume it's true. Otherwise, we'd pass false. So we could say match countdown started, and then if there's already some stat screen, if there's a stat screen, we destroy it. If there's a match wait screen, okay, so this is the part that might get a little tricky here. If there's a match wait screen, we destroy it, which is good. If there's a match wait screen, we destroy it. If there's a countdown timer, no, we set up the countdown timer right there. And then we hide the main menu. Okay, so oops. So if we click this and we go into match countdown started, I guess maybe we could do like a Boolean, another Boolean. I don't like passing Booleans a bunch all over the place, flags and whatever, but if we pass another is practice while waiting, let's just say, just for kicks as the first thing that came into my head, we could default that to false, but we could pass a second Boolean, is practice while waiting, and then like we'd still destruct the match wait screen. Let's do a search for event emitter.emit match started. We'll just do a search for emit match started. Okay, so we don't. Ooh, we passed some bubbles there. All right. What happens if, okay, so if we do, what happens if we call hide main multiple times? Title.hide. Is hide a method on a drawable now? Let's see here. Whoops, drawable, hide. Okay, canvas, for each listener, event emitter.off, listener.event, listener.listener. Okay, so if we call hide multiple times, I don't think that hurts anything. So like a drawable entity is something that's on screen, right? It could be a circle, it could just be simple as a circle. It could be text, it could be a square, rectangle, whatever. So like a button, for instance, is an entity that has a circle drawable and like a text drawable as part of it, right? Because these buttons have some circles and then they have some text, right? So it's kind of a grouping thing for these individual drawable components, entities. So if I hide it if I hide a drawable multiple times, that shouldn't do anything. Because basically to hide a drawable entity, you call .hide on the drawable, and then canvas wrapper.remove drawer, which I guess, okay, so yeah, there's two parts. We start we remove the drawing function from the canvas wrapper. So let's look at that real quick. Remove drawer. We do drawer for if we were to remove multiple drawers, that's a weird word. Drawer, not drawer, drawer. Drawer. Would you say drawer though? Draw her. Actually, that's a good point. Drawer. Like if you've got a cabinet or something. If you got a cabinet with drawers, or underwear is drawers, but you could also say drawers. But if you have a bunch of drawers, it's a drawer. Wow. Okay, now I'm looking at it too much. But it's a drawer. Okay. So the drawer here is the function. So we loop over the draw queue. Draw queue? Why do I call it that? Because it's not a queue, it's just an array. Well, whatever. We loop over draw queue if drawer equals this thing, which in other words it doesn't. Okay, so that would basically there's some extra wasted space with that, but it's not really that big a deal. We're doing some extra looping that we could otherwise avoid, but we'd have to add some booleans and whatever to fix that. So let's not worry about that. Okay, but otherwise the drawable. Where's what happened to the drawable? I didn't close that. Okay, there we go. So if we do hide on our drawer, so the first thing is canvas wrapper.remove drawer. That's fine. Then we have this dot event listeners dot for each listener. We do event emitter dot off listener event and listener dot listener. So event emitter off, basically the same thing probably, right? Or we do index of const index of, and if index of is greater than -1. Okay, so then index would be -1 if it wasn't. So then if it's greater than blah, blah, blah. Okay. Because I assume if I do, let's do an array const a little test here. We do maybe a, or let's do 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we do console.log index, or we have to do a.index of 3. Is it address, or is that ID 2, index 2? If we do 4, it's at 3. If we do 5, it's -1. Okay, if we do 0, it's -1. All right, great. So if it's not, if the thing you checking the index of is not in the array, then you get a -1. So that's beautiful. Whoa, Retro MMO. Good morning. Does that mean you just woke up, Retro MMO? Did you start at 2 a.m. streaming again or whatever? Wow. What is going on, Evan? What is going on? Good to see you. Streamed until like 6 a.m. today and slept all day. Whew. Wow. 14-hour stream. Holy cow. That's crazy. Matt Jax, I'm back after a dinner break. What are you trying to figure out now? Haha. Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah, what are we trying to figure out now? Oh, well, okay. So we've got our nice new finding opponent screen, and maybe theoretically, everything is fine with that now. We want to have some sort of animation now when you're waiting for finding an opponent. But what I want to do is, because nobody's going to play this game. Retro MMO, what's new with Populus? Yeah. So today, well, there's been a few things probably since you were last here. We're getting closer to multiplayer now. But I basically have a finding opponent thing now. So when you search for a multiplayer match, which is still the O in Populus, like I'm going to change that. That's kind of my next task probably. When you click that, we go to a finding opponent screen, right? But what I want to do, since nobody's going to play Populus, I want to have like a button here that says practice while you wait, or something like that, more or less, right? So you could just jump into like a practice match. Right now I just have a P on there. But I want there to be like the option to practice while you wait for a match. So that way you could click that, jump into a practice game, but it's still waiting like in the background. And then if an opponent appears, then it would just kick you out of the practice and then start the match with the real human opponent. Or bot. Might be a bot at some point. So I'm trying to just kind of figure out what needs to happen to make this thing kind of work, basically. Rocket League does this too. Oh, nice. Nice. That's cool. Yeah, I like games that actually let you practice while you're like queuing. I wish Quake Champions had that, but no. So I'm trying, well, yeah, and I feel like this is pretty much an essential thing. Like, I don't want people to sit here on, like I don't want them to try, like, to find a match, because when not really that many people are going to play, and then they're going to sit here and just wait forever. And that's like all they have to do. They just have to like wait. I mean, I guess they could open a new tab and like practice in a new tab, but yeah. Kodako, I had the same problem with my game. I implemented just a 10-second countdown where you wait for other players. Otherwise, you just start your own solo round. I didn't think of doing a practice mode in the meanwhile. Gotcha. Kodako, remind me, what game are you working on? So now Matt Jax is working on the the typing. We just talked about this. I just asked you before. I'm so embarrassed. For programmers, right. Yeah, because you're working on a very similar thing, like one-on-one, right? Like that's pretty much it. Yeah, Matt Jax is working on that the Wumpus one, the Hunt the Wumpus one. Yes, you'll be able to race many people in a race, actually. Oh, okay, gotcha. But it's still a bit similar. Oh yeah, you just said you implemented a 10-second countdown where you wait for other players, otherwise you just start a solo round. Right. Yeah. That'd be cool. My typing's pretty bad, but it'd be fun to do a little. Do you like pick a language or something to type in? Is that kind of how it would work? How it works? Only PHP. Nice. Speaking of P, all right, so nothing happens if I click this right now. I just have an empty function there. I think you get a random code snippet from different language libraries, basically. Gotcha. Nice. Yeah, could you like pull stuff from GitHub or something like that, rather than like have your own database of snippets? But you'll also be able to create a private room, invite people, and select your code. Okay, nice, nice. So right now I'm putting code in the database. Yeah, okay, gotcha. Oh, that would be so cool for people who work on the same code base together, race with their own code. Yeah, for sure. How fast can you implement something? Well, then you're not like typing character for character. You'd be like, keyboard is busted. Oh yeah, right, because he spilled vodka and lemonade or something on it. Retro, something like that. Okay, so so I want to have basically, well, again, let's look at this here. So this play button is kind of the functionality I want to look at. So our menu, we can look at that button. We got the play button right here, and its on click basically emits an event, match countdown started, right? Application, here's the match countdown started event handler. I think it's the only one. I think it's the only thing that listens to match countdown started. Let's just do a quick check. Yes, okay. So application's the only thing that listens to this event. And then we've got a function that runs, and I did this dumb thing that I want to get rid of now. Basically, we're maybe, so if no V key, sticky lemonade, no V key, sticky lemonade, numpad. Gotcha. Okay, if you easily download code directly from GitHub, I would think they prevent it, but I'm basically taking it manually right now. Yeah, I didn't know if there were, well, I didn't know if like there was like public, well, I mean, whatever works. You do whatever works for you, you know? But that was just like the thing that popped into my head was like, oh, does like, because you could probably like API access GitHub and download public libraries maybe, but I don't know, maybe not. Maybe you can't do that. Well, you'd scrape it, I guess, but I would assume that maybe they've got I would assume they have maybe like an API way to grab your stuff, grab public stuff, without doing like Git, without actually like Git cloning stuff or something like that. Like some other way to just go in and read some stuff, code. Pretty sure you could just do a GET request for a file on GitHub, like in this example. GitHub. Oh. PHP. All right. You click raw. Right. They've got the raw thing when viewing a file to get that link. Yes. Nice. All right. So, okay. So, all right. So here's the thing we need to like somehow. Well, maybe we don't need. Okay, let's follow this path here. All right, so this is the normal, if you click the play button on the main menu, the practice, when we want to start a practice, this event fires and is practice Boolean is true. And then basically if there were stat screen, that would get destructed. If the match wait screen is an object, that would get destructed. and the in-game menu would be hidden because there's the X button there while the match wait screen. Anyway, then we set up the countdown timer to actually start the match. And if we're in a practice match, then we emit the match started event, which actually will create the match. And we hide the main menu. And if the main menu is already hidden, in the case of... Now, why did I put this here? Match countdown started. Oh, because the server will send this. Cancel that. Blah, 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 blah. That's good. And we just checked. We just traced down that path of checking what happens if you double hide something already, and it should be fine. There's a little bit of wasted looping, but that's fine. All right, so... Match countdown started. Countdown timer.create. That. And then if is practice. So that's fine. So in theory, actually, this should work if we just set up this button the exact same. So we could just easily have match wait screen. So the method could easily just be, we need to import event emitter. Does it auto import? There we go. Look at that. Oh, but I don't want it to be. There we go. Event emitter dot emit. Oops. Oh. Match. Hang on. Match countdown started. And we can leave that. Yeah, we can do it just like that. So that would, in theory, start up our practice game just fine. Not in theory. That should work. No bugs. No bugs. So match countdown started. We actually start the game by doing that, the practice, and we're still waiting for a match from the server. But the thing is, we need some way of like actually canceling that practice mode. It'd be nice to have like, so in a normal practice mode, like let's just do normal practice mode here. It'd be nice if maybe it's set up on the top, like finding match, waiting for match still, and like had whatever the little animation is, whatever the little animation we end up doing on this finding opponent thing. Like maybe the finding opponent kind of just like shrinks and goes up here, and then it's like kind of still there, or maybe down to the bottom. Something like that. Like you'd still kind of see it during the normal game, right? So you'd still see it kind of small or whatever, just to kind of give you the idea that, yeah, you're still waiting. And then, or you're waiting for a match, whatever. Whoops, what happened to our, here's our terminal. Okay. So if I click this now, it should put us into a practice mode. There we go. 3, 2, 1. Boom, everything's fine. We are still waiting for a match. So in theory, like if I go to this browser and click match, there we go. We joined up to a match. So that works. The thing is, we need to make sure we properly destruct the practice game, because let's see what happens. Let's just refresh these guys from the top here. Let's do finding opponent. And let's do this. So we're starting a practice match while we're waiting, and let's do this. Yep, that's bad. We just created another game on top of the other game. So that's awful. Everything's just broken now. That's actually kind of cool looking. We've got the main menu. We got the game simultaneously up on the screen. Like everything's just, that's exactly how stuff's supposed to look. Okay. Um. So, okay. So how can we get Okay, so we need something to trigger. We need to know, like, if we're in a practice match. Application. How do we know if we're in a practice match? Is that a parameter on match? Actually, I think that's a parameter on... Is that a parameter on our match object? Can we tell if it's a practice match? Yes. Okay. Yes. Okay. I think we got it. All right. So all right, what event fires if we have... All right, so if a match comes back, we go to... That's on our WebSockets wrapper here. So we parse through messages from the server. So we've got... What do we have here? We've got match countdown started. Ooh, yeah, that's actually what we're looking for. Match countdown started. So then in application, okay, so match countdown started, event emitter.emit, match countdown started. How can I end a match? Okay, so what does match ended look like? Match ended, so if server stats is null, oh, we still do stat screen. Okay, so match ended, match.destruct. Okay, so we're just going to take over. Yeah, we're going to get rid, basically. Basically, we can destruct the match. Okay, so if we get another match countdown started, and we are in a match, so if this dot match and this dot match dot is practice. Ooh, I can't do that. We could do that whatchamacallit, but I'm just going to do a nested if. If this dot match dot is practice, so if we're in a match and we're in a practice match, oops, then we need to match.destruct. We need to kill the current practice match and hide the in-game menu. Yes. Wow. Actually, this is getting kind of complicated because, like, what if you play through a whole practice match? This is pretty complicated. Okay, so like what happens here if you do a practice match while you're waiting for a match? And if you do practice while you wait, it takes you to the practice match. But then let's say the practice match ends. Let's say you're still waiting. You go to the stats screen, right? You have to go to the stats screen. You'd have to go to the stats screen. And then let's say you retry to practice. You should be able to retry a practice. That's fine. Or you technically should be able to quit from the stats screen and go back to the main menu. So you went back to the main menu, but you're still waiting for a match. So it's like we need to like carry that finding match, little finding match animation thing like around with you to kind of indicate to you always like, oh yeah, you're still waiting for a match, remember? But then if that match ever starts, we need to be able to be at any point in the middle of a practice match. We need to be in the middle of something else. And then as long as we're in the middle of that, then the server needs to be able to come in with, okay, you've got a match now with a real human opponent, then put you into the game right away at that point in time. So we need to be able to get out of any situation. So in other words, this match countdown started event needs to be able to spit you out. Well, no, that's kind of not the right way to say it. You could be anywhere. You need to be able to be anywhere in the game, at the stats screen, at the main menu, inside in the middle of a practice match, and the server should be able to interrupt, kick you out of whatever you were doing, wherever you were, put you into a match right away. So we're almost like kind of there because we've got stats screen. We're there at the stats screen. We're already there because with the match wait screen itself, because we could kick you out of the match wait screen we could kick you out of match wait, because this is already what happens when you go into waiting for a match and then a opponent starts. Like it kills the game, kills the match wait screen, and then it goes down to the point where it eventually starts the countdown timer and then starts the match. And now we just added this case for if we're in a match and if we're in a practice match. And in theory, we can't really be in a match that wouldn't be a practice match and have this match countdown started event fire unless something really wrong happened. And because besides the server won't let us if the same player is waiting and we click the join match button again, like over and over again, the server just ignores it. Like, okay, yep, whatever. You're already waiting, basically. So that's kind of good. Like in that way we won't have the point where we're in a match. No, that doesn't make sense. There's the tutorial too. You could technically go in and do the tutorial as well. So that's something we need to factor in, right? Because you could you could in theory be at the main menu. You could in theory be in the tutorial. You could in theory be here in a practice game. You could be in a practice game. You could be at the countdown screen for a practice game. That's another tricky thing. Wow. Okay, so this is getting a little trickier than what I was initially thinking. Want to become famous? Buy followers, primes, and viewers on some Russian link. Big follows. All right. Now that guy's out of here. Okay. Wow. This is getting crazy. So now I am starting to get to the point where I'm thinking like, maybe we need to start to have some sort of like better like system kind of for managing like the application state, and just to be able to say like, okay, you know, because it'd be nice to be at a point where like if match wait started event comes, it should be like whatever the current screen is, like the screen object, whether that means main menu or maybe that's main menu, maybe that's the stats screen, maybe that's the tutorial, maybe that's in a practice match. Like it needs to be like whatever the thing is currently running, kill it, and then start it over, and then start the game, right? I mean, or we could maybe put all the conditions in here, but again, like it's getting kind of complicated with like these post, you know, this. Like you could be in the middle of a countdown timer already. But like maybe do we just have like some sort of like let's pull up GIMP here. GIMP. I don't want blue. Oops. There we go. All right, we'll just do a new layer on top. There we go. Beautiful. Pencil. Or we want brush. Brush. Oh, wrong color. There we go. Why is that so... Oh, I guess because we need like a 4 pixel maybe. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So it's like we've got... What are all the possibilities? We've got Main menu. Main menu. We've got practice match. We've got tutorial. We've got a post-game screen. That could be something. We've got countdown timer. We've got countdown timer. We've got post-game screen. That's also a possibility. So that's like the little screen that says time's up, right? Because you could be in that time's up screen. It's like on screen for like 1500 milliseconds. But in that window of the post-game screen being up, the match might be found. So you need to be able to kill this post-game screen. And now we have match. What's the new one we just added? Match. Oh, we've got stat screen. Match wait screen. Is that what it's called? Oops. Match wait screen. Match wait screen. Yes. Match wait screen. And we've also got the stats screen. So we've got a bunch of different things. So like what I'm thinking is like you can only be on one of these things at once, right? You can only be on the main menu. You're always just on one at a time. The tutorial, yeah, like the tutorial kind of has its own screens, but those would be just components of the tutorial. So like let's look at the tutorial code real quick here. Tutorial. Yeah, so start. We have this method start step 3. So that's where you pop while bubbles.length is we pop the bubbles off and destruct them. That's right. We destruct the nav meter, destruct that. Destruct a bunch of other stuff. Destruct the play area, and then we update the end text. So that's pop as many bubbles as you can in 30 seconds or whatever many seconds. So config, where's tutorial, end text. Pop as many bubbles as you can in match time length seconds. And then we spin up a new timer and then kill the tutorial on the end. And then kill the match countdown started, right? So you could technically be after this point where we're waiting for our tutorial end time length, which is 3 seconds, right? So we could be at that 3 second point. And we would destruct everything. Okay, so we could technically be in the middle of the tutorial and just call tutorial.destruct, and that would take care of everything. So we've got all of these individual possibilities, right? Main menu. We could be at the main menu. Well, okay, so the main menu, technically, the main menu is not a screen. The main menu is just a matter of showing the buttons or not. So it's just a method you call to show the buttons on screen or not. Because you could be anywhere and do main menu. I mean, technically, any of these could overlap. They never should. Like, we should have nice state stuff that never lets these overlap. But that's why we're trying to, potentially come up with some sort of system that... So it's pretty clear that, I think you're only on one of these at a time. I mean, maybe practice is or maybe match is technically, we'd call it like, practice match is fine. I mean, it would be a match, but Yeah, so like what I'm thinking is like, do we somehow come up with like a thing where we do current screen? Like can I move this whole layer over? I need more room. Wow, look at that. Love GIMP. How do I resize the layer now? Layer. There we go. So maybe are these things all like switch the wrong tool. Paintbrush. So like would these things all be screen objects maybe? And then maybe do we have like application, we could have like application dot current screen or something, cur screen, and then screen is one of these things, right? I mean, do we do it like that? Because right now we've got like application dot, we've got like all these, we've got application dot, we've got dot match, dot stat screen, oh boy, dot, tutorial. Man, I need to really get better at writing. We've got dot match wait screen, literally all of these. Main menu is kind of the exception. I mean, practice isn't part of the name. Practice would be a Boolean flag inside of the match object itself. But we got dot match, dot stat screen, dot tutorial, dot match. I already did dot match. What is this? We just add, there's post game screen, match wait screen. There's countdown timer, which should probably be called countdown timer screen, just to, but like that's kind of the theme here is that these are all like screens. I mean, with the exception of like match and main menu, I mean, it's menu. Well, okay, let's look at the code here. Because like if we look at the application, we've got menu, match, stat screen, tutorial, countdown timer, match wait screen, post game screen. Like we have all of them as like their own individual objects, and they're all null to start. But then when we init, I think we set menu and do show main or something. Or I guess calling menu.create will set up a main menu. So, yeah, are these all, do we have all of these? We've got main menu, which technically could be menu, match, stat screen, tutorial, countdown timer, match wait screen, post game screen. Yeah, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Right. So we've got those 7 things. And like, do we maybe make like a screen object? And then, well, we don't even need like it doesn't need to be, I mean, because this is JavaScript and you can do whatever you want, which is kind of a bad thing. But like, do you have like a screen object and then each of these inherit from screen? But the thing that's kind of, I mean, like maybe there's a method that's like, maybe there's an overridable, no, that would be dumb. Well, see, but the thing is, like there's a specific step. Well, then how do you get from one thing to another would be the next question. All right, so this part of the stream is getting into the really deep thought part that I usually don't like to do these on stream, but I think we're doing okay here so far. And plus, we're probably gonna be wrapping the stream up before too long anyway. We've already been going 7.5 hours. Only half of the time that Evan has gone, but that's all right. We can't all be like Evan. Let's just say. So here's the thing. Like we're you know, for example, match wait started, right? So that's when you click, hey, I want to play a match, right? So at this point, when this event fires, we set this .match wait screen to match wait screen, or we do match wait screen.create, right? So we know we need to go to the match wait screen when this event fires. And then we know we need to hide the main menu, and we show the in-game menu. I know that sounds a little kind of convoluted, but for the most part, that kind of matches up with everything else. So like we know we need to go away from the main menu. Like main menu kind of needs to go away, and we need to go to the match wait screen. But the thing is, we're not like destructing the main menu. Like the main menu is still kind of there. But like every time we go to a match wait screen, technically we are building a new match wait screen object every time, which is okay. I mean, it's fine. It's not really that big of a deal. I mean, I guess we could maybe do it the same way with the menu. But I feel like maybe we could have, you know, for example, maybe match wait started. Like, let's just do some pseudo. All right, I'm going to move my drawing tablet out of the way here. So let's just say, you know, maybe pseudocode wise, match wait started, right? What if we just said, okay, we need to take this .cur screen, the current screen, and call destruct on it. Like, let's just say that was the rule. We're going to just destruct whatever the current screen is, and then call this .cur screen, or then set this .cur screen to equals match wait started .create, right? So pretend this code doesn't exist up here, you know? So like if we were on the main menu, we'd destruct the main menu, and then we would set up a new match wait screen right here, like that. And like maybe we just did that for every event. Like then we didn't have to do all this checking of like, oh, what's the screen? You know, what is this? Do I do this? And we do have this hide in-game menu thing. So we've got a little bit of weirdness there. But maybe we don't need something quite so robust like that. So like then any event that happened, if we need to go to a new screen, we just destruct whatever the current screen is. We don't care what the current screen is. And then we just jump to that new screen. So like we technically could have something like that. I don't know if it's the best thing. Yeah, like we have an event happens and we do cur screen.destruct, then we do cur screen.set up the match wait screen. Would that be possible? So let's look at match ended, because this is a little more interesting, where we take the match. Okay, so in the case of match ended, yeah, see, in the case of match ended, we know we had to have a match going, right? We can't just say like, oh, cur screen.stats.end time. Like it's got to be, we have to know we're in a match. So I feel like this makes kind of the most sense to have. I guess what about okay, here's actually something that I think might help us with every case here. And okay. So ignore the GIMP. Ignore the GIMP. I don't think we're going to do anything like this. I mean, I like kind of thinking about the problem in that way, but no. Oh, I deleted the wrong thing. I did it backwards. Okay, we're getting rid of this. We're getting rid of this. Bringing that back. Okay, so now match countdown started. So I guess yeah, we can still call hide main on the end. Well, I guess we should just do ifs. If this thing, destroy it. If this thing, destroy it. Hide in-game menu. If this thing, and we're in a practice match, destroy it. Like, I think we should just continue with this. If this dot tutorial, destroy it. Like, whatever it take, whatever we got to do. Like, what's the full list of things that we have here? We have it here. Okay, so let me write it down like in a notepad. All right, so we've got, what do we've got? We've got main menu we're already taking care of in this. So we've got match, we've got tutorial, we've got countdown timer, we've got post game screen, we've got match wait screen, we've got stats screen. Okay. So the main menu, that's not really an explicit screen thing. So we don't really need to worry about that. I'm going to get rid of all that. We don't need it. Okay, so I'm going to keep my little note thing off to the side here. All right, so okay, so we've already got if there's a stats screen, destruct it, whatever. Because what could happen is if you click the retry button, so basically this has already been here, the stat screen destroy. So if we do play, and then, you know, we pop a couple bubbles, whatever, time's up. So if we click the retry button, that will fire the match countdown started. So that's why we have this, we've already had this if stat screen, destruct the stat screen. And then we already have the check down here at the bottom that says hide the main menu. We hide the main menu, so that's fine. So then for each case, I guess we can do whatever it takes to destroy that thing and continue. So like in the case of the stat screen, like in the case of the match wait screen, the in-game menu is showing. So if I go here, I'm at the in-game, or I'm at the match wait screen, right? And the in-game menu is showing. So then if a match countdown were to start by another player connecting, by the other player here, going here, that, then it starts, it kills everything, right? So we did match countdown started, and if match wait screen was something, which it was, then we destructed it, set the thing to null, and then hid the in-game menu, right? So there's no in-game menu in the case of the stat screen, so we don't need to hide the in-game menu. But basically, we just do whatever it takes to destroy each of those things, which I think makes sense. In this case, we're doing if match, and we're doing if it's a practice match. Like, I feel like this will work. We destruct the match. Okay. And then same thing with the tutorial. We need to just look at what we... Okay, so the tutorial ended is the same thing. Tutorial ends, and the tutorial has the hide in-game, or has the in-game menu showing. We do if... I mean, it's possible that countdown timer already was running because we might have just started something. So we do countdown timer. Match started. Okay, so match started would do... If we're already in the countdown timer, we do countdown timer destruct and countdown timer equals null. So we could already be in the countdown timer. Okay, am I following this order correctly here? Okay, so we've got match. Match, check, X. Tutorial, we got tutorial, check. Countdown timer, we just added that. Countdown timer, check. Post game screen, we didn't do that yet. Match wait screen, we have that, check. And stat screen, we've already got that, check. So we just need the post game screen. So if the post game screen is something, this dot post game screen Then how do we destroy a post-game screen? Post-game screen create. Okay, we just destruct and null. That's all we need to do. Post-game screen just shows the message, and that's it. So this would be if we just, what would happen, for this case, okay, so for post-game screen, basically, we would have just finished a practice match, and then we would have just finished a practice match, right? And it would say, time's up. That's the post-game screen. And let's say in that brief, like 1,500 milliseconds that the time's up message is there, the server says, oh, here's a new game. Boom, start the new game. So that's possible that match countdown started comes in while we're on a post-game screen. So we need to kill the post-game screen, not let it run its course or whatever. Because like in the post-game screen callback here that we pass, because whatever happens with post-game screen, there's like a callback you pass, which is the on. Yeah, so there's like a timer for a post-game screen, and then the timer expires, and then that fires this callback. So all this stuff would run normally when the post-game screen ends, timer ends, but we don't, it would just die because we'd kill it in the middle. And this should all be fine. And then this is the stuff that's, yeah, and this is the stuff that's getting killed right here. So in theory, we should have just taken care of everything. So let's try it. So let's do, a competitive, did I refresh both of these? Okay, we did now. So let's finding opponent, right? I can hit play, 3, 2, 1. We're in the middle of a game. I can hit here, then boom, 3, 2, 1. We're in a competitive match. Time's up. Back here. Quit. 31, 31. Okay. So let's try it again. Let's try, let's queue for a match. Finding opponent. If I quit here, that will kill me. So that canceled my wait. All right. So maybe we don't even want like a finding opponent screen or something. Like maybe, well, I don't know. I kind of think we do want this. Okay, so if we do this, we actually back out from waiting. If we do this, then do this, we're in the middle of a game, but now time's up. We're at the stat screen, but now we're still waiting. We're still waiting for a match. So we need like some sort of global thing after you start waiting for a match. It's like a little animation just saying waiting for match or finding whatever it says. Finding opponent, finding opponent, finding opponent, right? And basically now, so now if I click this, this should kick us into a competitive match right away. Look at that. 3, 2, 1, boom. So yeah, this is good. And everything, yeah, everything should be fine here. We're at the tutorial, right? We're in the tutorial right now. Let's do it. Oh, wait a minute. Sorry. Okay. We go here, we find opponent, we do this, but then we quit here. We go to the tutorial. Let's just go in the middle of the tutorial here. And then let's go here. Boom. 3, 2, 1. Quit. We're still there. 31. Okay. I think this is working. Let's try the really crazy cases. So no, they're not crazy. But let's try the real little niche cases here. So one of them would be the countdown timer for like a practice match. So if I quit, so we want to do play. So again, this player is currently waiting for a match on this from the server. There's no visible way right now that we see it because we have to add that yet. But if I hit play and then we've got this countdown timer running and then I quickly go over here and click the red button, they'll jump right into a match. So if I hit, I'm going to do it really quick. So we're going to hit play. This countdown timer is going to start going for the practice match on this player. But then I'm going to hit this, and that's going to start the countdown timer over again for both players, basically, because it's going to be like, okay, now you're both playing the same match, right? So I'm going to do it really quick because I only have 1,500 milliseconds to do it. So We do play, and then we do here, and then it starts over. 3, 2, 1, 3, 2, 1. So that's exactly what we want. That's perfect. That's perfect. All right, so time's up. We go back, quit. Event listener counts are all the same. That is beautiful. Okay, so what do? We do play. I didn't want to full screen that. The stupid console. Okay. So let's do this again. Finding opponent. Do practice. Blah 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 blah. Oh, we want to do the time's up screen. So we're gonna wait for that to say time's up. Time's up. Boom. I joined. Kicked this. Kick whatever. I don't know what happened, but it worked. It worked. Beautiful. Quit. Everything's fine and dandy. Back to there. Back to finding opponent. Doing this. I decided to start a match. Oh, kicked him out. Kicked that. That's perfect. That's working perfectly. We just need like a. Okay. I think the problem is solved. The problem is solved. We just need. Well, for one, we need to actually have some sort of. Again, finding opponent, we need to have some sort of nice animation. And then if you decide to leave this screen, if you quit, it kicks you out and you're not waiting for a match anymore. But if you click this, maybe we need a way to actually notify the player about that. Are you sure you want to cancel your finding a match, right? That would cancel. So you're back to the main menu. You're not waiting for a match anymore. But if you click here, and then this is supposed to say practice while you wait while we're finding an opponent for you, right? You click that, the game starts, but there should be like a little indicator that says you're still waiting for a match, right? We're still waiting, blah, blah, blah. And then that should just be on the screen no matter what for the rest of the game, or for the rest of the time that you're here. And then maybe, just maybe, this little thing it's like a little widget or something. Maybe there's like a little X button there to like stop waiting from that point. Because maybe you don't, because maybe you're here, right? I'm waiting, I'm finding an opponent. Or wait a minute here. All right. Everything's been all exciting, but I'm going to have to go. So we're going to have to cut the stream off here. So no time to whatever. But yeah, it was a good stream today. 7 hours, 30 minutes. Not bad. I like it. So we got a lot of good stuff done today. I would give us a more formal recap, but I need to duck out. Matt Jacks later. Again, reminder to everyone. Mondays and Tuesdays, stream Mondays and Tuesdays, 10 a.m. Central Standard Time. So we'll see you back here tomorrow, Tuesday. And I put the Discord link down there again. You can join the Discord if you want. That'd be swell if you want to. If not, I will hold it against you. But actually, I don't know how I would not know who didn't join. I don't know. Kodako's there. Matt Jax is there. Evan's there. Retro MMO. Good job. Thank you. Thank you, Retro MMO. That helps me feel good about myself. But yeah, I got a split. So again, thank you guys so much. Thanks for all the follows. Thanks for all the blessings. The I don't know, whatever else. You guys are awesome. So yeah, we're doing pretty good here. It's gonna be an exciting day tomorrow. Figuring out some other things. Yeah, we're getting close to having multiplayer live. That is exciting because it's been quite a bear of when you only do 2 full days a week of this, stuff feels slow. Stuff feels very slow. So, yes. I'm going to leave now. So long, everybody. Thank you. Thanks again. Again, tomorrow, 10 a.m. Central Standard Time. We'll see you back here. Keep it real or something.